18. It brought some rest to a place inside her heart to return to her people. 2 summers had passed while Waits by the Water had been away, and a winter spent in that southern land of the Arapaho. Days ago, she and her husband had turned south from the white man's fort at the mouth of the Yellowstone. It had not been a happy time for her there. So many half-breeds and Assiniboine, she never felt welcome. Better that a Crow woman stay safe inside the walls of that fort until Titus could take them back across the Missouri and ride for Absarica. As they began their journey south, the weather turned mild for many days, but winter had resumed its fury by the time they found the village sprawled among the cottonwoods, towering on a neck of land along the southern bank of the Yellowstone. "It was near this place where we first talked," she said, as they halted to gaze at the welcome sight of those brown lodges. Drawing in a long breath of the cold air scented with wood smoke and the fresh dung of hundreds of ponies, he looked about at the surrounding river bluffs, then gazed at her and smiled. "Yes, I remember. Now I want us to be even happier this winter than we were when we realized we needed each other." Over their seasons together, Waits had grown even more patient with how slow he sometimes was to put his thoughts together in her tongue. She knew Magpie would have it easier than either of her parents, growing up with both languages spoken to her as they were. Looking up, she found him staring at her still, his eyes twinkling. Then she realized he was watching her hand. She had been rubbing her huge belly unconsciously, thinking of this child to come. "It will be born this winter, yes?" he asked. With a nod, she answered, "I think sometime in the next moon, perhaps." Urging his pony over beside hers, Bass tore off a blanket mitten and stuffed his bare hand beneath her buffalo robe, laying it upon that swollen belly beneath her capote. "You are so big. How many little calves do you have in there?" She giggled. "I think there is only one, but it will be a big child." "A boy?" And his eyes sparkled. "Perhaps," she said. "If it is a boy, you will not forget your daughter." Bass twisted round to gaze back at the girl who sat behind him, clinging to his elk-hide coat. Patting the child's leg beneath that half-robe he had wrapped securely around her, he said, "This little one? I could never forget what she means to me. Tell me, daughter, by spring when the snows melt, will you be ready to learn to ride on your own?" "Ride a pony by myself?" she asked in Crow. "Yes," he answered her in English, the way many of their conversations took place, mixing the two tongues together while they conversed, as if it were as natural as could be. "I think you will be old enough to learn, Magpie." "How old was my mother?" she asked in Crow. Bass turned to look at Waits. "When did you have your first lesson on a pony by yourself?" "My father?" Then Waits suddenly felt the sharp ball of sadness spring to life again in the middle of her chest. Of an instant, her eyes were welling up. Waits barely got the words out of her mouth. "He taught me when I was almost 5 summers." "Should we come here to be with your people, to see your family?" She nodded and wiped the tears from her cheek, trying bravely to smile. "It hurt when I remembered my father." And she looked at Magpie, sitting behind her father. "Remembered how he held me on his lap, how he smelled when he hugged me. I never want Magpie to forget anything about her father." "What?" he protested in English with a grin. "I'm not going anywhere. I don't plan to die for a long, long time." But she knew a man never did. It always came suddenly, unexpectedly, as it had with her father's death in Blackfoot country. And Titus could have died last spring when those Arapaho attacked him. Waits had learned about that when she'd discovered the 2 scalps and the weapons hidden among some green pelts he'd brought back to their camp one cold spring day. And he could easily have been killed when the Frenchmen and half-breeds had fought outside the big fort at the mouth of the Yellowstone. How many times would she say goodbye to him before she could finally accept that he might not return one day? Waits looked into his face as he laid his hand on her arm. he said. "It is good to come back to your people."
"I am happy to see my mother."
"My heart is glad to bring you back here," he said, looping his arm around Magpie to pull the small girl over his hip and into his lap, where she quickly gripped onto the round pommel with her tiny blanket mittens.
"Let me have the reins, Popo?"
"Here," and he laid them inside those tiny mittens. Then he turned to Waits, saying, "My family is very far away. It has been a long, long time since I saw them, when I was a very young man and ran away from them. I do not think my father and mother are still alive. Maybe my brothers or sister still live, but that family did not want me to belong to them very much, so I left them long ago. Now you have become my family."
"Me too, Popo?"
the girl asked in his tongue, pushing back against him. "Yes, Magpie, you and even your little brother, too."
"My little brother? Where is little brother?"
she asked as she peered on one side of the horse, then the other. "Perhaps your little brother who is hiding in your mother's belly will come out soon so you can play," he told Magpie.
"When, Mother?"
Waits by the Water looked at him with mock disapproval and scolded,
"See what you have started, husband? Now she thinks I am carrying her playmate inside me."
"It will be good to give Magpie a little brother," he told her as they put their animals in motion once more. "To have a family that loves one another is a good thing. I cannot remember having much of that. My mother worked hard, cooked for us, and sewed our clothes, and my father worked very hard too, brought us food, kept us warm and dry, but I do not remember being touched by them, do not remember being held." He squeezed Magpie there at the end of his words as his voice cracked.
"It is important that a child is held and touched, especially by its father,"
Waits declared. His eyes brimmed with moisture. "I know you must miss he who is gone very much. I can never take his place in your heart, nor will I try, but I never want you to forget that I will protect you, provide for you, watch over you till the end of my days, woman. That is my promise." She felt stunned, sensing how his words made her heart pound faster in surprise as she turned to look at him.
"Titus, those are words I never knew a man would say to a woman."
"Are you silly, wife? Surely when a man falls in love with a woman, he tells her... No, he tells her family and all her people that he promises to care for her until he can no longer watch over her." Wagging her head, Waits said,
"No, there is no promise like that made between a man and woman who marry among my people."
"What do they promise each other?" he asked. For a moment she thought, then finally shrugged.
"I have never known anyone to make a vow to another when they want to live with that person. A man may buy a bride, or a man can kidnap another man's wife and make her his own, but most times, among my people, a man and woman just decide they will start living together."
"Is that what we did?" he asked, "when you came with Josiah to look for me after I left your village with a very sad heart?"
"Yes. When Josiah came to find you, I knew what I wanted, and I believed you wanted me. You never had to say any words to make me want to search for you after you ran away from my village. When I saw how glad you were that I had come to find you, I knew I had found my husband."
"Waits by the Water?"
"Yes."
"Would it be better for a man who wants a wife to give presents to that woman's family?" She looked at him in the cold wind, studied the frost that formed an icy ring that clung to the graying hair around his mouth. Softly, she said,
"Some bring gifts to the woman's father."
He stared ahead, not looking at her for some moments, then asked, "What if that woman's father is no longer alive?" She swallowed hard.
"I am not sure, but I believe the man would give presents to the eldest son in the family, asking to marry the woman."
Waits's breath came hard in her chest. Her heart was beating so fast as she studied his face. Finally, Bass looked at her again. "I have decided something, Bua. It is time that your people hear me make my vow to you. I think your family should hear me promise myself to you." She could barely whisper,
"Husband."
"You are my family, Waits by the Water." His eyes softened, brimming again. I will go to your brother. I will take him gifts, and I will ask his permission to be your husband, to take you as my wife." Titus couldn't remember the last time he felt his knees rattle this bad. He was sure the others would know, that they would laugh behind their hands at this white man shaking with fear to get married. Bass glanced to his left. At his elbow stood Pretty on Top. To his right stood Windy Boy. He was relieved when the young warriors offered to stand with him outside the lodge where Waits by the Water was among her mother and friends preparing for this ceremony. Surrounding the three of them were more than 1,500 crow, talking and laughing, come here to witness what Waits had described to everyone as a promising. Women waited patiently, having donned their very best. Men stood stoic and expectant in their ceremonial dress, while the children darted between legs, chasing after dogs, throwing clumps of icy snow at one another, giggling, diving, sliding at the feet of their elders. In less than a month he would reach his 43rd birthday, which meant that Christmas was almost upon them. Titus fondly remembered his first Christmas with her down in Taos, the warmth of all those flickering candles, the fragrant smells drifting from Rosa Kincaid's kitchen, such soft music from the Mexicans' cathedral and their nativity procession through the small village. Then came the new year and his tearing himself away from her to travel far and long in hopes of putting old ghosts to rest. But these people did not celebrate such annual events, nor did they have any similar religious festivals to mark the progress of each year beyond the tobacco ceremony of their women. Instead, these Crow celebrated war, perhaps the birth or naming of a child, maybe even the success of a war party or pony raid, nothing but that tobacco planting ceremony to track the march of the seasons the way the white man did. From beyond the far edge of the crowd came a growing murmur. He turned to watch the witnesses part for a group of men resplendent in their very finest war clothing.
"Sore Lips," whispered Pretty on Top. "Strikes in Camp's war clan."
As more than 20 of them emerged onto the open ground that surrounded Scratch, he glanced at their faces, finding each man painted, feathers and stuffed birds tied in his hair, an animal head lashed onto his own with a rawhide wang tied under the chin. All but one of them carried a tall staff, some crooked, some straight, but each bearing feathers tied at right angles to the poles, wrapped in otter fur, arrayed with enemy scalps. Only Strikes in Camp, who stood at their center, remained empty-handed. He crossed his arms, looked at the white man, and waited.
"Now,"
Pretty on Top whispered. Scratch looked over at the young warrior. "The presents?" Pretty on Top nodded. Wanting to ask that handsome young warrior to wish him luck, Titus suddenly realized the Crow had no concept of luck, much less the crazy notion of one person passing on that luck to another. Instead, he turned to his right and stepped up to Turns Plenty, who held the halters of 2 ponies. The old man handed the white man those halters, then stepped over to join Pretty on Top. With his heart beginning to pound, Bass started for the far side of the open ground at the center of that huge crowd, suddenly growing breathlessly quiet. So quiet, Scratch could hear the whine of his winter moccasins on the old icy snow, hear the slow plodding of each one of the 8 hooves with that pair of ponies behind him. Somehow, he made it across the arena at the center of the village and stopped a few feet from Strikes in Camp. "These horses are for you," he said as confidently as he could muster it, having practiced and rehearsed the words over and over the past 2 weeks to get them just right for this day. Pointing to the scalp hanging from the halter beneath the jaw of each pony, Bass continued. "And these scalps, they belonged to the Arapaho warriors who rode these ponies against me last spring. The horses and the scalps of 2 brave warriors I now give to the mighty warrior I ask to become my brother-in-law." Strikes in Camp took a few steps forward, moving around one of the ponies, then came back between the pair, lifting a leg here, touching a flank there, staring into the eyes of these gifts. When he turned and walked back to where he stood in the midst of his sore lip warrior society, Strikes in Camp recrossed his arms. Anxious, Bass flicked a glance at Pretty on Top. The young warrior made a quick gesture with his hand. Scratch turned back to Turns Plenty, then stepped up to Waits by the Water's brother and held out the halters to those two ponies. For a long moment the man stared at Bass, then looked over the white man's shoulder at Pretty on Top, Windy Boy, and Turns Plenty behind the trapper. Finally, Strikes in Camp took the halters, held them a heartbeat, and passed them to one of the painted warriors who stood beside him. The man started away with the two Arapaho ponies. By the time Strikes in Camp recrossed his arms and stared again at him, Bass realized he could barely hear. His heart pounded so loudly in his ears while he started to turn slowly around on those shaky legs of his, reminding himself he must not stumble, must not fall there in front of her people. Less than 3 steps brought him back to Windy Boy, who held out his left hand. In it, he clutched the halters to another 2 ponies. Quietly clucking for the pair to follow, Bass slowly started back to Strikes in Camp, stopping again a few feet from the warrior and his sore-lip comrades. "I bring more gifts to Strikes in Camp," he said in a studied cadence with the Crow words. 2 more horses." 2 more horses, Strikes in Camp repeated, not budging, moving only his eyes as he looked from the white man to stare at one of the ponies. Turning, Bass pulled the oxblood blanket from its back and held it before Strikes in Camp as a soft murmur came from the crowd. "This will keep your wife warm on those nights when you take the warpath against our enemies." Strikes in Camp brushed the blanket with his fingers, lifted a corner, inspecting it as if to ascertain that it truly was new. 2 moons ago I traded for it, Titus explained, scrambling for these words not in his planned script. "From the Crow trader, Tulloch, at the mouth of the Tongue River." Eventually, Strikes in Camp took the red blanket from Bass's arm and passed it back to one of his warrior society. "Yes, it will keep my wife warm when I am not with her." Bass thought he saw a little softening in the man's eyes. His heart leaped. For days now, since he and Waits by the Water had discussed this ceremony with her mother, Titus had steadily grown more apprehensive. From the beginning, Strikes in Camp had frostily objected. He had even refused to talk to his mother about the white man's wanting to ask for his sister in marriage. 3 more times Waits had prevailed upon her mother to ask Strikes in Camp, hoping to wear him down. But each time he had grown a little more insolent. Then, yesterday, both of them had gone together to speak to him. Waits had returned alone to pull back the flap to their shelter and clumsily squatted on the bedrobes.
"Strikes in Camp says he will take your gifts."
Titus hadn't been sure he'd heard the words correctly at first, so he asked, hesitantly, "Your brother said he would give you away to be my wife?" Then she was smiling not just with her mouth, but with her whole face, flinging her body against his as the tears gushed down her cheeks. He wasn't sure which of them cried more at that moment, but yesterday had lifted much of the gray pall that had settled about him since their arrival in Apsarika. "But I don't understand. He refused 3 times before," Bass said, wagging his head, happy and confused all at once.
"What made him?" "I reminded him that you and I were already married in the way of our people, that we didn't need any ceremony," she told him, gripping one of his hands in both of hers while Magpie snuggled up next to them both. "Then I reminded him that you had no responsibility to ask anyone for me when I had no father."
"What did he say?"
"He scolded me again that I should not have given myself to a white man."
Bass gazed down at her belly, touched it, and said, "It's a little late for that now." She grinned radiantly.
"Then I told him you wanted to do your promising before my family, before all my people, whether or not he gave me to you."
"You told him I was going to promise myself to you before all your people, no matter if he was there or not?"
"Yes, I said those words to him."
"That's when he agreed?" But she wagged her head.
"No."
"What made him decide?"
"Not until I told my brother that you were honoring him before all our people. You, the man he hated almost as much as any Blackfoot or Lakota warrior. You, the man he had no good words for. You were honoring him by coming before our whole village to offer him presents, to show our people that my brother was a man worthy of his respect. I told him that you would be showing our people that he was a man of true stature now, not just a young warrior trying to make a name for himself.
And?
I told him how important that would be in front of our village, to see you, a white warrior with many scars and many, many coups, honoring him by asking for me in marriage.
That's what changed his mind? Nodding, Waits by the water said,
I think he finally realized that it would be an honor to have you in his family, a man who would offer him presents despite all the bad that he has spoken of you, all the bad he has wished on you.
And now, before this hushed crowd, Bass stepped back to the second horse, carefully raising the rolled-up blanket of a brilliant medium blue he had tied across its back. He carefully unknotted 2 rawhide straps that secured the blanket to a single braided horsehair surcingle lashed around the horse's middle. Stopping before Strikes in camp, the white man said, "And this blanket is for your mother. I hope that it will keep Crane warm when you are away to fight the enemies who killed her husband, the enemies who killed your father." The warrior touched the blue blanket, laying his palm on it where it rested across Bass's forearms. "It is a good color. My mother will like this blanket." As Strikes in camp pulled the blanket roll from the white man's arms, a rifle emerged from the tube of blue wool. The stunned warrior froze with the blanket draped over his forearm, staring at the rifle. "What is this you hide in the giveaway blanket?" Strikes in camp asked. "Another present for my mother?" Bass smiled, swallowed, his mind scratching to recall those words he had practiced. "This rifle is for the brother of the woman I want to take for my wife. A rifle for the man who is the head of her family now. May it kill many of our enemies," Strikes in camp. "This rifle," and he stopped, dragging a long-barreled pistol from the wide, worn belt he had buckled around his elk-hide coat. "And this shotgun, too." It too?" the warrior asked in surprise. Nodding, Titus continued. "Both are gifts for a brother-in-law I honor today as a brave and fearless warrior who stands between his people and their enemies." Like Strikes in camp, the crowd was stunned into silence. Quickly passing the blanket back to a comrade, the young warrior first took the pistol, giving it a cursory inspection before he stuffed it into the wide, colorful, finger-woven wool sash knotted around his blanket capote. Then, with both hands, Strikes in camp took the smoothbore fusil from Bass's arms with something resembling reverence. Those more than 20 other members of the Sore Lip Society crowded in on both sides, murmuring in admiration, touching the musket's freshly oiled barrel, its gleaming stock, the graceful curve of the goose-necked hammer that clutched a newly napped sliver of amber flint. Scratch grew anxious, standing there before the warrior, waiting for some words to be spoken, something to be done. Had he gotten all the words right? Oh, how he had practiced and practiced them. Suddenly, Strikes in camp leveled his eyes at the white man. "These gifts, they are truly fit for the daughter of a chief." "He who is no longer here was not a chief," Bass struggled with the words, tongue-tied and nervous as a field mouse cornered by the barn cat. "But she is the sister of a man who will be a chief someday." The warrior's dark eyes actually smiled at the white man. "You came here to honor me, Poteani, but in many ways you have honored my whole family, and you have brought honor to our people. The Absarika are known not only by the strength of our enemies, the Blackfoot, the Blood, Grovant, and Lakota, but we are known by the strength of our friends, the white men who stand with us to fight our enemies." Laying the new rifle in the crook of his left elbow, Strikes in camp reached out and seized Bass's forearm with his right hand, clutching it fiercely. "Now I go to bring my mother to this place. Together we will bring my sister to you, so that there can be what you call the promising, so that she becomes your wife before all our people." Before Bass could respond, Strikes-in-Camp had turned and was moving back through the crowd that parted for him. It truly felt as if it took forever, more than an hour, although he realized it was but a matter of minutes before he heard the admiring Russell washing his way through the crowd. Yard by yard he watched the hundreds move aside, every one of them falling silent but for their hushed whispers. Finally, those members of the Sore Lips stepped aside. Through their ranks emerged Strikes-in-Camp. Behind him stood Crane. Beside her, Waits by the Water. Titus gasped at her beauty. Both wore their very best. His wife wore a blue wool dress he did not recognize, something big enough to fit over her swollen belly. Front and back across its heavy yoke were sewn the milk teeth of the elk. Red strips of ribbon were tied across its skirt, each tassel blowing gently with the winter breeze. And Waits had smeared the deep purple vermilion not only in the part of her gleaming hair, but in a wide band that ran from her hairline down her forehead, continued down the bridge of her nose, and ended at the bottom of her chin. 2 more purple lines started at the bottom of her eyes, dropped across the high cheekbones, then ended at the jawbones. Scratch found her radiance so stunning that he had to remind himself to breathe. Strikes-in-Camp moved aside. Then Crane brought her daughter forward. Now Strikes-in-Camp's wife, Brightwings, stepped up behind him, the brilliant oxblood blanket around her shoulders. From her arm she took the new blue blanket, handing it to her husband. Strikes-in-Camp passed it on to the white man. Together they unfurled it, and the 2 of them laid it across Crane's shoulders as the old woman gazed up into the white man's face and smiled, her eyes misting. Scratch could not remember the last time he had seen her smile. It had been so long ago, before Whistler had led the revenge raid on the Blackfoot. Then he realized that, until today, Crane had had no reason to smile. With her new blue blanket wrapped about her shoulders, Crane reached out, took hold of her daughter's hand, and raised it waist level, presenting the hand to the white man. Without any urging, Bass seized Waits's hand, not sure of a sudden if he would remember all that he wanted to tell her, all that he had rehearsed saying before her family and her people. Among the white man, when 2 people want to share their lives together, they stand before their families, stand before their friends, stand before a holy man in the sight of the first Maker, and they give promises to the one they love. These promises are not a simple thing the 2 can easily ignore or leave behind, because their promising is a bond that the friends and family hear them make. He felt his eyes starting to sting with tears. I do not have any family to join me today. You and our children are my only family. But I have friends among your people, friends I trust to stand at my back when we fight our enemies. From this day on, I hope to have many more friends among the Crow. Before your family, here before your people, I make this promise, that I will protect you, provide for you, shelter you from storm and cold and hunger until I am no more. This promise I will keep all of my days, even unto my final day. Our children will not know want, nor will they know fear. Instead, they will know the love of their family until they are grown and leave us to walk a road of their own making. He reached up with a roughened fingertip and gently wiped that first lone tear spilling from one of her eyes. Bass wasn't sure how to read the look in them, so filled with love were they at one moment, filled with surprise at his words the next. I promise myself to you all the rest of my days, he concluded. I will be your husband. Will you be my wife, the mother of my children? Then he noticed how she was clenching her bottom lip between her teeth. When she finally spoke, Waits by the Water whispered, I will be your wife, Titus, mother of your children, for all of our days. And he felt her grip him with tremendous force as she quivered slightly. Concerned, he said, Waits by the Water? I must go with my mother now. Your mother? Reaching up to touch his face with her fingertips, Waits's eyes softened, and she said, The rush of warm water has come, Bois. She looked down at her feet. When he gazed at her moccasins below the edge of that blue wool dress, he saw the puddle softening the snow between her feet, how the moisture had soaked the bottom of her leggings and moccasins, how the pool of it steamed in the cold air.
"I promise you I will stand at your side for all the rest of your days," she gasped, her face pinching as another cramp swept over her.
Crane moved up to take her elbow to steady her as Waits said,
"But your child will not wait any longer."
"This one is so big,"
the elderly horsewoman announced as her bony fingers pushed, prodded, squeezed the belly. Waits groaned from the ripping torment within, the stabbing of the fingers without.
"Sit up now, woman,"
horsewoman commanded. Together, Crane and the old midwife each pulled on an arm to bring Waits to a sitting position. The old one asked,
"Do you want to push?"
Yes,
she gasped as the next fiery rush of pain crossed her belly. Crane pulled one arm, then the other from the blue wool dress they had borrowed from a large family friend. It hung around her neck as she shuddered with the passing of that long tongue of fire coursing through the center of her. She knew it would be soon. Her body shuddering with the easing of the contraction, Waits remembered when Magpie was born in that land far, far to the south.
Where is Magpie?"
Crane explained,
"She is with my sister's family. I told her she will have a baby brother or sister to play with before the sun sets on another day."
Growling with the flush of another fiery tensing, Waits blinked away some of the tears in her eyes and watched the old wrinkled woman crawl up close before her with a long stake in her hand, a hand-sized stone in the other. Horsewoman drove it into the bare ground inches from Waits's knees in front of the robe she had been sitting upon.
"Hold on to this,"
the midwife demanded, taking both of the young woman's wrists in her bony hands and yanking them away from the bare, swollen belly, pulling them toward the stake.
"Hold on, then you can push," Crane added.
They pulled the blue dress up and off her head, then quickly draped an old, much-used blanket over her shoulders, stuffing part of it between her shaking legs, beneath her where spots of blood began to appear. Horsewoman and Crane both bent so low their cheeks rubbed the floor of the lodge, peering between the young mother's thighs.
"He comes!" Crane cried out in joy. "He comes now!"
Suddenly, Waits was blowing like a horse after a long run as the pain rumbled through her like a swollen knot that grew bigger, ever bigger. Then she felt as if she were being torn in half and could not think of how she could save herself.
"Its head is here,"
horsewoman announced gruffly. Waits was so faint, gasping with such shallow breaths, wondering how she could hold on to the stick any longer.
"You are almost done,"
Crane cooed beside her daughter, her arm around her shoulders, whispering in her ear.
"Remember Magpie. Remember that this will be over soon."
"One more push,"
horsewoman demanded. She was hunched over between Waits by the water's knees, crouching there with her hands supporting the newborn's head.
"One more, and this child will be here to see you."
Starting to groan with the recognition of that next tensing, Waits felt the pain rise like a crack of far-off thunder within her, shoving its way into her throat like summer lightning before it pushed downward with a sudden clap. She was sure this huge child was ripping her apart as the fire became more than she could bear. Shuddering, trembling, suddenly collapsing onto her bottom, Waits found she had no more strength left. This child would have to do the rest on its own. The baby cried. Blinking again, Waits swiped at her eyes swimming in tears, peering at the old midwife crouched between her knees. The gray head pulled back, the nearly toothless mouth grinned, the baggy eyes smiling anew. She held up the tiny, squalling newborn, legs and arms pumping, its head thrashing side to side. Down its belly, her eyes dropped quickly, finding that purplish-white life cord attached to its belly. Pushing the life cord aside, Horsewoman held the child up for the young mother's close examination.
"See, woman?"
Crane was sobbing, her face swimming into view through Waits's tears.
"You have a boy."
Breathless, Waits whispered in a weary gush,
"Titus, as a boy.
19. "I think you should have hightailed it out of here while you had your chance, Scratch," Jim Bridger huffed as he scurried up in a crouch. Bass watched his old friend settle in beside him at the breastworks. "And leave you boys to have all this fun?" At Titus's other elbow, Shadrach Sweet said, "Maybe so we ought to lay back on Titus, Gabe. I've been jabbing him about it since he come running in here." "I don't rightly think you're an idiot," Bridger declared with a grim smile. "Just figured you for more sense when it comes to fighting Blackfoot." "I fit my share of the bastards, that's for certain," Titus said. "Ain't had a year in these mountains what Bugs boys hasn't troubled me and mine." "I told Titus he could still slip off when it gets dark tonight," Sweet explained. "Shadrach," Bass said with a grin and a doleful wag of his head, "you goddamn well know them red niggers got us surrounded, so there ain't no slipping off come dark for any coon." "The man's right, Shad," Bridger agreed. "There ain't gonna be no leaving for any of us now. If there's gonna be a fight with all these here bastards, I for one am sure as hell glad to have Titus Bass and his guns here with us." Scratch nodded at Gabe with appreciation. That simple gesture was all the thanks he needed to express for those words from an old friend. Sweet himself patted Bass on the shoulder, then turned to the side, staring over the brush and log breastworks the brigade had hastily thrown up the day before. The very day Titus had ridden into the brigade camp, making a midwinter social call on old friends. For hundreds of miles around, the land lay locked in winter, frozen and silent. From time to time, over the last couple of months, Scratch had ventured out to try trapping one river or another, believing that he would find some beaver out of their lodges. But with the hard freeze that held on week after week, even the Yellowstone had turned to ice. Restless as a deerfly in high summer, Titus finally decided he would mosey upriver to visit Bridger's camp. Before the hard freeze had descended upon this country, Scratch had bumped into some of Gabe's men scouting for sign of beaver a few miles up Pryor Creek from the Crow village. They had informed him where the brigade had made its camp on the north side of the Yellowstone, just west of the mouth of Rock Creek, no more than a long day's ride from the mouth of the Pryor. A week later, he had hugged Magpie, kissed Waits by the Water, and given the little boy child a squeeze before he was off. Sometimes, a man just needed to move. At first, Scratch had smelled the wood smoke, then spotted the gray tatters of it clinging among the tops of the leafless cottonwoods upriver. From the side slope of a hill, he had spotted the brigade's camp no more than 2 miles ahead. It was late of the afternoon, which meant he was saddle-weary, hungry, and half froze for coffee, not to mention how keenly he anticipated the palaver and storytelling they'd do around the fire that night. He had nudged Samantha into a brisk walk, reining her down the gentle slope toward the bottomland, where he lost sight of the camp as he emerged from the brush along the south bank of the Yellowstone and dismounted. He had dropped the reins and stepped onto the ice by himself. A good 10 yards out, he stopped, then jumped and stomped, assured the stuff was thick enough for them both. Skirting some spongy patches, Bass had gotten the mule to the north bank, the wood smoke grown all the stronger in his nostrils, when his ears caught a sound that shouldn't have been on that cold wind. Not that trappers didn't yelp and whoop and holler themselves when they took a notion to, but those voices sure didn't sound like white men at all. He had swung into the saddle cinched on Samantha's back, pitching his leg over the thick bedroll of 2 robes and a blanket, and was just settling his left foot in the wide cottonwood stirrup when a screech jerked him completely around, his heart suddenly in his throat, as more than 24 warriors on snorting ponies broke from the brush 30 yards ahead of him, smack dab between him and the brigade camp. It was die right there or go under, making a stab at pulling his hash out of the fire. Without thinking, Titus had banged his heels against the young mule's flanks. Samantha bolted away, eyes big as beaver dollars, ears standing straight and peaked as granite spires in the nearby Beartooth Mountains. Damn if he hadn't surprised the bastards by charging right at them. They had milled a moment, ponies whirling as they reined up, then split in as many directions as there were horsemen. Bass had Samantha into the brush again, whipping the mule back and forth through the cottonwoods before the warriors could regroup and turn around to pursue him. But there had been more ahead of him before he'd made it to the end of the gauntlet, wondering every step of the way what the hell he would have done if he had decided against charging on into that camp, or if he hadn't had those old friends to run to. "Hold your fire!" some man had bellowed as Bass burst from the willows and buckbrush, lying low along Samantha's neck, clinging like a fat tick to the mule that carried him on a collision course for the piles of deadfall, logs, and leafless brush Bridger's men were stacking up on all sides of their compound at that very moment. "It's a goddamned white man!" "Bridger!" Scratch had screamed as he neared the breastworks. "Sweet! Ho, Meek!" "Damn betcha it's a white man." Of a sudden, a half-dozen of them had shoved their way into the buckbrush wall they had been throwing up, suddenly heaving against the thorny barrier to force open up a narrow path just wide enough for a man to slip through sideways, then forcing it a bit wider, and finally just wide enough that he knew Samantha would make it. It seemed as though a many-armed creature had reached up to drag him out of the saddle, so many hands were raised as he brought the mule skidding to a halt inside the brush corral, a sea of faces, all of them fuzzy and out of focus, blurred by the wreaths of frost that clung about every head. "I'll be the devil's whore if it ain't Titus Bass," growled Joe Meek. Standing just that much taller beside Meek was Shad Sweet. "Come to pay us a social call, have you?" Bass had gotten his land legs back there on the frozen, compacted snow, working his knees a moment to assure himself they would hold his weight after the long, cold ride. "Nah, you soft-brained niggers. I come to tell you boys you're plumb surrounded by Blackfoot." Wrinkling his brow with the gravest look of worry Titus could remember ever seeing, Sweet had replied, "Blackfoot? Blackfoot? Where the Blackfoot?" "We don't see no drammed Blackfoot," Bridger roared with laughter as he had come stomping up, holding out his bare hand. "You niggers are lowering a bull snake's belly thinking you're so goddamned funny," Titus had grumbled as he'd knocked Bridger's hand aside and they embraced quickly. "Man comes riding in here to help you boys, Blackfoot stuck on his tail like stink on a polecat, and all you can do is rawhide him like you're doing to me?" "Don't take no offense," Sweet pleaded with a grin as big as sunrise. "Me and Joe didn't mean nothing by it. Glory if we ain't all pleased to see your butt-ugly mug, Titus." "And his guns," Joe added, slapping the thin man on the back. "If and there's a man what shoots center and kills Blackfoot, it be Titus Bass." "We can sure stand to have us another gun, Scratch," Bridger observed grimly, much of the good humor gone. "From what I saw back yonder, you boys need every gun you can get," Bass replied. Sweet shrugged. "Last we figured a while ago, Gabe and me Cypher were on the downside of odds, 20-1. With a low whistle, Scratch wagged his head.
"Good thing you didn't catch these or errors yourself,"
George W. Ebert commented as he stepped up behind Bass. He turned, finding Squire Ebert stopping at the rear of a prancing Samantha, 3 arrows quivering from her bloody flanks. Quickly, he snagged hold of her halter, holding it tight just below her jaw as he stroked her muzzle, scratched a moment between her eyes and ears, cooing at her. Then he stepped back to her hindquarters, inspecting the 3 wounds. "I figure I can quit all 3 of 'em out of her," Titus proposed. "Ain't a one too deep the shaft'll pull off." Bridger winked, commenting, "Just didn't give 'em a good enough target, Scratch." "Didn't ever plan to, neither." He stood at Samantha's head again, stroking her neck. "You boys got your stock in here with you?" "All of our critters," Sweet explained. "I'll drop my bedroll and possibles off yonder by those trees, then I'll cut these here arrows out. Please tell me you'll have some hot coffee for me when I'm done." Dick Owens poured him a cup as Scratch walked up more than a half hour later. The sun had gone down before Bass had begun his bloody work on the mule's flanks, and it had grown cold as all get out. He sipped at his coffee, holding it under his face to let the steam warm the frozen rawhide of his cheeks and nose, sensing the painful return of feeling to his fingertips as he clutched the tin cup in both hands. Finally, he asked those close by, "How you fellers get yourselves in such a fine fix as this?" Around that fire, Shad Sweet and some others began to relate the story of how 40 of Bridger's brigade had run into a small band of Blackfoot, some 20 of them sniffing around in Crow Country a few weeks back. Those 40 trappers had rushed off to ambush the war party, pinning them down on a narrow timbered island in the middle of the Yellowstone, then nearly wiped them out. "But something tells me a few of them niggers got away," Scratch declared, "and they rode hard for home to bring the rest of these devil's whelps." Squire Ebert nodded. "They left the dead ones behind. 4 bastards, the rest shoved under the ice covering the river. But from all the patches of blood on the snow and the scratches of them travois they made when they hauled off their wounded, easy to tell we cut 'em up purty bad." "I'll say we cut 'em up real bad," Shad snorted. "Next day when we had us a look where they forded up, we found plenty of brains and blood." "That war party didn't have a horse left between 'em after we run off their stock," Meek explained by the fire. "So they was dragging them travois out of there on foot." "Way we tallied it," Sweet reckoned, "there wasn't but a handful got out of there 'thout a scratch." "Don't look like it matters now," Bass grumped. "If and only one got away to bring the others, you're still in the soup, boys." "Look who's in the soup with us," Ebert bawled, slapping his knee. "I'm glad he is," Sweet observed. After sipping some more of his steamy coffee before it went cold with the rapid drop in temperature, Scratch asked, "So how long you fellas been hunkered down here?" 3 days now, Meek disclosed. "Ever since we run off them Blackfoot, Gabe's been like a nervous old woman. Every day he'd go up on that bluff yonder with his spyglass, looked over the country far and wide." "Only a matter of time afore they come to even the score," Sweet groaned. Early that next morning on his climb to the bluff, Bridger discovered the plain downriver boiling with Blackfoot, with even more warriors streaming across the ridges. Hurrying back to camp, he started his men building the breastworks of deadfall and buckbrush, laboring long and hard to hack clear a wide no-man's land completely around their fortress. Inside, the trappers chopped down nearly every cottonwood for the walls. Then yesterday, Bridger had slipped out to learn what he could of the Blackfoot, discovering that even more of the enemy were arriving, seeing that the warriors had moved their camp no more than 2 miles from where the white men waited out the brutal sub-zero cold. By that third day, the 60-man brigade had a bulwark that stood almost 6 feet high, enclosing a square some 250 feet to a side. If they were going to die there, they sure as hell planned on making it tough on the Blackfoot to rub them out. "God damn 'em and their war songs," Sweet grumbled beside Scratch now. "They been playing them drums every day they had us surrounded." While the intense cold settled into his every joint this evening of his second day within the breastworks, Titus had to admit those never-ending drums were starting to bother him too, as the trappers sat in the fading glow of that winter twilight. Listening to the distant singing, shouts, and high-pitched shrieks, Bass chuckled and said, "You're about as grumpy as a bear 'thout your sleep, ain't you?" "Can't none of us sleep much since they showed up," Bridger explained as he came up at a crouch. "Shad's got good reason to be grumpy. He's always been the one made sure we always had half the boys awake while the rest got some shut-eye." Night fell on the Yellowstone Valley, a second coming of darkness for Bass here among Bridger's 60. Men came and went around the fires burning at the bottom of pits scooped out of the sandy soil so none of them would be backlit as they moved about their fortress. More than 24 of the men had already curled up in their robes near one or another of the 10 fires, desperately trying for some sleep because they were scheduled to go on watch later that night. Bass lay there in a cocoon of his own robes and blanket, shuddering until the fur finally warmed with his body's heat. For the longest time he could not get comfortable enough to sleep, listening to the low voices of those keeping a watch at the walls, the snuffling of the cold animals gnawing on scraps of peeled cottonwood bark nearby, the crunch and whine of footsteps made upon the trampled snow. And through it all, he thought of Waits by the Water, how she was faring with Magpie and her newborn brother. He wondered when the first maker would show him a name for the child, then brooded that he might never make it back to the Crow village to give that name to the boy. There wasn't a man among those 62 of them who didn't know the deck was stacked against them. At his last count, Bridger announced there had to be more than 1,000 Blackfoot ready to charge the breastworks. Chances were the warriors had worked themselves up with the singing and dancing and drum pounding for better than 3 days, so they'd attack in the morning, the 4th. Plenty of horses and guns, powder and blankets to win as the spoils of battle when they wiped out the white men. He thought about how grim the mood had become just that afternoon as the sun sank in the west and the trappers saw just how clear that terrible night would be, driving the temperatures far below zero. It grew so cold, the water in the trees froze and they began to pop. From time to time through the night, a big cottonwood split as the cold continued to plummet, booming like that throaty 12-pounder at Fort Union when it had raked through the cabins where the Deschamps clan took cover. Smaller trees popped like the smoothbores these Blackfoot traded off the English north in Canada. How he wished he were back beside his woman, smelling her skin, feeling himself grow hard and hot against her flesh. How he missed her. How he would miss her if this were the end. Scratch knew he had to stay there among friends who were glad to have one more man, one more gun. If these men were going to hunker down to the bitter end, taking as many of the bastards as they could with them when the end came, then Bass decided he belonged there. After all, there was no better place for a man to reach the end of his string than among his fellows. No better time to have his candle snuffed out than in giving his life while protecting his friends. "Bass," the voice whispered sharply in his ear. Instantly coming out of the thick fog of sleep, blinking his eyes, ripping back the buffalo robe, and poking his face into the cold blackness, he found Osborne Russell kneeling over him. "Bridger sent me for you." His mouth was as pasty as the scum of bear tallow at the bottom of a week-old kettle. "Yeah," he groaned. "Bridger." Suddenly, Titus realized something was different. The whole damned fortress was bathed in an eerie crimson light. The pale red glow shimmered and pulsed, turning Russell's face, his squat beaver hat, the upturned collar of his buffalo coat, everything tinged red as fresh blood. Titus was scared right down to his marrow, but it wasn't the cold that made him shiver as he kicked off the robes and blanket to stand. Where's he?" His teeth chattered, clacking more from fright than cold. Scratch admitted he hadn't been this scared since Asa McCafferty had first chattered about hoodoos and malevolent spirits slipping through that crack in the sky from the other side of existence. "Come on," Russell said as he snugged his hat down over his ears. There wasn't a man asleep now. Every one of the 61 either stood watching the sky or sat dumbfounded in his robes, having been awakened by the others. "How long this been going on?" Titus asked with a gulp. Meek turned at his approach. "Just started." "Damn, it's almost purty," Scratch whispered quietly, "if it didn't scare the piss out of me." Then he realized he did need to relieve himself and turned away to the breastworks. He urinated on the brush, not once taking his eyes off the dancing, shimmering lights that slowly extended their crimson paint across more and more of the northern sky. "Ever you see something like this?" Sweet asked as Bass stepped up beside him. He wagged his head. "Neither have I," Bridger agreed. "Damn, looky there!" Levin Mitchell exclaimed nearby. At the very center of the corona, the lights no longer merely pulsed. Now to the east of north, bands of crimson lights began to stream skyward from the edge of the earth, brilliant fingers of red, rust, orange, and blood-tinted gold. every streamer of color wavering, pulsing, expanding, and diminishing, then expanding again as the trappers murmured among themselves. "Listen," Bass said, after a long time of watching the heavens. "To what?" Meek asked. "I don't hear a thing," Russell commented. "That's just it," Titus told them. "I ain't heard them goddamned drums since you come woke me." "I believe Scratch is right," Bridger declared. "Sons of bitches ain't pounding and dancing no more. They seed this sky, too." "Bound to, Scratch," Shad said. "Looky there. Them red lights are brightest over in their part of the sky, off to the east yonder." For a long time, Titus brooded on the heavenly show, then said, "This here gotta be some big medicine to them Blackfoot fellas. The way Injuns read sign, this bound to be about the biggest medicine any of them niggers ever laid eyes on." In all his natural-born days, this eerie display of the northern lights had to be the most frightening exhibition of celestial fire he had ever witnessed. Up to this moment, the most dramatic night phenomenon he had seen had been back in the autumn of '33, when the sky rained fire. One shooting star after another, a handful at a time, almost from the moment the sky grew dark enough to spot the starry trails, right on till dawn, when the coming light made the sky grow so pale the meteor shower was no longer visible. Remembering how Josiah's little boy had cried with wonder and fear that night. Joshua. Bass wondered on him now. The child would be close to 4 years old, walking and talking, likely riding a horse, too. How he hoped Josiah had fared well down there in Taos with Matthew Kincaid and that free man, Esau. Safer there were they all than he up here in Crow Country, where the damned Blackfoot had come to raid. He whispered a curse on that 1,000 surrounding Bridger's brigade, a breathless curse on their women and children, on their old and on their young who would grow into warriors, an especially hardy curse on their women, for it was they who gave birth to generations of fighting men. "What did you say?" Sweet asked, stepping over. He immediately realized he had been muttering in a whisper. "Just asking God to do something for me is all." "Never knowed you to be a religious man," Shad replied. "I ain't, not like most." "You was asking God to do what?" Bridger inquired. Scratch sighed. "I asked the same God what made that bloody sky up there to wipe out all them red niggers." "You a prayin' man, Titus Bass?" Meek asked when he stepped close. Titus thought a moment, then said, "I suppose I am when it comes down to it, Joe. Leastways, like I said, I'm prayin' God rubs all them sons of bitches off the face of the earth." "I figure every man can pray for that too," Bridger added quietly. And quiet was just the way it remained inside those breastworks for the rest of the night. So quiet a man could swear he could hear the hum of that northern sky as it pulsated and wavered red as blood. From downstream floated the distant songs and chants, the hearty rhythms, as some of the Blackfoot pounded sticks on rawhide parfleshes serving in place of drums. They, too, had to be watching the portent of this terrible sky. Gradually, the east began to lighten, and with the coming of dawn, the brilliance of the northern lights softened from crimson to a pale rose. Eventually, there were no more streaks of red in the sky as the sun made its appearance downriver. And with that newborn light, Titus saw how the frightening cold had settled along the Yellowstone itself, seeping among the trees, its foggy mist clinging in dirty white smears through the bone-like cottonwood and brush. "Here they come!" At the warning cry, the 62 were instantly jerked into motion, crowding toward that wall of the breastworks where the call had been raised. No longer were these fur men quiet. First, they muttered to themselves, then talked low to others nearby. As those first ranks of Blackfoot emerged from the swirling, icy mist downriver, several of the trappers cursed. 200 yards. More and ever more filed behind them. It had to be just as Bridger pronounced, 1,000, mayhaps even more than 1,000. The enemy ranks filled the wide riverbed from bank to bank, trudging toward the white man's fortress on foot through the snow, using the Yellowstone's unobstructed frozen surface to make their approach. "This be the day, boys," Bridger bellowed. "Take some of them niggers with you." All around Bass, the trappers were screwing up their resolve now, yelling at one another with that sort of encouragement doomed men give to friends and comrades as the end looms near. At the center of the breastworks, the trappers' squaws began to keen quietly, the young half-breed children whimpering pitifully. "Hell is where I'll send as many as I can," Shad roared. Popping a half-dozen lead balls into his mouth for the coming fight, Titus vowed, "By God, I'll see my share in hell afore noon." On the Blackfoot came. At the center of that first column walked a figure in a heavy white wool blanket, wearing a headdress constructed of numberless white ermine skins to which had been attached polished buffalo horns. Attached to the narrow cord of sinew between the horn tips was a single eagle feather that trembled on each wisp of cold breeze. No more were any of the Blackfoot hidden by the fog. Now, the whole of them paraded in full view of the white men waiting behind the bulwark of their brush fort. What an impressive sight they made, their faces clearly painted, feathers and scalps streaming from lances, bows and shields, war clubs and rifles at the ready. "You ever faced anything like this?" Meek asked. "Shit," and Bass shook his head. "I ain't ever seed this many Blackfoot in one place afore." Then, just beyond 100 yards, the one in the white blanket waved an arm, shouting something to those around him, and that first rank of warriors turned aside. Slogging onto the snowy bank, they pushed on through the brush until they reached the open prairie as the wind kicked up old snow around their ankles and calves.
"You figure 'em to work around us, Gabe?"
Ebert hollered. "I can't figure 'em for nothing," Bridger answered. "No telling what they're about." It did indeed mystify the trappers to watch the succeeding ranks of the warriors follow the first. Instead of some going this way while others went that in what Scratch had assumed would be their attempt to surround the breastworks, the Blackfoot all followed the one in the white blanket. Eventually, the entire war party had abandoned the frozen river for the open prairie more than 100 yards from where the trappers stood waiting the attack. By then, the first warriors to reach that open ground were starting to sit. As the hundreds arrived in waves, they too settled into the snow around their leaders, forming a huge council circle in that open-air amphitheater. "Don't that take the chalk?" Scratch cried. "What you cal'late they're up to, Gabe?" Sweet asked. "Can't say as I know," Bridger replied. "Yellow-backed sons of bitches!" Bass flung his voice over the breastworks at the enemy. Suddenly emboldened, other trappers began to taunt the Blackfoot.
"You're women!"
"Cowards!
"Can't fight us like real men!"
Titus screamed with the others. "You ain't got no manhood!" "Come on and fight!" Sweet bellowed. Louder and louder the white men became in their insults, but still the Blackfoot remained in their huge war council just beyond rifle range.
"You want we should fire some bullets at 'em?" Squire Ebert inquired.
"Just a waste for now," Bridger declined. Scratch agreed. "You'll need your lead soon enough, boys." "Damn," Sweet growled. "I'll bet there ain't one of them niggers knows any American talk."
"Too bad they can't understand what we're calling 'em,"
Meek added. With a grin, Bass passed his rifle off to Osborne Russell. "Hold this for me." "What you fixin' to do?" Russell asked. Turning to Meek and Sweet, Scratch gave instructions. "You two about the biggest niggers there is out in these here mountains. Both of you pull aside some of that brush wall over there." "What the hell for?" Meek demanded. "Them Blackfoots don't speak no American, so they don't understand us, right?" "Right," Sweet replied, still mystified. "So I'm gonna talk to 'em in sign so they damn well know what I think of 'em." "Shit," Bridger grumbled. "They too far off. None of them red niggers gonna see you talking in hand sign." Smiling hugely now, Scratch shook his head and said, "Them bastards bound to see my sign, Gabe." "Come on, Joe," Sweet cried, bolting away. "Help me pull this here brush back." The moment the two of them had muscled the logs and branches apart, Scratch lunged through. Right behind him, Meek and Sweet popped through the narrow opening as every last one of the trappers surged to that wall to have themselves a good vantage point to watch Bass's sign-making. Instead of stopping just outside the breastworks, Scratch kept right on going, halting only after he was more than 10 yards beyond the wall, alone and in the open, where he began to attract the attention of those warriors on the outer flank of the council. Emerging from the breastworks empty-handed, the lone white man unbuckled his belt and flung it to the ground beside him, then yanked off his elk-hide coat. Spinning about in the swirling ground snow to face the fortress again, Bass dropped the coat and dragged up the long tail of his war shirt, tugging aside the blue wool breechclout to expose his rump. With one cold, bare hand, he slapped the faded wool long handles. From afar came the first shouts of fury. He was certain they understood his sign. "Come kiss my ass, you yellow dogs!" he screamed as he bent over, staring between his legs at the Blackfoot. "Come kiss my ass!" Behind Titus, both Meek and Sweet were doubled over, roaring with laughter. At the walls of the brush fort, every one of those 60-some trappers were screaming at the Blackfoot now, many gasping for breath as they guffawed and yelled, guffawed and bellowed some more. This was damn well about as much fun as a man could have before he went under. When his rump and bare hands grew numb from the terrible cold, Bass finally stood, wheeled about, and raised the front tail of his war shirt, grabbing his crotch. "This here's a man," he shrieked at the enemy. "You ain't got a pecker like me 'cause you're all women." "Women afraid to fight," Sweet cried behind him. Eventually, Titus picked his coat out of the snow, buckling the belt around it, then turned again, bent over, and gave his rump one last slap before he slowly trudged back to the breastworks, accompanied by the hoots and hollers and uproarious cheers of those 61 other men. At the walls, Meek and Sweet slapped him on the shoulders, teary-eyed they were laughing so hard. "Up with him," Shad ordered. With that, the two of them firmly seized the smaller man and hoisted Titus high into the air. Confused for a moment, Bass thrashed as Meek and Sweet stepped directly under him, settling the skinny man atop their shoulders where he caught his balance. The cheering grew even louder as 24 more emerged from that narrow gap in the breastworks, pushing back on it to carve an entrance wide enough for those who carried Bass aloft. Many of the trappers were already growing hoarse from shouting and laughing so lustily in the dry, cold air, surging around Meek and Sweet, some bending over and slapping their own rumps to copy how Bass had taunted the enemy. Back inside the breastworks, Sweet and Meek started around in a wide circle, still carrying Titus on their shoulders, when Bridger suddenly hollered above the clamor. "Someone's fat is in the fire, boys!" The noise ended abruptly, and Scratch leaped to the snow, hurrying to the wall with the others. The warriors were parting slightly, allowing that warrior in the white blanket to step through their numbers. Halfway between the Blackfoot and the breastworks, he came to a halt and began to wave his arms. First one, then another of the white men translated the chief's gestures. "Says they ain't gonna fight." "Can't fight us today." More signs were made. "Gonna go back to his village now." Shaking his head in wonder, Scratch reflected, "You suppose them Blackfoot figured that red sky over their camp was bad medicine for 'em?" Sweet snorted with a gust of raw mirth and said, "It sure weren't your skinny ass what scared 'em off." As the white men watched in fascination, the chief turned aside and started across the bottom ground for the slopes bordering the valley, starting west for the Three Forks of the Missouri. At the same time, less than half of the warriors began to move away in the opposite direction, marching downriver to the east. "That bunch ain't going back home," Meek commented sourly. "This gotta be a trick," Ebert said. "We'll wait 'em out and see," Bridger declared. A few minutes later, as the last of the Blackfoot were disappearing around a bend in the Yellowstone, Sweet came up and threw his arm around Bass's shoulder. "You scared 'em off with that bony ass of your'n, Scratch." Thin-lipped and melancholy, Bass wagged his head. He pointed downriver. Not that bunch, Shad. They ain't running off for home. Them niggers is making for Crow country.
20.
Not trusting the Blackfoot any farther than he could throw one, Jim Bridger had his brigade maintain their vigilant watch across the next 3 days, wary that the enemy would lay a trap for the unsuspecting whites. Then, on the 4th day, Bridger called for a small detachment of volunteers to venture from their breastworks and reconnoiter the surrounding countryside for sign of the war party. Joe Meek, Kit Carson, and the others returned at twilight to report they hadn't seen a warrior. But what they had found sure made them grateful those northern lights had spooked the Blackfoot.
Joe's the one with some proper learning, so he ciphered it out, Carson explained. When we come across all them war lodges that bunch had downriver, we could make out how each one was big enough to hold least 10 men. Meek went to counting straight away, and he tallied up enough of them timber lodges to make for 1,200 warriors.
But for that deserted encampment of conical brush, branch, and log shelters, there wasn't another sign of the Blackfoot. 6 days after the enemy had abandoned the country, Bridger's brigade crossed the Yellowstone at the mouth of Clark's Fork and started east. Bass marched with them those first few days until they reached Pryor Creek, where he hailed his farewells. The 61 would push east for the Bighorn with plans to hunt buffalo, while Scratch turned Samantha downstream to look for the Crow camp, anxious to rejoin his family. That spring, after caching their winter goods, Scratch took Waits by the Water, Magpie, and the infant boy north for the Musselshell country where the beaver grew sleek, their pelts much darker than anywhere to the south. At the site where he had been mauled by a sow grizzly 7 years before, Bass sat beside the river with his family and the old dog, burned some sage and sweetgrass in a small fire at their feet, then smoked his pipe while the boy nursed in his mother's arms. Here in this place, with the sleepy child's tummy filled, Titus decided the time had come for him to name his son. For a long, long time, he told Magpie, who sat in his lap, I thought I should name your little brother Isape.
Woodtick?
His wife asked, looking up as she removed her glistening nipple from the sleeping child's mouth. Bass grinned as he looked up at his wife, nodding. Isn't he always sucking at you? Just the way a fat little tick sucks blood till he's so full he falls right off to wait for another deer to walk past. Magpie looked closely at her baby brother as he slept, then watched as Waits slipped her breast back inside her dress. With a giggle, she looked back at her sleeping brother.
Woodtick, that is a good name, Popo.
But I will not give him that name, Scratch corrected, resetting her on one of his knees as Zeke laid his chin on Bass's other leg. Next, I thought he should be named for a bird, just like his sister.
Yes,
Magpie cried exuberantly.
What bird?
Ischia, he replied. Snowbird. Waits smiled.
You thought of this because he is our winter baby?
Yes, Scratch declared. For a long time I thought it would be good to name our children for birds, because they are about as free as any animal I know. But Waits asked,
You don't want to call him Snowbird?
No, Titus wagged his head. Later, I finally figured out our son should have a name that wouldn't cause other children to make fun of him when he grows a little bigger and starts to play with other youngsters in the Crow village. For a boy, better that it be a strong name.
What did you decide for him? His wife asked.
Bishkishpi, he replied. Waits gazed down at their son.
Little flea?
Look at him, he explained. See how he clings to you, just like a flea clings to a dog.
That is what every child does to its mother,
Waits explained. Then Scratch continued. When Flea gets old enough to understand, I want to give him a white name. Magpie looked up into her father's face and asked,
Why do that?
I want to give my children the sort of name a white child would have. The girl scrambled to her feet there before him, taking some of his beard in each of her tiny hands and holding her face close to his.
Are you going to give me a white name too?
I thought I would, one day when you grow bigger, Magpie, he confirmed. but I won't if you are still happy with your crow name." She thought about that for a while, then said,
"No, I like Magpie. It feels like it should be my name. Maybe when I am older you can give me a white name, but while I am a little girl, I am Magpie."
He grinned. "That's just how I feel about it too," and gave her a squeeze. "Go sit with your mother." When he took the boy in his arms and Magpie settled in her mother's lap, Titus said a prayer for them all, asking for a special blessing on the child he was giving the name Flea. When he was done with that simple ceremony, Bass was content to hold the sleeping child across his arms as the air warmed that late afternoon, birds chirping in the budding branches overhead. After sitting in the exquisite silence for a long time, her daughter dozing in her lap, Waits asked, "Do you think Magpie will marry a white man?" "In many ways, I hope she doesn't," he eventually admitted.
"But my life with you has been very good," Waits declared. "If I had married a crow man, I would not travel as far as I have, nor would I see anywhere near as much as I do with you."
"Doesn't it make your life harder to stay on the move with your white husband?" She grinned and shook her head.
"No, life would be much, much harder with a crow husband. A white man takes care of his wife much better, and he treats his woman much better too."
"Then you hope Magpie finds a white man to marry?" Nodding, Waits said,
"Not just any white man. If she can find a man as good as her father, then I want her to marry him."
Aroused from her brief nap, the little girl stretched, then toddled over to her father and clasped her arms around one of his.
"Maybe you marry me when I grow up, Popo?"
He laughed a little and hugged her close. "I can't marry you because I am your father, but I can make sure that the man who does marry you will treat you just as good as I treat your mother."
"Then I won't marry anyone. I will always live with you and my mother," Magpie vowed.
Bass grinned at Waits. "Maybe you should tell our daughter that there will come a day when she will be very anxious to leave us so she can go live with a young man."
"There is no sense in explaining that to her any time soon, Bois," she replied with a grin. "Soon enough your daughter will find out about men all on her own."
Marching south from the Mussel Shell after a successful spring hunt, they recrossed the Yellowstone early that summer, hurrying through the lengthening days, putting every mile they could behind them, riding from dawn's first light until dusk forced them to stop for the night. Striking the Bighorn, they continued on down the Wind River to swing around the far end of the mountains where they crossed the southern pass. On its western slope, they struck New Fork, following it to its mouth, then turned north on the Green to reach Horse Creek, site of that summer's rendezvous. From the high benchland, he could see that the Nez Perce were already there, their village raised in a horseshoe bend of the twisting creek beyond the scattered camps of company and freemen.
"Where are the many?"
Waits asked. "Didn't figure us for coming in early," he told her in English, his eyes narrowing with concern. "Trader ain't come in yet neither."
"I am tired of the long journey," she told him. "We'll stay a while. Wait for the trader."
"Yes," he said, relieved to know she wasn't impatient after the long journey. "I promised you a new copper kettle. We'll wait for the trade goods." Beyond the first few camps of free men, he ran across the sprawling settlement of lean-tos and blanket bowers where the company men sat out these midsummer days, watching the east for signs of the caravan. Just beyond Bridger's brigade, Bass found a small copse of trees that would do while they joined the wait. After a day occupied with setting up their shelters and dragging in some wood from down the valley, he spent a morning untying the rawhide wangs from his packs of fur, dusting and combing each pelt for vermin, then carefully repacking them until it came time for the St. Louis men to attach a value to his year's labor. By afternoon, it was time to ride over to look up those friends who had shared a cold winter siege with him along the Yellowstone. Zeke settled in the shade with him as Kit Carson, Joe Meek, Shad Sweet, and others came up to have themselves some palaver and a little of what whiskey remained in the American Fur Company kegs. "Jehoshaphat," Bass growled as his cup was filled, looking round at those company trappers who hadn't been with Bridger's men last winter on the Yellowstone. If the sight of them Blackfoot skedaddling wasn't call for old Gabe to pour out an extra ration of Pratt and Choteau's whiskey. Holding the small keg beneath one arm and doing the pouring now, Sweet added, "Damn me, boys, but this child won't ever again have me cause to get liquored up on one poor cup." The two of them were holding court there beside the Green River that hot July day, 1837, telling and retelling the tale of that just-about battle with those Blackfoot some 1,200 strong. One bunch after another of Andrew Drips's brigade showed up to hear the story of when one white man's bony rump turned back the biggest war party ever heard tell of in the mountains. "More Injuns than ever these eyes seed in one place," Bridger testified. One of Drips's trappers regarded Bass warily, demanding, "You really the one showed his arse and made them Blackfeets run away?" Before Titus could reply, Shad slammed a hand down on Scratch's shoulder, sloshing some whiskey as he answered for Bass. "Just the sight of this coon's arse turned them niggers' hearts to water." Nearly every one of those doubters who came to hear the story looked Bass up and down, plainly struggling to believe the tale because Scratch wasn't near so tall nor anywhere as big as Meek or Sweet. And besides, Titus was a damned sight older than every other trapper most knew out there in the mountains. The skeptical listeners clearly had trouble believing the story until Carson or Meek, Sweet or Bridger told them about those northern lights and that terrifying crimson sky. A legend was a-borning, but all the more a tale about that frightening celestial display than a tale about one man pulling aside his breech clout to insult the enemy. "Gabe!" The whole bunch turned with that cry of alarm from Meek. Joe stood just beyond the circle of their shelters at the edge of the prairie, pulling a looking glass from his eye. More than 100 men fell silent in a blink. That tone of warning and danger in the big man's voice damn well didn't belong at rendezvous. Here they came to relax among companions and friendlies, but those who remembered the deadly battle in Pierre's Hole knew how quickly a summer's tranquil stillness could be shattered. "It's them Bannocks again," another man cried. "Bannocks?" Grabbing Sweet by the arm, Bass demanded, "What's going on?" On Shad's face was a look of murderous determination. "Trouble. You bring your gun?" "Right over there, but I didn't figure I'd ever—" Bridger interrupted everything with his bellow. "Where them Nez Perce?" "Over here," George Ebert answered. "Keep 'em out of sight, Squire," Bridger ordered. Turning round to the rest, he commanded, "Lick your flints and prime your pans, boys. This can't be no social call." Not with the way those 36 Bannock warriors were coming on at the gallop. Unlike the rest of the suspicious trappers, Scratch kept expecting the horsemen to raise their rifles into the air, firing them in that universal sign of friendship upon approaching a camp. "This ain't gonna be good, Shad," Bass said as he eased up beside the taller man. He quickly licked the pad of his thumb, ran it along the underside of the flint in the gun's hammer to swab it clean of burned powder smudge. "Suppose you tell me what lit a fire under their asses?" "Few days afore the Napercy village ever come in for rendezvous, 6 of 'em come on ahead of the rest to find out for sure where the white men was camped. Them Bannocks already had their village on up Horse Crick, and some of their men run onto the Napercy," Shad began. "So those Bannocks up and took the Napercy horses and most everything else they had, too." "Even though both tribes was coming into rendezvous?" "Damn right," Shad replied sourly. "Put a foot, them 6 run on in here, asking us to protect 'em till their village got here. Fact be, while we was making our own way here, we heard this same bunch of Bannock bastards been doing some thieving, raised some traps and plunder from some Frenchies working Bear River last month. So Gabe was more'n happy to help out them Napercy." "How so?" Sweet answered, "Them 6 Napercy waited till dark a couple nights ago, then slipped off to the Bannock camp to see what they could do about getting their ponies back. We didn't see 'em till next morning when the 6 of 'em come in with their horses." "They'd stole 'em back from the Bannocks?" Sweet nodded. "Damn right. I suppose them Bannocks didn't figure no one'd dare try, so most of the warriors was off hunting when the Napercy stole their ponies back.
Them Percy bucks rode right in here, told us to be ready for a fight with the Bannocks, and give the finest horse to Bridger hisself."
"That was a stroke of medicine," Bass said, as the Bannock warriors neared the tree line. By now he could see the horsemen were painted. Not a good sign at all. Seizing the halter of the Nez Perce gift horse, Bridger hollered, "Grab tight on your horses, boys. I'll wager these buggers aim to run 'em off." With war screeches, snorting horses, and the slamming of hooves as they brought their ponies to a dusty halt, the horsemen careened into the trappers' camp with bluster enough for twice their number. Two of their group waved their weapons, yelling at the rest, sending the warriors this way and that through the camp. Each one of the 36 naked warriors bellowed threateningly, shaking his old fusil or bow or war club at the white men. Damn if those Bannock didn't try their best to frighten the horses, bullying the white men by swinging their own mounts at the trappers who remained on foot among the shelters. One of the leaders, a barrel-chested youngster, halted his pony near Bridger, hollering down at the brigade leader. "Get over here, Mansfield," Bridger ordered. "I need someone what knows this red nigger's tongue." Cotton Mansfield trotted over to begin making sense of the youth's shrieking bravado.
"Says he don't want no trouble with you, with no white man, but he come for the ponies, them horses took from his camp." "You tell him I don't know nothing about horses took from his camp," Bridger snarled. "Tell him his manners is bad, and he better get his ass out of here till he can act better." Shouting among themselves, the Bannocks slowly regathered around their leader at the edge of the trapper camp. Mansfield whispered to Bridger from the corner of his mouth, "They didn't figure to have to fight white men, Gabe."
"That big young'un told you that?" Nodding, Mansfield said,
"They only come for to kill them Nez Perce and get their horses back."
"Tell 'em to get," Bridger growled, the short fuse on his anger all but gone.
"Watch out, Gabe!"
Bridger whirled at the warning from one of his men, finding the second leader of the bunch loping up atop his pony. He was shouting at the rest of the horsemen.
"Jim,"
Mansfield whispered sharply,
"he knows that horse of yours come from the Nez Perce."
"To hell with him," Meek yelled as Omentucken, his Shoshone wife, cautiously stepped from their shelter and stood beside her imposing husband to watch the confrontation. Bass could see the dark cloud suddenly cross the second, older Bannock leader's face. His dark, chert-like eyes narrowed on Bridger as he came to a halt beside the gift horse and began to mutter something to the others. Scratch turned to Carson, saying, "That nigger looks to be bad from mouth to headwaters, Kit." Mansfield translated,
"This'n says you got his horse."
"Tell him it ain't his," Bridger snapped. "Belonged to the Nez Perce, and they give it to me. A present what's mine now." They watched the way Mansfield's translation struck the Bannock leader. Furious, he drew himself up atop his pony and shouted to the rest.
"He just told them they come for horses or blood," Mansfield warned.
"Get ready, boys," Sweet ordered as everyone braced in a crouch, weapons ready. Slapping his quirt along his pony's flanks, the older Bannock leader forced his horse between Bridger and the Nez Perce pony. As Bridger's hand was wrenched from the lariat around its neck, the war chief seized the bridle. All around the two of them, trapper rifles came up, and the last of the hammers were snapped back to full cock. Before any of the horsemen could react, one of the guns rang out. No man would later admit to firing the first shot, a deafening boom beneath that canopy of leafy cottonwood. Atop his horse, the Bannock chief stiffened, arched backward, and spilled to the ground, a red smear on the center of his chest. The wolf was out, and no way to put him back in his den. With throaty screams, the Bannock fired their smoothbores, aimed their bows, and fired their arrows. Some hurled their war clubs at the trappers who were diving this way or that as the air filled with gun smoke and shrieks, arrows and curses. But in less time than it would take for a man to fill and light his pipe, the horsemen had turned and retreated, leaving 6 of their dead behind in the white man's camp. Many of the trappers dashed from the trees, stopped, and leveled their long guns on the backs of the fleeing warriors. Another half-dozen fell before the Bannock were out of rifle range.
"Ah, Joe!"
Meek and the others spun at Squire Ebert's pained call. The trapper was slowly lowering Joe's wife, the mountain lamb, to the ground. The front of her beaded shawl was dark with blood around the shaft of an arrow Ebert held, his hand already slicked with crimson. Collapsing beside her in an instant, Meek cradled his wife across his legs as he gently laid her upon the ground. Plainly, she had taken an arrow intended for him. "Oh, God," Joe whimpered as he peered down into her glazed, fluttering eyes. "Don't die. Please don't die." Shocked, Titus stood there with the others in a ring surrounding the man and woman as the sting of acrid black powder smoke hung in the summer air, remembering the story of this mountain lamb and the two inseparable friends. Now, the woman Joe loved, the mother of his own children, lay gasping in his arms, gurgling for air as a thin trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. She reached up with one hand to touch Joe's face. Her fingers lightly brushed his thick beard before the arm fell limp. "No!" Meek cried piteously, crumpling over her. The sound of that moan, the sight of this big, powerful man brought to his knees with the death of his wife, it tore right through to the marrow of him. Of a sudden, Bass realized how he would suffer should he lose Waits by the water. After all they had been through together? Here was this friend of his, a man with whom he had shared the very real prospect of death, someone who had stood at his back, and he at Meek's. "Shad," Bass whispered harshly as he swallowed down the grief, allowing the anger through. "I reckon we got us some niggers to rub out." Sweet was the first to turn away from the circle, but with him came many others. Doc Newell, Squire Ebert, Kit Carson, Isaac Rose, Cotton Mansfield, Dick Owens, and at least 50 more. There was no need of talk among them, much less any deliberation. Silently, the 100 slipped off to catch up their horses and joined Bass at the edge of the prairie. In the distance, a smudge of dust clung to the horizon, the only sign of the fleeing Bannock. Looking around at those grim-faced, determined men as they climbed atop their horses, Shad Sweet said, "We're all friends of Joe's. He'd do the same for any of you." Then Bass told them, "Want you to remember them young'uns what ain't got a mother now. 'Sides Blackfoot, there ain't no wuss thieves in the mountains." Suddenly, a handful of them howled like wolves, raising their rifles. The rest joined in, yipping and shrieking, 100 horses prancing and sidestepping nervously. "Let's go raise some Bannock hair for Joe," Titus bellowed, savagely kicking heels into the pony's ribs. Away they all shot, dirt flying in clods, streams of it spraying up in coxcombs, streaming down in golden-lit clouds as they spread across the prairie at the gallop, that lone gray-white dog struggling to keep up with the lean, long-legged horses driven in furious pursuit of the Bannock. Men after blood, revenge boiling in their veins. By the time the 50 had crossed that 4 miles of river-bottom land, the 36 Bannock had reached their village and issued their warning. Young boys were already driving in the small herd of ponies. Old people were gathering up the children. Women were frantically yanking lacing pins from lodges, tearing stakes from the ground, dragging lodge skins and poles from the anchor tripods. At the moment the first one of them spotted the oncoming trappers beneath the dusty cloud in the mid-distance, she raised a pitiful shriek. In a flurry, the women entirely abandoned their lodges and belongings, wheeling through the line of warriors, racing for the nearby bank of Horse Creek. Into the knee-deep water they churned on foot, turning upstream toward a narrow sandbar of an island where a few warriors beckoned, urging them on. Once onto the sandbar, the women took out their knives or tin cups, starting to dig in the soil, while others tore at the skimpy willow and buckbrush, piling up all they could to construct some sort of shelter that, though it would not stop a bullet, would nonetheless hide them from view. As Titus came off the pony in a run with the others, he slapped the horse on the rump, turning it away as the first of the arrows hissed overhead. He turned at the shrill whimper, expecting to find a friend he knew had been hit. Instead, he discovered Zeke, an arrow shaft trembling from a front shoulder. The old dog stumbled sideways, seized by pain and fear. As Bass whistled and headed for him in a sprint, Zeke tried biting at the shaft until he lost his balance and collapsed onto his side. Lunging onto the dog, Bass flung his rifle aside and seized the shaft, tugging on it gently at first. Good. Didn't feel as if it had buried itself in bone. Quickly, he spread his legs out and laid most of his weight atop the struggling animal while he folded Zeke's muzzle into the crook of his left elbow, then ripped the arrow from the fleshy muscle. Bright red blood slicked the grayish fur, oozing for a moment till Bass pushed a bit of the tobacco quid he had been chewing into the hole. Quickly, he looked at the arrow he had tossed to the ground. The stone point was still attached. Not enough time for the sinew to grow damp enough that the shaft would pull free. As gunfire began all around him, trappers swearing and Bannock yelling, crying, wailing, and shrieking, Scratch rubbed the old dog's ears. "Ain't your day to die, Zeke," he whispered into the closest ear. "This ain't your fight neither. Go on, you get back with them horses." Slowly, Titus came onto his hands and knees, rocked back to let the dog lick at the oozy wound. Zeke peered up at him, then struggled to stand, throwing his head a few times before he managed to stand. "Go on, get!" Scratch flung an arm toward the horses peacefully grazing more than 100 yards off. Reluctantly, the dog started away, hobbling on 3 legs, favoring the one wounded foreleg. Zeke stopped once, some distance away, peered back at his master, then kept on. Scratch dragged a hand under his nose, smearing the dribble, and cleared the clog in his throat, thanking the first maker that the dog hadn't been taken from him. Magpie and Flea needed a dog to play with and watch over them. Good thing that old mongrel was tough as he was. Scarred and stove-up though they were, the two of them made a handsome pair. The hot afternoon breeze struck him full in the face as he raced the few yards toward the riverbank where he finally joined the rest. The smell of those bannock was strong on the wind, a day rank with the stench of blood and dying. Hour by hour the siege went on. Lead sang into the brush on that island. Every now and then, arrows whined out of the willows on the sandbar, arcing down from the summer blue. Sometimes they struck a man in the leg or a foot, perhaps pinned an arm to the ground until someone else freed him and wrapped the ragged wound. "Going back, get us some water," George Ebert said with cracked, dry lips as he crawled past the clump of red willow where Bass and Sweet held down their post. "Take another man with you, Squire," Shad ordered. "Bring back what water you can, and load up with some ball and powder, too." Bass nodded, his tongue starting to swell with thirst just the way it had on that death march he had made with McCafferty down on the Gila. "We're gonna be here for a spell." The warriors were too far away from the white men to make sure kills with their arrows, and every time one of them showed enough of his brown body to make a target, a trapper's rifle roared. Someone grunted on that island of misery. A woman cried out, wailing, until more warriors shrieked their war songs anew, drowning out her grief with their unremitting fury. On and on it went as the day aged and twilight came on. Ebert returned with water in some Mexican gourds and a few tin canteens. Meek and 3 more men had chosen to join him on the ride back from camp, their packs filled with lead balls of different calibers and horns of powder to resupply those who were laying siege to that bloody island. The sun continued to sink behind the western hills, and the first stars appeared. Finally, it was dark, with nothing more than a thin rind of a new moon rising overhead. "They'll slip off now, won't they?" someone asked in that still summer darkness. "Not if we fire at that goddamned island from time to time," Meek suggested, his voice uncannily flat and even. "Joe's right," Sweet agreed. "Teach 'em not to budge. Keep their heads down." On into the night, the 100 white men lay along the west bank of Horse Creek, taking their turns firing at the island where the Bannock had forded up, continuing to dig their foxholes. And all through that night, the women wailed quietly, men sang war songs softly, and children whimpered. Bass felt sad for the children. They didn't know no better. But them big folks, men and women both, they were bad 2 ways of Sunday, and they deserved to die, stealing horses from the Nez Perce, a people what had been good to the white man since the first explorers with the Corps of Discovery crossed these mountains. And now they'd gone and killed a white man's wife, an innocent woman who meant them Bannock no harm. For that, this whole damned shittery of brownskins was due a lesson. Every minute or so, one of the trappers fired his rifle at the island, keeping the enemy on the move, terrifying them as the short summer night dragged on. There would be no escape from their burrows on that sandbar. Those first streaks of dawn fingered out of the east, and with them came a few arrows arcing out of the willows. Then, late that morning, Bass grew concerned and slid over to Carson, telling him he would return after he rode back to camp. "My woman's gonna be frettin'. Likely she's heard the shooting and gone looking for me."
"Take your time," Kit said. "We both got wives, so I know how they can worry a man."
Waits by the water loped barefoot onto the sunny prairie toward Bass the moment she spotted him in the distance. She was crying by the time he lunged the horse to a halt and vaulted out of the saddle. Clumsily, she hurried into his arms, Flea on her hip, Magpie wrapping her arms around her father's leg. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she mumbled words he didn't understand. Then suddenly, she went silent, pulling back from him, hands brushing across his bloody shirt. "It's Zeke," he confessed immediately, turning to point at the prairie. The dog was in the distance, gamely coming along the best he could on those 3 good legs.
"The dog? He is wounded?"
After explaining how Zeke was hit with the arrow, Waits cried all over again as the dog came up. Magpie leaped on him, locking her arms around his thick neck, smothering him with her tiny kisses. Waits pressed her cheek against Bass's neck.
"We worried about you."
"I come to tell you I'm fine," he said, "but it isn't over." While he wolfed down some of the meat she had cooked last night while waiting for him, washing it down with cool creek water, Scratch told her of the siege, its cause, the death of Meek's mountain lamb, then declared that he would be going back, and he made sure she knew why. "I'd 'spect any friend to do the same for me, if'n it were you to die," he said quietly. "Any man what's got him a woman, any man what's ever lost him his woman. I'm going back to do my best by Joe Meek." After tying Zeke to a tree with a length of rawhide lariat, Bass filled up 3 more horns of powder and snatched up another 2 pouches of balls from his possibles. First, he bent to kiss wide-eyed Flea on the forehead, then knelt to sweep Magpie into his arms, holding her aloft as he kissed both her cheeks. Setting her back on the prairie, Scratch handed his rifle to the little girl who stood only half as tall as the tall weapon. He turned to embrace his wife. Pulling back from her, he said, "Close your eyes." When she did, Bass kissed each eyelid gently. She opened them, and he said, "That's until those eyes see me coming back to you." He turned, took up the rifle, and leaped into the saddle again. Bass heard Zeke howling as he galloped away, the hot moisture streaming down his cheeks, and he thought he heard Waits crying far behind him where he had left her. A sound that made the guard hairs stand at the back of his neck. 21. They ended up pinning the Bannock down on that island for another 2 days and nights. Through those hours of darkness when they could not see their enemies, the trappers smoked their pipes and talked about their chances of wiping out that band of lying thieves.
"Why they ain't getting hungry?"
George Ebert growled with dismay.
"We had 'em trapped in there for better'n 3 days."
"They're killing their ponies," Bass explained matter-of-factly. Shad Sweet agreed. "They got enough horses in there to last 'em a long, long time." "Water ain't no problem neither," Joe Meek observed resentfully. "Bastards can hole up in there just as long as we can hold out up here." "I always knowed the Bannocks was about the stealingest red niggers," Scratch observed. "But I never knowed 'em to be near so stupid that they'd sashay right on into a white man's camp, just as bold as you could be, and try to steal some horses." Only way to write a treaty with their kind is in blood, Jim Bridger grumbled. That's right, Osborne Russell declared, patting his half-stock percussion rifle. Best way to write a treaty with them Bannock is with this here rifle. It's the only pen what will write a treaty the bastards will keep. Sometime after the moon had set that third night and men were snoring around him, Bass sat in the brush, remembering a summer night long ago when he had remained behind with Josiah and a few others who were maintaining their vigil around those Blackfoot they had surrounded in Pierre's hole. But unlike that band of thieves and murderers, these Bannock hadn't all slipped away the first night. "Scratch!" came the sharp whisper from that chunk of shadow crawling his way out of the gloom. "Who's that?" Sweet's big grin took form in the starshine. "Something I wanted to tell you ever since this little fight got rolling, but Joe's always been close by." "He sleepin'?" Sweet nodded and settled in beside Titus with a sigh as one of the trappers fired a shot at the island. "Think it's the first time he's shut his eyes in the last 3 nights." "That man's taken this real hard," Scratch commented in a whisper. "Can't blame him none." "That's why I figured I wouldn't tell you the story about Joe and his mountain lamb till he wasn't around," Shad declared. "She was the woman these Bannock killed?" "Yup. And late last winter he killed a Crow nigger on count of her too." "Crow?" "Thought you mightn't heard tell of it, what with you being up there, married to a Crow gal and all." Titus shrugged. "Didn't hear a peep of it. There's 2 bands of them Crow. Since I didn't hear tell of the trouble, I figure it was Longhair's bunch." "Yup, one of Longhair's band. Happened up the Bighorn a ways. Sometime after you turned off from us, we run onto their village. They had that trader from Fort Van Buren with them." "Tulloch?" "That's him. He'd come out from the Tongue and hooked up with them late that winter. Was doing some trading," Sweet explained. "But that big war party what come along with Tulloch to visit us weren't good Crow." "Trouble?" "Sons of bitches brung the devil right into our camp. While Tulloch had his blankets out and most of them young bucks was trading with him or with Bridger, one of 'em takes a shine to mountain lamb of a sudden." "That's bad," Scratch clucked softly. "Don't ever want to get wrong ways with Joe Meek." "That crazy buck walked over to Mountain Lamb's shelter, strutting his best to get her attention," Sweet declared. "When she wouldn't look up from the moccasins she was sewing up for Joe, that Crow bastard took to walking back and forth in front of her. Sure he'd get her to look at just how purty he was." "So Joe got jealous when she looked at that Crow buck?" "No," and Sweet wagged his head. "Mountain Lamb never did give that son of a bitch a look-see. Fact was, Joe was sitting right inside their shelter, watching it all, and getting a real tickle from it too, what with the way that bastard kept trying harder and harder to get Mountain Lamb's eye." "So what caused the trouble?" "When the gal kept on refusing to look up at that buck, it burned his powder so bad that he walked back on over to her and slapped her across the face with his rawhide quirt." "Damn," Bass moaned. "Sure as rain that red nigger picked the wrong woman to play Injun with." "Yep. Joe pulled up his .58 and shot the bastard where he stood, right over Mountain Lamb holding that quirt in his hand," Shad said. "I don't figure he ever knowed what hit him at that range." "But I reckon all hell broke loose then." With a wag of his head, Sweet said, "The wolf was let out to howl, right there in our camp. By the time Bridger and Tulloch got the shooting stopped, we had 1 man dead and there was 2 more Crow rubbed out. The trader finally got them red niggers out of our camp when Gabe passed out a bunch of presents to pay for them dead Injuns." "When it was a goddamned Crow buck what started it?" "That were their country, Scratch," Shad replied. "We was on the Bighorn right in the heart of Crow country." "Ain't never a call for bad manners," Scratch said softly, "no matter they be a cocky Crow or not." "Time was a white feller could count on folks in that tribe," Sweet said, regret heavy in his voice. "Past winter or 2, I ain't so sure no more." "Time was we all counted on the beaver staying seal fat and sleek," Titus whispered with some of that same regret. "We counted on the price of plues staying high, but the years has changed things, Shad. The years gone and changed us, too." For the most part, they sat in silence the rest of that night, taking turns curling up to catch some sleep while the other kept watch. All along that riverbank, some slept while the rest stared at the island, a few even firing an occasional shot at the brushy sandbar just to let the Bannock know the white man hadn't cashed in his chips and pulled out. Bass shivered slightly in the gray light of dawn coming and rubbed both of his gritty eyes. How he wished for some coffee, some whiskey, something that would cut the awful taste in his mouth. He hacked up some of the night gather clogging his throat and turned toward the island to spit into the willow. That's when he spotted the movement. "Shad!" he said sharply. "Shad!" Others had seen it too, as Sweet came awake, rolling onto his hands and knees, blinking his bleary eyes. "Looky there," Bass instructed. Up and down the riverbank in the dim light, other trappers were peering closely at the sandbar, trying their best to make out what the shift in shadows and the rustle of willow meant. A mourning cry grew louder and louder. That wailing was like a gritty mouthful of cold sand lying in his belly, something he knew he was bound to bring up sooner or later. A rustle came from the brush near his end of the island, and an old woman parted the bushes to step into the open as dawn's light swelled around them that summer morning. The front of her dress smeared with blood, the ancient one clutched a long pipe in both frail hands. Raising it to the riverbank above her where the white men huddled in the brush holding siege on her people, the old woman called out in a reedy voice. "What's she sayin'?" a man yelled. "That's snake," Scratch answered. "I catch some of it."
"But she ain't a snake,"
Ebert grunted. "I suppose she figures some of us'll know some snake," Bass said. "All of you," Meek hollered. "Keep quiet so us what knows snake can figure out what that old woman's sayin'." "You heard him," Bridger ordered. "Hush!" Moments later, Joe explained, "She's telling us we've killed all their warriors, but the bullets keep killing."
"We ain't killed all their men," Rube Herring snorted. "Some of 'em must have run off."
Waiting a moment while she repeated the next part to be certain what she said, Meek continued. "Now she's asking if we want to kill the women, too." "Maybe we ought to kill 'em all," Robert Newell suggested. But his best friend, Joe Meek, grabbed Newell's arm and snarled, "Don't you see? That'd make us no better'n them nigger dogs to kill a woman the way they done." "Hold on, Joe," Bass ordered. "Listen, the old woman's saying if we want to smoke with women to make peace, she has a pipe and some tobacco, too." Meek stood, disappointment graying his face. "If there ain't a man left in there, I suppose I done all I come to do, boys. Time for this child to mosey on back to camp." Up and down that west bank, close to 100 trappers slowly emerged from the brush, starting for their horses they had tied here and there within the deserted Bannock camp they had plundered during the days of siege. Scratch walked over and grabbed hold of Meek's elbow. "I figure it's time to think about putting your woman to rest, Joe. You need any help? Count on me." Not uttering another word, Meek laid a hand on Scratch's shoulder for a moment, then turned away, climbed atop his horse, and rode off alone. "Every man finds his own way to heal a broke heart," Scratch declared several days later when he overheard a few men at the trader's tent talking about the way Meek had chosen to mourn the loss of Umantucken, his mountain lamb. "Ain't for me to say he shouldn't climb right back in the saddle again. Ain't for none of us to say he ain't grievin' in his own way." Just that morning, only one day after Tom Fitzpatrick brought in the caravan that had embarked for rendezvous from Westport, Joe had loaded up a horse with finery and ridden right over to the Nez Perce camp where he had taken a shine to a pretty young woman. Not long after her father had approved of the marriage, Meek was back in the company camp with his new wife, celebrating his good fortune that he wouldn't remain lonely for long at all. After weeks of horse racing, gambling at cards or a game of hand, not to mention endless hours of yarning while they waited beneath the shady trees for the long-overdue trader, it damn near brought tears to Bass's eyes to see how small Fitzpatrick's pack train was as it descended off the bluffs and made its way down to the junction of Horse Creek and the Green. No more than 20 small two-wheeled carts pulled by mules, tended by some 45 men trudging along on both sides of the procession. "Poor doin's," Titus muttered as Fitzpatrick escorted Sir William Drummond Stewart west for another rendezvous. "Poor damned digger doin's." Maybe the trade would hold for another year or so, if only long enough that the fur business could get itself straightened out back east and folks found out that those new silk hats couldn't hold a candle to prime beaver felt. Beaver was bound to rise. All the old Hivernants were saying it. Sure as hell, beaver was bound to rise. Just like the goddamned prices the company was charging for what little they sent west with Fitzpatrick. $2 a pint for sugar? Scratch roared at the red-faced clerk. How much your coffee? Same, $2. Damn, he grumbled in disgust. Blankets were going for $20, while a common cotton shirt cost a man $5. Tobacco was damned pricey at $2 a pound, but the toll on whiskey hadn't gone up over the last few summers, holding at $4 the pint. He figured those parlez-vous traders were pretty savvy about that. Hold down the cost of liquor, and most men simply wouldn't mind all that much if the price of everything else climbed sky high. What kept Scratch from throwing up his hands at those mountain-high prices and refusing to trade for anything at all was the fact that the company offered $5 a pound for prime pelts, $4 for poorer plues. That meant his muscle-shell beaver brought him top dollar at the trading tent that afternoon when he brought his family along to look over the beads and rings, ribbon and hawksbells. While Waits by the Water picked through the merchandise to find herself a new brass kettle, Scratch stood at the other end of the long counter with Magpie as the girl chose several hanks of new ribbon to wrap up her brown braids, along with a new handkerchief of black silk to tie around her head the way her father tied a faded blue bandana around his. Then she spotted the tray of shiny, multicolored beads. "Popo, look!" With the way she gushed and stuck out her hands to touch the beads in each compartment, Bass knew he was already in trouble. "Purty, ain't they?" he asked. She gazed up at him a moment, imitating the word. "Purty." "That's right. I suppose you want some, too?" "Yes," and she nodded emphatically. But when she dug her fingers in and pulled out a handful of the deep cobalt blue beads, along with some of the oxblood variety with their narrow white centers, Magpie surprised him by saying in crow, "For you, Popo, these so pretty on your ears." "On my ears?" he repeated, confused a moment. Reaching up to tug on the tail of his shirt, Magpie pulled him down far enough that she tapped the small hoops of brass wire he wore through both earlobes. "Beads hang there." He straightened, smiling. "Damn fine ID, little un. Put some purties on my hangy-downs." Turning back to the tray, Scratch scooped up a big handful of the Russian blues and the white hearts, laying them atop several yards of calico he was buying for Waits by the Water. Next, he picked out several dozen brass tacks for decoration and some tiny brass nails to make repairs to saddles, packs, and other equipment. Then he took Magpie over to stand before the tray containing the tiny hawksbells and large coils of brass wire. Picking up one of the bells, he shook it in front of her. "Want some?" Grinning hugely, Magpie snatched the bell from him, holding it forth to shake it herself. "2?" "I said you could have some. How many?" For a long moment, she stared down at her tiny hands, then handed him the bell and held both hands before her, all the chubby fingers extended. 10? 10, she repeated that English word with certainty. "If that don't beat all," Shad Sweet chirped as he came up and stopped at Bass's elbow. "This lil gal is already learning what a woman does best." "And what's that, Shadrach?" The tall man spit a stream of brown juice into the dirt behind them and dragged a dirty sleeve across the dribble on his lower lip. "Them women's learn early to hold a man right in their hands, don't they, Scratch?" "Ain't no better reason for me to spend my money," he replied with a wink. "Don't matter if it be a little woman like Magpie here or her mama." Rubbing his hand across the top of Magpie's head as she grinned up at him, Sweet said,
"Maybe one day I'll take me a squaw. Have me young'uns, too."
"Man like you don't deserve to be alone, Shad." With a shrug, the big trapper explained,
"I run off to the brush with a few gals every rendezvous. Sometimes I take a shine to a squaw when we hunker down for winter camp, too. But I ain't ever found one I want to pack along with me."
"One of these days," Bass declared, "you'll be ready to pack a squaw with you, raise some pups, too."
"Maybe so."
Sweet brushed his hand down Magpie's cheek, then looked into Scratch's eyes.
"Where you figure to mosey come time to light out for the fall hunt?"
"Been thinking I'd wander on down to the South Platte again."
"Gonna see if you can run onto more trouble with them Rapaho, eh?"
"That weren't no big ruckus, Shad," he protested. "Besides, I always do my best to stay out of their way." For a moment, Sweet's eyes flicked to the back of Bass's head.
"I s'pose any man what's lost his hair to them red niggers is gonna be extra careful he don't lose the rest of his hair to 'em."
"Come on over to our camp for supper," Scratch offered. "That is, lessen you got plans to drag some gal back into the bushes with you this evening."
"No plans particular now," he answered. "Was gonna be a trial on one of the fellas."
"Trial?"
"Yep. One of Drips's men got hisself drunk last night and killed a Frenchman. But there ain't gonna be no trial now."
"Drips figured to let the nigger go free?" Wagging his head, Sweet explained,
"The murderer run off. I s'pose he figured he stood a better chance out there on his lonesome than he did standing for a murder charge with the rest of us as his jury."
"Some men might figure him for a coward," Bass reflected, "but I figure he's run off to find his own way to die."
"Maybe so, that's what he's done. Sure saved us the trouble of stretching some rope off a tall tree."
"Why don't you come look up our camp later?" Bass suggested. "We'll have some meat on the spit long about sundown."
"I'll bring a little whiskey along," Sweet offered with a grin.
"Ain't no better way for friends to wash down some fat cow." Sweet scooped Magpie off the ground, hugged her, then whirled once around with the child before he set her back on her feet. He winked at Bass.
"This here's the purtiest gal I got my eye on, Scratch."
"Hell with you, Shadrach," he growled. "Ain't no way I'm gonna marry off my daughter to someone the likes of you."
"Here I thought you liked me," he whined with mock wounding. "Thought I was your friend."
"You are, you mangy, flea-bit, worthless bag of polecat droppings," Bass roared with a grin. "But that don't mean I'd ever want you for a son-in-law."
"So you're gonna raise up your daughter to have a proper husband, are you?"
Bass pulled Magpie against his leg as she jingled a pair of tiny bells, oblivious to the English conversation above her. "Only thing I'm sure of is I want her to grow up safe and happy, just as happy as her mama's made me." Shad knelt before the girl and gently pinched her cheek.
"Your camp up Horse Crick a ways?"
"No more'n a mile from here." Standing, Sweet brushed off the knee of his legging and said,
"See you come sundown."
"You're not one of Monsieur Fontenelle's company men, are you?" asked the young man as he stood, shoving the long pad of paper beneath his arm. He poked a narrow wand of artist's charcoal behind his ear and held out his hand. "Name's Bass," Scratch announced, craning his neck around and bending to take a closer look at the pad where the man had been sketching when he finally realized Titus had crept up behind him, mesmerized at how that hand clutching a simple stick of charcoal was creating such magic. "And no, I ain't one of Fontenelle's outfit." "I'm Alfred Miller." He gestured to the sketch pad.
"Let me take a close look there, Alfred."
"This?" And Miller took the pad from beneath his arm and held it before him. It was nothing short of purely amazing. For a moment, Titus stared at the thousands of tiny charcoal scratches on that long sheet of paper, at how they all came together in patterns that gave such reality to the sketch. Then his eyes lifted from the page to that scene occurring right over Miller's shoulder. Back to the paper once more, then again to the scene out on the prairie where Indian and white riders were conducting horse races. "I ain't never seen anything like this," Scratch whispered with abject admiration. "That there? With only your hand and that piece of charcoal? It's just like what I'm seeing right out there."
"Thank you, Mr. Bass," Miller replied as he turned back to gaze at the scene he had been sketching. "I'll take that as a real compliment." Scratch inched up to the young man's elbow again. He tapped the paper lightly with a lone finger, saying, "Them lodges there, you drawed 'em just like they are over there. And those fellas down there running foot races too, all them Injuns over there, all of it damn near like it is right here afore my own eyes." "So you've never seen a painting before?"
"Not that I can rightly say," he admitted, as Miller resumed his scratching at the paper with his charcoal. "And what I have seen, it'd only be sticks and such to stand for folks." His head still bent in concentration at his work, Miller asked, "If you don't work for the fur company, then you must be what they call a free man?" "That's right," he answered. "How you come to be out here to the Rocky Mountains, making your pictures on paper? You come out with the trader's caravan to see Rendezvous, then gonna turn around for the settlements?" Miller shook his head. "I've been engaged by a Scottish nobleman who wants me to—" "Stewart?" The artist looked up at Bass in amazement. "You know of Sir William Drummond Stewart?" "He knows me, too," he boasted. "We ate together a time or two." With a smile, Miller nodded, then went back to his sketch. "Perhaps I should draw you sometime." "Me? Nah, what you do is far too fancy for you to go and draw me," he replied, then touched the edges of some sketchpad pages that had been stuffed in behind the one Miller was drawing on at that moment. "What's these? Other uns you already done?" "Yes," the artist replied, dragging out some of the crude sketches. The first showed a mounted trapper, behind him a squaw on her pony. "Who's that?" Bass asked. "Looks like someone I know." "I think his name's Walker. I sketched him yesterday." "Joe Walker, good man," he commented. As the next sheet came up, Titus stared at a drawing of two young Indian women playing in the shade of a tree, neither wearing anything more than a skirt, both bare-breasted, as one of the two swung from a tree limb by her arms, carefree as could be. "This the first you ever seed any Injun gals?" Bass inquired. Miller smiled, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment a little as he answered, "First time ever beyond the Mississippi. Come up from New Orleans with Sir William." Miller shuffled another sketch to the top, this one a scene where a seated trapper held out his hand to a young Indian woman who appeared shy, even coy, as she peered back at him from behind her eyelashes. "What's this'n about?" Clearing his throat, the artist explained, "This trapper's taking a bride, buying her from her father. That's the father standing beside his daughter as the white man offers presents for her hand in marriage." "You seen this happen too?" With a nod of his head, Miller said, "I've seen all of these." He shuffled through the stack of thick paper and brought out another page. "In fact, Mr. Bass, I've seen all manner of things out here in the West I never saw anywhere back east." "You must have seen lots of grizz," Titus commented, looking at the scene of trappers flushing a huge silver tip from some brush. "I lost some of my own hide to a grizz, fingers too." "Miller!" Together they turned at the call, finding the half-breed Antoine Clement jogging up on horseback. "Miller, Sir William sent me to find you." "Something wrong?" the artist asked, his face grave. "Nothing wrong," Clement said, "but he wants you to come back to camp so you can draw something for him." Turning to stuff the large pad of paper into a narrow leather valise, Miller asked, "What is it this time?" "He's getting ready to make a present to Bridger." "Stewart's going to give Gabe a present?" Titus asked. The handsome half-breed nodded, leaning on the flat pommel of his Santa Fe saddle. "Sir William had something shipped all the way from Scotland just for Bridger." Swinging into the saddle, Miller gazed down at Bass. "You feel like coming to see for yourself what this gift is?" "Go most anywhere, long as I can watch you draw some more," Bass pleaded. With a broad smile, young Miller said, "Grab your horse, Mr. Bass. Let's go see what Stewart had shipped all the way from his native land to present to Jim Bridger." In a matter of minutes, they had reached the company camp where a crowd was gathering.
"Let Miller through,"
Stewart yelled as soon as he spotted his artist returning.
"Let the man through, damn it!"
The young artist dismounted and handed his reins up to Clement. Stepping aside, the trappers allowed Miller to pass through the ring they had formed around an open patch of ground where company operators Fontenelle and Drips stood, joined by partisans Fitzpatrick and Bridger. The Scottish nobleman called forth two of his servants, bearing a large, round-topped leather trunk.
Jim Bridger,"
Stewart called, waving the trapper to his side.
"Join me here, would you?"
From his perch atop his horse at the outskirts of the crowd, jostling and shouldering to get themselves the best view, Scratch watched an embarrassed, self-conscious Bridger step up to Stewart's elbow.
"Jim, the first time I returned to your eastern cities after meeting you, I posted a message to my home in Scotland," the nobleman explained. "I dispatched my request that they send me what I'm now going to present to you."
"This come all the way from Scotland?"
"Aye,"
Stewart replied, his burr crisp above the murmuring throng. He turned, stepped to the trunk, and threw back the domed lid. More than 100 heads craned forward as the nobleman drew forth the odd-looking apparel. Stewart turned to hold the metal plate to Bridger's shoulders.
What's this?"
"Cuirass," he answered. "Cuirass," Bridger repeated, his face flushing with embarrassment again. "What's it for?"
"It's part of an ancient suit of armor, Jim. Here, help me. I'll show you how to put it on."
Red-faced, Bridger began to mutter as Stewart removed the trapper's broad-brimmed hat and handed it to one of the servants. Instructing Jim to raise his arms in the air, the nobleman lowered the armored breastplate and back protector over Bridger's head and down his arms until it settled on Jim's shoulders. Bridger shifted it slightly.
"Damn, if that ain't heavy. Meant to turn a pike or protect you from a claymore."
"What are them?"
"A pike is very similar to an Indian's lance," Stewart explained as he turned to bend over the trunk once more, accompanied by the sound of clinking metal. "And a claymore, why, it's a very long, double-edged broadsword my Scottish tribesmen have used in battle for untold centuries."
At that moment, the nobleman straightened and wheeled back to stand before Bridger. Between his two outstretched hands, he held a shiny helmet that glittered in the summer sun. From its top sprouted a broad decorative plume crafted from the tail of a horse and dyed a brilliant crimson.
"Here, Jim, I'll help you with this."
"That? It goes on my head?" Stewart had it started down on Bridger's head before he answered.
"Noble knights of old needed such protection when they rode into battles of honor."
Once the helmet had settled on Bridger's shoulders, Stewart raised the slotted mask. Inside, the trapper's eyes were wide with wonder. "I'll bet this'll turn any damned Injun arrow," Jim remarked, slapping his palm against the breastplate. Shadrach Sweet cried out from the crowd,
"You dang well could have used all that truck back when you took that Blackfoot arrow in your shoulder, Gabe."
Stewart had already turned to Miller, saying,
"Alfred, are you getting all of this?"
"Some of it, sir," Miller admitted. "I think a better composition would be to have Mr. Bridger mounted on horseback."
"Splendid!"
Stewart cried with an enthusiastic clap of his hands. He instructed his servant,
"Go quickly to the wagon and fetch up the pike. Mr. Bridger must wear the whole outfit now."
Pike?" Jim echoed. "The spear we was just talking about?"
The nobleman dragged his hat from his head and bowed at the waist before the brigade leader.
"Indeed, my dear friend. Once we've finished dressing you in the entire suit of armor, I want you to carry that pike I brought for you to carry on horseback."
From inside the helmet, Bridger's words had a dull ring of doubt. "You want me to get on a horse with all this on?"
"By Jove, I do," the Scotsman cheered. "This suit of armor was worn by generations of ancient warriors in my family, a gift from me to a present-day warrior."
I have fought against Napoleon's finest soldiers in battles on the continent of Europe, yet never have I found any braver breed than you and men like you, Jim Bridger. My hat's off to your kind, noble sir."
Suddenly, Joe Meek leaped to the center of the open circle, pounding Bridger on the back, waving for the crowd to join him in their congratulations.
"Sing out with me, boys! Sing out for these shining mountains and our noble few!"
The throng answered the call, "Huzzah!" And Joe cried again, "Huzzah for the Rockies!" "Huzzah!" the voices echoed all the stronger. Then a third time Meek exhorted them, "For the mountain man!" When came the deafening roar that rocked this valley of the Green River. Huzzah! 22. Times were in the past year he had reckoned on just what Bridger did with that heavy suit of armor the Scotsman gave him, wondered what would have happened when all that foo-fara got too heavy to pack around in Blackfoot country, just where Gabe would have abandoned the damned thing. Bass didn't think Jim would have cached it. A whole damned suit of old armor wasn't the sort of plunder a man figured on coming back for any day soon. Back when that rendezvous of 1837 broke up, company partisans Andrew Drips and Lucien Fontenelle elected to swap places. That summer, while Drips accompanied the fur caravan back to St. Louis, the volatile Fontenelle commanded a brigade in the field. With Bridger as his pilot, they set out for the Blackfoot country of the upper Missouri with 110 trappers and camp keepers. Osborne Russell and Doc Newell joined a smaller outfit that headed northeast for the valleys of the Powder and the Tongue, some of their favorite country. Every summer when the pack train arrived, those men who had fled from a life back east nonetheless clamored around the caravan pilot, eager to learn if they were to receive any mail from family or friends so far away in the States. If the Bouchouet didn't have any mail for a fella, then he could usually get his hands on one of the public papers of the day, packed in thick bundles and transported halfway across the continent to men who could barely read but were nonetheless ravenous for any news of home. At Rendezvous, a man who could read was damn near reading all the time, ciphering letters written to those who could not understand the strange marks on the paper, or relating stories from those newspapers that recorded long-ago events in faraway places. But the heady days of these raucous midsummer fairs were breathing their last. In those last few days before Bridger steered his brigade north, Scratch purchased a dozen of the small iron fish hooks the traders offered, then went onto the prairie with Shad Sweet in search of grasshoppers. The two of them ended up having almost as much fun catching the hoppers as they had using those insects for bait on the hooks they dipped in the Green River and Horse Creek. On lazy afternoons, they fished and sipped some Monongahela rum, a rare treat in the mountains, sweetened with a heaping spoon of brown sugar stirred into each cup. "I can't recollect ever fishin' since I was a young'un," Scratch admitted.
"Where was that?"
"Kaintuck, right on the Ohio."
Sweet said,
"I figure it's just like riding a horse. You fall off, but you don't ever forget how to crawl back on."
At times, the two of them gathered a small crowd of curious Indians and trappers who collected on the shady banks to watch their amusing efforts. More often than not, the small native trout and grayling weren't shy about taking the wriggling bait that floated on the surface of the water. It never failed to surprise Titus when a sharp tug pulled on that twine he had knotted at the end of a peeled willow branch. Eating the tiny fish was a different matter altogether. What with all the little bones, he soon decided it was far more work than was worth the effort. Antelope or elk or buffalo it would be from here on out. Just as long as the fish didn't ever get greedy and start eating beaver, Scratch figured he would leave those fish in peace. By late fall, after trapping his way through the Wind River Mountains and up the Bighorn, he had his family back on the Yellowstone and in the heart of Crow Country. The weather had grown cold early that autumn, then moderated as the days sailed past. Instead of turning west, where he believed he might run onto Yellow Belly's village, he started east for the Rosebud and the Tongue.
Since winter appeared slow in arriving, Titus decided he could steal a final few weeks of trapping out of the season, working their way toward Fort Van Buren before they had to turn west, searching for the Crow in their winter camp. Even though the water in the kettles lay covered by a thin ice slick every morning, the sun always rose, warming the earth blanketed by autumn-dried grasses, lacy collars of old dirty snow strangling every bush or tree trunk. Along the tongue, the beaver were starting to put on a heavier coat, that protective felt nestled below the long guard hairs growing all the thicker. As the days passed, Scratch read the sign plain for any man who took a notion to pay heed. A hard winter was due. So, when the faraway horizon threatened many days later, Scratch quickly hurried back to camp where he loaded their plues and possessions on Samantha and their horses, then lit out for Tulloch's post. They might well have as much as a day. From the looks of that gray-blue skyline rearing its ugly head out of the north, they should have enough time for the journey before the storm clobbered them. Down the tongue they hurried, their noses pointed for the Yellowstone, riding straight into the teeth of the coming fury as the wind began to quarter around, carrying with it that distinct metallic tang of a high plains blizzard. Reluctantly, he agreed to stop that night short of their goal. Lighting a fire, Bass figured to give his family and the animals a few hours' rest before sunup. But Scratch had them moving again before night had been completely sucked out of the dawn sky. By the middle of that second morning, the storm's first sullen tantrum was taunting them. Snowflakes, sharp as iron arrowheads, slashed this way and that at their bare cheeks as they rode hunched over, head tucked into the softly keening wind.
"How far, Popo?"
Magpie asked, her tiny voice muffled against his chest where he had the girl wrapped beneath the buffalo robe, covering them both, as the horses plodded forward one slow step at a time, icy heads bent against the mighty gale. Each time he blinked, his eyes cried out in pain, the wind-driven shards slashing across them. By now, his eyelashes were little more than heavy crusts of ice he struggled to keep open. Scratch figured there was no sense in telling Magpie the truth. Better to tell his daughter what she needed to hear then and there. "I think I see some familiar hills ahead," he lied in Crow. Truth was, he couldn't see much past the end of his pony's nose. Worried suddenly about Waits by the water, Bass twisted in the saddle. The gusty wind almost tore the coyote hide cap from his head. Back there, a matter of yards from his pony's tail root, Titus thought he saw the movement of her shadow, barely making out Samantha's dark outline plodding flank to flank beside his wife's pony. The moment the wind had first come up that morning, he had knotted a rope to both of those saddles, looping the other ends beneath his left leg before he knotted them around the large pommel the size and shape of a Spanish orange at the front of his Santa Fe saddle. He had strung the rest of the pack animals out behind the mule, connecting each one to another animal in front and another in back with more rope. Since starting in that frozen pre-dawn darkness, Bass had brooded that the storm might well cut the strong animals from the weak. Because one or more of the ponies might break free and turn about with the force of the wind, he had packed what they needed to survive on Samantha. The rest he could go in search of after the storm's fury had played itself out. But the mule carried what might well save their lives, even if all else were taken from them.
"My mother, she is near?"
Magpie asked. He figured she became frightened when he turned to look behind him. "She's with us, daughter," he reassured her, his teeth chattering like bone dominoes in that horn cup Hames Kingsbury loved to rattle while floating down the river. He wondered if Kingsbury was an old man now. If not, where he was buried. Perhaps even put to rest in the Mississippi the way they had consigned Ebenezer Zane's body to the river back in 1810. Or maybe on that thieves' road known as the Natchez Trace. Would any of the others still be alive? Dragging the ice-crusted wool blanket mitten across his eyes, then under his red, swollen nose, his raw, chapped, ice-battered skin shrieked in torment. Suddenly, Titus held his breath, put his nose back into the wind, and breathed deep. Wood smoke. By damn, it was wood smoke. That meant a fire, and where he would find a fire, there must be humankind. Somewhere he could get out of the storm and warm up his nearly frozen wife and children, a lodge, even a windbreak. You smell that? After a moment, his daughter asked,
Smell only you in here against your heart.
Magpie, his voice cracked. I smell wood smoke.
A fire, Popo?
Yes, a fire. He spoke it like a promise. You'll be warm soon. His mind racing, Scratch sorted through the possibilities the way he would sort through his pelts, thinking of the worst that could happen, pushing that aside to cling to the best. At the very least, he knew that with this wind blowing into his face, that fire had to be due north of them. A blind man could stumble across it now. Even if it were nothing but some hunter who found himself caught out in the storm and quickly erected a crude windbreak, such a shelter would be more than the four of them had right then anyway. 2, he considered, a praying man might beg God that they would find a fire glowing inside a crow lodge where they could huddle out of the wind while the storm exhausted itself just beyond their sanctuary of poles and buffalo hides. But then he admitted that Titus Bass never had been the sort to get down on his prayer bones and taffy up to the Lord the way his mam had tried to teach her young'uns to do. But at times like these, when a man simply could do no more on his own to protect those he loved, when it was simply beyond his own power, then he supposed it wouldn't hurt to see if the Allmaker was listening. Just as long as the four of them made it to shelter and lived out the storm, as long as this storm didn't take his wife or his daughter or that little baby boy, Bass promised he would do anything in return. All God had to do was show him what was expected. A man what didn't spend much of his time listening to anything the Almighty had to say wasn't the sort of man who could easily read the Allmaker's sign. Not like Asa McCafferty. Now that was a fella who could cipher the Lord's word plain as sun. But someone like Titus Bass might well be hard-pressed to figure out when God was talking to him, or even what tongue the everywhere Spirit chose to speak in. Nonetheless, if God saw his family through, Bass vowed he would do his best to be attentive to what God might ask in return, where or whenever. As strong as the fragrant tang of wood smoke grew in his sore, drippy nostrils, Scratch believed they had to be getting close, step by step, stronger and stronger. At times, it became difficult to keep the bank of the tongue close by on their right, what with the way the trees and willow forced them to ride several yards from the riverbank, sweeping slowly this way and that as they needled their way through the underbrush. The pack ponies began to protest now, pulling back on Samantha, making her bray in distress or anger at the way they were attempting to turn about and flee in the face of the brutal wind. For a moment he stopped, just long enough to loop the mule's rope twice around his left wrist, clutching Magpie against him with his right arm, the pony's reins held short and tight in that right hand as he struggled to get the horse started again into the teeth of the storm. Out of the swirling gray gloom leaped the flickering glow of the fire, a corona of yellow glittering in the midst of the wavering, white diamond air as snowflakes darted about in wispy, wind-driven trails. As they approached, Titus could tell that the fire had been huge not so long ago, nearly a bonfire fed by huge trunks and limbs of downfall someone had dragged to this small riverbank clearing. But now, the man-high inferno had whipped itself so furiously that the firewood was nearly exhausted and on the verge of dying. No one here to attend it, like a beacon lit, then abandoned. For barely a moment, as he halted the exhausted pony again, Titus spotted 2 meat-drying racks erected back against the cottonwoods. Then, the blackened crowns of those small rocks arranged in a crude fire ring where a lodge might once have stood. Injuns. Should he stop here, get the 3 of them down by that fire, then push on by himself into the teeth of the storm? There on the far side of the fire, that wall of 10-foot willow offered the only windbreak he could see in the fury of wind and snow, right where those who had abandoned this place had raised their lodge. Perhaps Waits could huddle with the children beneath the 3 robes he could drape over them, waiting there for his return as the snow continued to build. When he kicked the pony in the flanks, the animal failed to move. It shuddered the next time he kicked it with the heels of his ice-crusted buffalo fur moccasins. A 3rd hammer to its ribs finally got the animal lunging away a hoof at a time, slowly stepping around the perimeter of that dying fire, flames wildly licking up the huge logs, sparks spewing from the rotted wood like muzzle blasts, quickly swallowed by the wind, extinguished by the cold like galaxies of dying fireflies, given life in one breath, gone with the next. On the far side of the fire, upwind, he tugged back on the reins and twisted stiffly in the saddle, his left arm wooden as he raised Samantha's rope, clumsily trying to find the pony's lead rope he had looped beneath his belt. As the wind battered the side of his face, Scratch searched and dug at the side of his elk-hide coat. His cold mind slowly grasped the horror. The pony's rope was gone. It had somehow disappeared, dragged from his belt without his realizing it. "Wait!" he cried hoarsely in English. Even as the word escaped his lips, it was swept away by the gale, swallowed by the keening wind. "Popo?" Swallowing hard, he whispered to his daughter, "I'm calling your mother." "Is Mother there?" Yes," he lied again, feeling his eyes pool. "And little brother?" "Yes, Magpie." "God, I told you I would do anything you asked. Spare them, and if you must take any of us, then see they live and you can take me." Her voice drenched in anguish, the girl whimpered, "I want my mother." "Hush now, Magpie," he scolded her sharply, angry and bitter at himself as much as he was angry and bitter with the All-Maker. "There's a fire here where I can get you warm." "And my mother, too." "Yes, daughter." "Titus!" Her raspy voice slipped through a lull in the wind, a frozen heartbeat before her shadowy, ghostly form loomed out of the blizzard. "Woman!" "Titus!" Bending his head down, Bass reassured his daughter. "Your mother is here." She was sobbing against his breast. "Now you can get all of us warm." "Yes," he gasped as he turned the pony around, watching the black form inch closer. "Now I promise to warm all of you." He dropped the mule's lead rope and held out his left arm, so crusted it felt as if he had been lifting a thick stump of cottonwood. She brought her pony to a halt at his left side, leaning against him beneath that arm, sobbing. "I thought I'd lost you in the storm," he said, rubbing that flap of the buffalo robe where her head was buried in the crusted fur. Then he heard the faint whimper of the baby. "The boy, he is cold. I know he is scared too," she pleaded as she drew back the fur and tried to gaze up at his face in the storm. "There is a fire where you and the children can stay while I go in search of shelter. You will be safe here till I can come back, for we will be safe with you." "The animals are tired," he begged her. "Better that I go on alone. I don't want to lose any of you to the cold and wind." She interrupted. "Bois, out there minutes ago, I knew we would not die. My heart knew to believe in you. We will go with you." Instantly, his heart rose to his throat. "No, you must do as I say. Trust me and stay here. I will be back." That's when he dimly realized he was still smelling the wood smoke. Bass immediately twisted in the saddle, away from his wife, turning his face into the wind once more, sniffing the terrible metallic teeth of the fury heavy with moisture. Water. Nothing but a dry winter storm that had just crossed a wide river on these high, desert-like plains could smell quite like that. Yet how was it that the beckoning fragrance of that wood smoke remained strong in his nostrils now that he stood upwind of this abandoned fire? There had to be another fire to the north, close to the Yellowstone that relinquished its wind-whipped froth to the storm. "Come," he cried. "Stay beside me and talk to Flea. Keep talking to him so I can hear your voice and know your pony is staying near mine." Harder than ever now, he struggled to get the animals moving, horses that acted as if they were no longer ready to bolt from the teeth of the storm, but had decided they were giving up the fight and would die there. Yelling, lashing out with his icy moccasin, he goaded Waits's pony and his own into lunging, uncertain steps as the white veil grew thicker around them, the wind no longer keening like a bitter, disembodied widow. Now it howled in anger, sang out in a shrill fury. At times, over the next half hour, which seemed to be an eternity, the wood smoke grew stronger for a few moments, then disappeared altogether, only to return on the back of the wind just when Bass became convinced he had wandered off the path or had passed the fire by. All through those next anxious minutes, his mind tugged at it the way the current of the powerful Platte had tugged at his 2 horses, eventually claiming one, moving blind into the whiteout. Suddenly, he realized they had stepped off the shallow riverbank, their horses lunging into the Yellowstone. Icy water surged against their legs, washing against their bellies and ribs, swirling around his own left leg, spray and drops freezing instantly as the animals snorted in fear, whinnied in fear, plunging headlong for the north bank without a shred of hesitation, only blind terror. Waits cried out, a shrill yelp she stifled as her pony sidestepped there in the middle of the river where it found a deep pocket and swam back out, continuing to battle the current from the west and that blizzard born out of the north. Stronger and stronger still the odor grew, then disappeared as the blizzard twisted this way and that. Just as his horse's front legs floundered and he sensed it was going down, Bass heaved back on Magpie with that left arm as she started to slip away from him onto the animal's withers. But with the next step, the horse rocked back and shuddered, its front legs clawing, seizing ground, lunging onto the north bank with the last of its strength. Out of the ghostly curtain emerged the dark shadow of the low, hulking block of neatly stacked timbers. He was almost upon the wall when it appeared right before them. A few more steps, and he stopped, reached out and touched the chinked timbers with his crusted mitten. "Halloo!" he croaked, barely audible as his cracked lips split even more painfully. There against the wall, for the moment, they were out of the worst of the wind. He cried again, louder now. "Halloo!" It had to be Tulloch's post. Bass reached over and tugged on the other pony's rope now, getting their horses started again there in the lee of the log wall. Fort Van Buren, mouth of the Tongue, north bank of the Yellowstone. "Halloo! Tulloch!" They reached the end of the wall where the dark shadow of the timbers disappeared in the blizzard as the wind screeched itself around the low log structure. "Tulloch!" And the wind carried his cry away again. Who goes there?" Titus swallowed, ready to cry as he glanced over at his wife, squeezed his daughter tighter. Bass," he whimpered into the might of the storm. "Titus Bass!" "Titus Bass?" The disembodied voice came to him around the corner of those timbers. The ghost figure suddenly took shape. "I ain't seed your hide for longer'n I can count." "Tulloch?" "No." And the tall, rail-thin figure stepped right around the corner of the post, stopping at Scratch's knee to peer up at the frozen man from the hood of his capote. "It's Levi, Scratch. Levi Gamble." The 2 tiny rooms that made up Fort Van Buren were gloomy with the blizzards blotting out the sun. Little light but for the 4 smoky oil lamps, a pair of flickering candle lanterns, along with that stone fireplace where 2 Indian women and a half-dozen children sat basking in the warmth. Gamble shooed them back, clucking in Assiniboine, clearing a path through them as he ushered Waits by the water from the creaky door and had her settle right in the middle of the hearth where she dragged the crusted buffalo robe from her shoulders as the ice adhering to it began to sweat and dribble to the hard-packed floor. She bent her head, kissing the boy's face, wiping her tears from his cheeks. "I'll see to this'n, Titus Bass," Samuel Tulloch offered with a kindly growl, kneeling and putting his arms out to accept the young girl as she emerged stiff and frightened from the buffalo robe and elk-hide coat Scratch had clutched around them both. I thank ye," Bass whispered, his throat clogged with appreciation, to Gamble, to Tulloch, to God. "I truly do." Then he turned back to the door with Levi. Outside, the two of them stumbled after the animals already drifting before the wind that hurtled the men around like wood chips on a mountain stream. Lunging after the mule's lead rope, Scratch managed to yank Samantha back toward the cabin. The other ponies reluctantly turned when she did, following her as they would a bell mare, while Gamble hollered and slapped and cajoled them from the rear as they busted through the snowdrifts already accumulating waist-high at the corner of the fort. It was there the wind whipped and eddied. There along the south wall they tied the ropes off to iron swivel rings pounded waist-high into the unpeeled logs. For a long moment, Bass stood there, shading his eyes from the wind and frozen snow with a mittened hand, staring at the ice caked on their legs, around their bellies, howling snow and crossing that damned river. "Ain't nothing more you can do now," Levi yelled above the deafening wail of the wind as it careened around the corner of the wall with a constant white slash. For a moment, Bass stood there, looking at all of them, the way the ice crusted their eyes, forelocks, and manes, how wind-scoured ridges of it lay gathered against the packs and even across the broad flanks, all the way down to the tail roots. Then he said, "If they're meant to make it, they'll be here when the storm's past." "Come on," Gamble urged. "Get on inside with your family." Some of the drifts were already tall enough that the deep snow billowed out the long tails of his coat, his legs busting through until he stood crotch-deep in the shocking cold, snow seeping down inside his breechclout and leggings. They had to kick with their toes, dig with their heels at the thick, icy crust forming at the foot of the doorway. Eventually, the two of them together were able to pry the door back toward them far enough to allow them to slip through sideways, then drag it closed against the square-hewn jamb. Both Gamble and Bass sank to the floor, gasping, pummeled by the wind, worn down with the sub-zero cold, suddenly back inside where a man could hear his own heartbeat again, could hear the crackle of burning wood in that fireplace, where a man felt relief at finding himself still alive. Scratch's face started to hurt as his breathing began to slow. He dragged off the coyote cap and that long strip of blanket he had tied around his head and over his ears, working at the frozen, crusted knot under his chin. Across the room at the fire, Waits by the Water nursed little Flea in the flickering glow of that fireplace as she talked in low tones with the women. A young half-breed girl sat with Magpie, a pair of dolls between them. Titus gazed into his wife's face, her eyes saying that her faith in him had not been misplaced. As he worried the big antler buttons from their holes and pulled the flaps of his coat aside, his daughter looked over, stood, and started his way. "Popo," she said as clear as she ever had, coming into his arms. As Magpie laid her cheek against her father's chest, Titus sighed. "That's the second time you've took my family in from a winter storm, Levi. How's a man supposed to repay you for kindness like that?" "I'll figure something out," he gasped with a weary smile. "We damn near thought you was the wind," the trader said as he came over to the two of them with a long-necked clay bottle in hand. "Till Levi claimed it weren't the wind calling my name out there." Bass gazed at Gamble. "I'd found the fort already, by damn, Levi. No sense you coming out in that storm to fetch me." "Like your ass weren't half froze to the saddle as it was, Titus Bass," Gamble said, reaching up to take the bottle from Tulloch as the trader squatted between them, shoulder to shoulder. He sniffed, smiled, and tilted his head back as he drank long and slow with eyes closed. Levi licked his lips when he passed the bottle on past the trader to Bass. "You'll like it," Tulloch declared. "That there's good company rum, Samuel," Gamble observed. "Not the sort I'm used to drinking up at Union." "It ain't for the trade," Tulloch explained.
This here what's made for the factors."
"That's some fine rum, mighty fine," Scratch said as he wiped the back of his hand across his lips and mustache. "Don't much care where it come from, Samuel, long as it warms up that cold man inside me."
"If that stuff don't warm you up, then the nigger inside you is already dead," Tulloch swore.
After he took a second slow swallow, Bass handed the bottle to Tulloch, licked the droplets on the ends of his mustache, and asked, "What brings you down here this season, Levi?" Gamble tore his eyes away and glanced at Tulloch. The trader nodded, placed the clay bottle on the floor between Levi and Titus, then stood and moved off toward some crates in the corner as if he were going to busy himself elsewhere. When Gamble finally looked back at Bass, Scratch already had a cold rock of something resting at the bottom of his belly.
"I've been down here going on 2 weeks already, Titus."
Scratch was afraid it had nothing to do with good news when he asked, "Little late in the season for you to be bringing trade goods upriver from Fort Union, ain't it?" Tulloch still had his back turned when he said,
"I ain't gonna get no trade goods this year."
For a long moment, he studied Gamble's face. "S'pose you tell me what you're doing down here, Levi. You didn't go and kill nobody, did you? Didn't go and get yourself in trouble with your bushways?" Gamble stared at his knees, then answered,
"It don't have nothing to do with any of that."
Suddenly, Tulloch wheeled and blurted,
"They got smallpox on the river. Smallpox!"
And as suddenly, he turned on his heel and disappeared into the darkness of a small adjoining room. Stunned silent, Titus watched the white-faced trader go, then looked at Gamble. Smallpox?" Levi nodded.
"Come upriver on the summer boat, St. Peter's."
Bass quickly glanced at Waits, at the boy suckling at his mother's breast, staring in turn at those other women and children as the fear climbed out of the pit of him. You ain't got no smallpox in you."
"No,"
Levi interrupted, laying a hand on Bass's forearm a moment.
"But I did have me a terrible fight with it."
"Fight?" With a struggle, Gamble rose, moved off a couple of steps, and brought back an oil lamp where a smoky wick burned in rendered bear grease. Bringing the flickering light near his face, Levi knelt in front of Scratch.
"You see what it done to me?"
Gamble's face, the shape of that nose and those eyes, they remained unchanged, but the cheeks and the forehead were deeply scarred, pitted with the ravages of the scourge. "I ain't never knowed no one had the pox," Bass admitted quietly, awed by his fear.
"Pray God you never do, Titus,"
he said, putting the lamp aside and settling back against the wall, sweeping up the clay bottle to throw down another drink. Scratch stared through the dim, flickering light provided by the lamps and that fireplace, gazing at the Indian women, at the children. "Your wife? Your young'uns? They get it just like you?"
"Neither of them my wife," Gamble admitted sullenly. "They be Tulloch's woman and her relations. They was already here ahead of me when I come in. Don't you worry, they ain't got no smallpox. Be down with it already, but they ain't."
"So where's your family, Levi?"
"Gone. All gone."
"The pox?" Gamble nodded and finally looked at Bass, handing Titus the clay bottle.
"Here, drink up with me, 'cause it don't help no man to drink alone."
Wondering what he could say, suddenly made to think of other men like Asa McCafferty and Joe Meek, men who had had their women killed, had their hearts ripped right out of their chests, Scratch took the bottle from him. "No man's ever going to have to drink alone when his heart's been broke." Levi stared at the floor.
"Titus, there's a hole inside me what I don't think I can fill with all the rum in the world."
How'd the pox come up here?"
"They said one of the men on the boat. He come down with it, and they didn't turn back because they had just so much time to bring trade goods upriver, had furs to take down to St. Louis. Brung the pox to Fort Clark. The boat brung it on up to Fort Union."
"Your woman, how many others?"
"More'n anyone can count," Levi whispered like a death knell. "Before fall come, it destroyed the Mandan down at Fort Clark, the Arickaree too.
Ain't any of 'em left we heard of."
"The Ree, too?"
Bass thought on the people of that rattleshaker Asa McCafferty had killed many a winter ago. "When the boat reached Fort Union, they quickly unloaded the goods bound upriver for Fort McKenzie, then loaded 'em on the keel and pushed on up the Missouri."
Bass shuddered. "You telling me they took the Pox into Blackfoot country?"
Gamble nodded. "Word coming down river says Culbertson tried to warn them Blackfeets away from Fort McKenzie, but the niggers was suspicious the company was stealing powder and lead from 'em. Powder and lead they needed to make war."
"War on the Crow and Flathead. War on the white men," Bass said quietly. He looked into the thin man's sallow gray face, recognized the torment there. "Hard to believe. Your wife and all your young'uns?" Gamble only nodded silently. "How's a man make sense of that, Levi? Watching your family get took by the Pox, get took by something you can't fight?"
"The day after the boat come, a few of us went out to tell the villages in the area not to come in, warning 'em something terrible would happen to 'em if they did. But a few days after we told 'em not to come in to trade, some young bucks rode on in to steal some horses. Halsey, the new bushway up there, he put up a reward for those horses. One of the men who was about to come down sick went out to catch them horse thieves."
Titus watched Tulloch trudge back into the light, another clay bottle clutched in one hand, as the trader grumbled,
"'Stead of the Pox staying there at the fort, that ignorant bastard give it to the horse thieves, and them young bucks took it back to their village."
Bass wagged his head. "But that wasn't how your woman, your children, got took."
"First one to come down with it was Halsey hisself," Levi declared, courage in his voice. "One of the other bushways claimed he knowed how they could inoculate everyone else from Halsey's sores. So we done that, all of us. Hunters, interpreters, coopers, all of us. And our families, too. A simple thing. Make a small cut in our skin and rub a little of Halsey's pus in that bloody cut. They told us it was going to keep us all alive."
What did you say to a man who had watched his wife and children come down with the raging fever, the boils that erupted into pustules, unable to save even himself from the disease, forced to watch as all those he loved were ripped from him while he somehow survived? Titus asked, How come you
"Lived?"
Levi finished the question, then shook his head.
"Ain't none of us can answer that. Maybe so the white man got a stronger constitution, Titus. Most of the whites come down with it lived, and near ever one of the Injuns what got the Pox, they're gone."
Settling to the floor nearby, a grim-lipped Tulloch set that second clay bottle between the three of them. "So now the companies give the Pox to the Blackfoot," Scratch repeated the ominous news as if to make some sense of its unreality. Then suddenly it struck him at the pit of his belly where that cold stone still lay. "What about the Crow?"
"So far as we know," the trader said as he leaned back against a bundle of robes, "the Pox ain't come no farther up the Yellowstone."
Far as you know?"
Both of them nodded.
None of the Crow been into trade with me since late summer, about the time I heard first rumors of it up at Fort Union. I was on my way north to find out why the boat didn't come down with my year's goods."
"No Crow?" Scratch echoed, hopeful. "Maybe so they heard, and they're staying away."
"Can't count on that, Titus. Someone's got to tell 'em," Levi advised. "That's what me and Sam'll been trying to sort through last few days. Where to find 'em, how to tell 'em to stay away."
"And someone's got to tell 'em to stay away from the Blackfoot," Scratch declared solemnly. "Can't go make war on them what's got the Pox." He watched both Tulloch and Gamble nod as they glanced at one another. Levi turned back to gaze at Bass.
"We figure you're the one, Titus."
"The one for what?"
Gamble sighed. "Go tell the Crow the white man's brought sure death to the mountains."
23. Those ghastly, unspeakable images Levi had burned into his mind continued to haunt Bass day and night.
Scratch even believed he could somehow smell the stench of those dying people, wriggling maggots starting to nibble away at their decaying bodies even before they had taken their last breath. Once those who had been inoculated with Jacob Halsey's illness began to sicken with the maddening fever and die, the fort workers were ordered to remove their families at the first sign of the disease. The half-burned Fort William, barely standing 100-some yards east of the Fort Union stockade, became their sick haven. This post, where the Deschamps clan once reigned, soon became a den of death. Most days, Levi had explained, the winds in that country came from the west, occasionally out of the north. But on those rare days when the wind did not blow at all, or worse yet, the upslope breeze drifted out of the east, the stench of putrefying flesh of those too ill to do anything but lie in their own human excrement mingled with the unbearable reek of decaying bodies. This matter of odor, even stench, was something of such immediate vividness to one who lived among these mountains. Outdoors, here beneath this restless sky, in a land where the air always moved, for a man to describe to another the overwhelming power of that decay made it so vivid that Titus believed he truly could smell death's most gruesome, repulsive retribution in his own nostrils. From the ramparts of Fort Union, the company employees watched many of their loved ones and friends, watched those friendly Assiniboines stricken with the unbearable fevers, all go stumbling down the barren slope to the boat landing at the Missouri, where they plunged themselves into the cold waters, their dulled minds seeking somehow to snuff out the unquenchable fire. Most who plunged into the river simply never returned to the bank. Their constitutions weakened, sapped by the pox's destructive power, then, shocked by the brutal cold of the powerful and capricious spring-fed currents, one after another, they vainly flailed at the river as they were swept away to a watery end. And that moaning Levi described, the uncanny wails drifting night and day from the blackened walls of Fort William, from those hide lodges where Death's angel touched the Assiniboine one after another, and from the dusty banks of the river where the few went to mourn the many who had crawled to the Missouri to die. Through the hours of that winter blizzard, Gamble described the pitiful whimpering of the dying children, the groans of the women no longer able to care for their little ones. How the horror of it floated on that dry summer wind both day and night without ceasing. Like a haunting, Levi quietly explained. An undeniable wraith that would not depart, could not be driven away, unceasing until its ravenous appetite had consumed all and there were none left to cry out for mercy. What become of 'em? Titus had asked, as winter's fury howled outside those log walls of Fort Van Buren. Your family. After more'n a day of quiet, not a sound from anyone or anything, I went to the stockade, looked in through the window at all that was left of them what went there to die, Gamble whispered. There was nothing moving but for the scratch of the mice at the food we'd brung to leave at the walls for the sick uns. They, your wife and cheerin', was all took? Aye, Titus. Some of us, we soaked our kerchiefs in coal oil and tied 'em around our noses, done our best to remember to breathe through our mouths. But still, that stink. You done what you had to do to bury your own family, Scratch said, barely above a whisper. But Gamble shook his head. No. Rolled my little uns onto them poxy blankets. Found every one of 'em being et up with maggots already. Their skin oozy and bleeding from the sores, the maggots swarming and wriggling in every hole on their flesh. Nothing else to do but drag 'em all out to the prairie where the village stood, and we built us a big fire. Throwed downed trees and logs, lodge poles and hides too, on that fire, till the flames climbed clear to the sky and the smoke reached even higher. Then for a long moment it seemed the very breath had gone out of Levi's body, and he could not speak as he was reliving the ghastly horror of it. Titus swallowed. A fire? Staring at a spot between his moccasins on the earthen floor, the aging frontiersman explained, "We throwed the dead on the fire. Prayed we'd burn the pox till there was nothing for the pox to live on no more." Levi shuddered. "The way it ate on humankind, just the way we humans eat the flesh of the poor dumb creatures we kill." Scratch found himself unable to escape Gamble's gruesome, heartfelt descriptions, haunted every mile he took his family west from the mouth of the tongue. Those grisly images continued to prey upon his mind like frightening specters from that world beyond his own. Terrifying images all too real. The stench of filth and rotting corpses, the horror of those hideous and oozing pustules writhing with maggots, and finally, the purifying heat of that raging bonfire as the sanctifying flames consumed loved ones. Each day, Titus found he repeatedly turned in the saddle to assure himself Waits by the Water was still behind him, to confirm that she held little Flea in her arms or that his cradleboard swung from the tall pommel of her prairie chicken saddle. Every night when they made camp and Waits busied herself at the fire, Titus clutched those children more firmly against him. Later, he wrapped himself more securely around his wife as they slept in their robes. To lose them the way Levi lost his woman, their children, was a prospect far more terrifying than the possibility of losing his own life. Better was it that he die himself than to face a future lonely, stark, and bleak without the three of them. It was to be a winter when the way of the mountains was turned on its head. Fort Van Buren had been no more than a day behind them when Scratch hustled their ponies into a copse of cottonwood and brush on the south bank of the Yellowstone. No more than a quarter-mile ahead, he spotted some horsemen picking their way along the bottom ground at the foot of the rim rocks along the north side of the river. After leaving the others in hiding, Bass ventured out on foot to have himself a look before he made himself known. If the bunch was Crow, he could ask them where he would find Yellow Belly's village. But turned out, they were Blackfoot. Studying them closely with his small, leather-covered brass looking-glass, Titus noted those greased forelocks standing stiffly, provocatively erect as a challenge to any would-be enemy, daring an opponent to attempt removing the scalp. Behind more than 24 riders came at least that many riderless horses, the whole cavayard moving east at an easy pace. Close as he could tell, none of them were wearing paint. Moseying the way they were, nary a one of them displaying his special medicine, Scratch doubted they could be a war party. A bunch of bucks out for scalps and plunder didn't drag along some pack animals. He figured that after they had wrapped up their raiding and were hightailing it on out of Crow Country, then they planned to pack their stolen goods atop those extra horses. But this bunch was loping east, toward the farthest reaches of Absarica. If he didn't know better, he might figure they were riding for the tongue. Letting them pass well out of sight before he emerged from hiding to hurry back for his family, Bass brooded how odd it was if the Blackfoot might actually be making for Tulloch's post. They had their own fort well up on the Missouri. Then again, these might well be some Blackfoot what belonged to a band who hadn't gone into trade with Culbertson at Fort McKenzie last summer when the Pox's prairie fire was igniting. This bunch might be from a village that later brushed up against some of those who got themselves infected from Culbertson's men and the company's goods. If these horsemen had witnessed how the white man's scourge devastated their brothers, it was possible they had sworn off packing their furs to Fort McKenzie some 6 miles upriver from the mouth of the Marias where old Fort Pegan stood abandoned and decaying, deciding instead to haul their robes and plues south and east to trade for powder and lead, guns and blankets at the Crows' trading post. Damn if the Pox hadn't pulled the pegs right out from under the whole teetering balance of things here in the North Country. Power might well be in the process of shifting already. As the scourge ate its way through the Blackfoot, it would kill off a sizable number of their warrior bands, Blood, Pegan, Grovant. Never again would they be as mighty as they had been from that day Meriwether Lewis's party of explorers chanced to bump into them on the expedition's homeward trek to St. Louis. With every year since that unfortunate tragedy in 1806, the tribe had grown more than intractable. The Blackfoot had gone after Americans with a vengeance. With fewer and fewer warriors, as well as fewer women to seed future generations of fighting men, this once most powerful confederation in the northern Rockies could do nothing but watch their mighty strength slip through their fingers like over-dry river-bottom sand. Without their overwhelming numbers, the Blackfoot would be hard-pressed to maintain the pressure on those American brigades daring to nibble hungrily around the edges of that once forbidden beaver country where a man most certainly was gambling with his life. All the more white men would come to shove back the Blackfoot frontier season after season, assault after assault. Those superstitious Blackfoot still alive after the pox had run its course would naturally believe that Fort McKenzie was the seat of the disease and their devastation. So, they would seek out other traders to the north among the English and to the south among the hated Americans. Especially if that post lay in a region abandoned by the Crow who had been terrified enough to stay as far away as possible from Fort Van Buren. If the Crow had heard of the disease and were avoiding Tulloch at all costs, then they wouldn't be trading to the benefit of the greedy company, nor trading for the powder and ball they themselves needed to hold back any Blackfoot encroachment upon Absarica. Their superstition or their ignorance would keep them away from the mouth of the tongue. Could he blame the Crow for their fear? Not with the pox raging upriver and across the prairies as the Blackfoot carried it right into the heart of the Rockies. Titus didn't know how the devastation was transmitted, never had understood such matters. Did the Blackfoot have to touch the Crow to pass along the infection? Or could it be something as simple as the wind? Was this terror no more than a matter of the air in the Blackfoot country drifting over the hills and down the river valleys to reach Absarica? Like a wind-whipped grass fire, this scourge might well race from village to village on the air they would breathe, seeping stealthily from lodge to lodge. The infected would believe if they ran fast enough, if they fled far enough, they would stay ahead of what death loomed on the back trail. Then, one night, as Scratch banked their fire and slipped beneath the robes beside Waits, the cold of it suddenly struck him. If the Crow were as afraid of Tulloch as they were of the company traders at Fort Union, how in heaven were the Crow going to react to him, one of the race who had brought this terrible epidemic to the mountains? How could they believe that he wasn't carrying the disease? Would they even trust in Waits by the water? Or, because they so desperately feared the pox brought by the Americans, would the Crow warriors do everything in their power to prevent him from reaching their village? Instead of risking that gamble, would the Crow decide they must kill him? Scratch had begun to wonder if they ever would find Yellow Belly's people. For the better part of a month, they had been scouring the river valley west all the way to the Big Bend of the Yellowstone, then back to Clark's Fork, with no sign of either village. Not a clue on the River Crow, no mountain band either. For the past 2 weeks, he had begun to despair of finding them at all, much less finding the village in time to warn them of the danger from the north. But Bass swallowed it all down, refusing to let her know of his doubts. On and on they plodded from first light to last, halting only when it grew so dark he dared not stumble on through the broken, icy country. At the mouth of every tiny creek they passed, he brooded on what he should be doing instead of this fool's errand Tulloch and Gamble had talked him into accepting. This was clearly a time when a man should be stalking the flat-tails. Plain enough the animals would have grown a thick coat, as brutal as this winter had become. Why didn't he just admit he had failed and go off to do what he had done for the last few winters? Spend a handful of days away from the lodge to trap on his lonesome, then return with the pelts for her to scrape and stretch, play with the youngsters, couple with her each night until he felt that itch to leave again. But every time he tried talking logically, rationally to himself about it, reciting the litany of reasons why he should put this futile search aside and get on with the white man's business of trapping beaver, Titus felt that sharp pang of remorse in his belly, the way something distasteful soured his meat bag. He knew he would never be able to look his wife in the eye if he gave up. Should they not find the village until spring? So be it. More important than his beaver was this matter of his duty to Waits by the Water's people. For 3 more days they moved up Clark's Fork, traveling some 70 miles south of the Yellowstone. Odd that they hadn't run across any sign of hunters, much less sign of the village itself. That many people camped for the winter somewhere near the valley of the Yellowstone had to leave some evidence of their passing. So many hundreds upon hundreds of bellies to feed, thousands upon thousands of ponies needing pasture. So far, not a sign along the Yellowstone, nothing from the Tongue to the Great Bend and back again to Clark's Fork. They had come to the very foot of the mountains. Instead of pushing on to the south into the narrowing valley, Scratch turned east. Climbing with the rising ground on the sunrise side of the fork, they dropped into a high rolling country. To the west lay the stinking water and what the trappers called Coulter's Hell, a route that would lead a man into the region the Crow revered as the land of spirit smokes. To the east lay the valley of the Bighorn. Ahead to the south lay the Gray Bull Basin. "Have your people ever come this far south to winter?" he asked her that night after they had camped among some hot pools of sulphurous water.
"Twice, when I was much younger,"
Waits said as she stood from pulling off the last moccasin. She grabbed the bottom of her hide dress and raised it over her head. When she had shimmied out of her blanket leggings, Waits tested the water's temperature, sticking her toe into the pool where he sat submerged to his armpits. Around them, a gauzy steam wisped into cold midwinter air. He glanced at their children sleeping a few yards back from the edge of the pool. "Come here." As she glided through the smoky water, he reached out and pulled her to him. "Why would your village ever come so far south?"
"If the winter was terribly cold," she explained
as she settled across the tops of his thighs.
"They will always go where there is meat, where the winds won't blow so long and hard, where spring might return a little sooner."
He bent, kissed the tops of her breasts as they shimmered at the surface of the water. His flesh stirred. "How far south would they go?"
"I can remember wintering one time in the shadow of the mountains."
He pointed off to the south. "Those mountains still far away?"
"Yes,"
she answered, but her voice had lowered an octave with that huskiness born of hunger as she took his hardening flesh into her hand, kneading it. "Then we should go until the river of the winds turns west at the foot of the mountains?"
"At least that far."
He sighed with the delicious pleasure she was bringing him as she rubbed his flesh against herself, as she began to squirm a little in anticipation of him. "I am sure this is the season we spent together in Taos, the happy celebration before I left."
"Taos,"
Waits repeated the word in English. Then in Crow she said,
"I remember the sweet foods Rosa made for us, the smells from her warm cooking, the flavors she put in her coffee, so strong, sweet, and milky."
"You are milky too," he said, as he gently raised one of her breasts, then sucked at the nipple while she groaned, suckled gently until he tasted the warm, sweet, sticky milk. She reminded him,
That is your son's milk."
"But this is his father's breast."
"So whose is this?"
she asked, squeezing his manhood firmly as she rose a little, positioned his hardened flesh, then settled down on him with an agonizingly delicious slowness. He rocked his hips upward, squirming to seat himself within her. "I think it is yours now."
"Then we agree,"
she said devilishly as she began to rock more insistently upon him.
"It does belong to me."
The following morning, they pushed on south, marching upriver for the mountains that loomed ever larger to the southeast, a chain stretching across the entire horizon, their pinnacles and slopes blotted by an unbroken mantle of snow extending from hoary crests all the way down to the valley floor. At the mouth of the Poposha, they turned north by northwest, following the Wind River along its foothills. After a snowfall 2 days later, they crossed a large trail. Hunters. If it wasn't the crow, he figured it might well be the snake. They followed the tracks north for another day, then made camp after sundown once it had grown too dark to follow those tracks left by more than a dozen horses. That night, when he stepped away from the fire to look after the animals, Scratch stood among the ponies, rubbing Samantha's withers. After a few minutes, he became aware of the faint fragrance of wood smoke drifting in on the wind. Turning this way, then that, Titus realized he wasn't smelling his own fire. Instead, it had to be smoke wafting over the hilltop just beyond their campsite. His heart leaped. Crunching across the surface of the frozen ground, he loped through the trees toward the crest where the black of the night sky collided with the pale blue of the icy moonlit snow. By the time he reached the top, Scratch was out of breath, huffing as much from sheer anticipation as he was with the exertion. At first, it did not strike him what he was seeing, those tiny specks of light appearing as so many points of starshine reflected off the endless smear of snow in the far valley. Slowly, he realized they had to be campfires. More than 100 of them. A few glittered brightly, but most had a translucent, opaque quality to them. "Lodges," he whispered as excitement gushed up within him. Then turned on his heel and hurried downhill through the animals for their campfire. "Woman!" Scratch cried lustily as he came bounding up. "Woman, I see a village below!" "Shh," she warned, pointing to where the children lay sleeping, then asked, "Are there many lodges?" He gulped for air, swallowed, and said, "It must be Yellowbelly's camp. There are hundreds of lights, many, many fires and lodges." "I think I will have trouble sleeping tonight," she said, leaping to her feet and throwing her arms around him. "It makes my heart glad to see how happy this makes you," he declared, squeezing her tightly. "Tomorrow you will see your mother. You will see Strikes in camp and his family, too." Burying her face against the crook of his neck, Waits by the water confided softly, "I have been so afraid that they were no more, husband. I feared they had been swept away like the others who have been touched by the white man's death." "But they haven't disappeared," he consoled her. "Until now, a big hole in my heart feared that very thing," she admitted. "I did not want to trust we could find them. As the days became many, I grew more afraid we would find empty lodges, skeletons of bone wrapped in tattered clothing, every one of my people eaten by this terrible sickness." "We found them alive. They are safe," he reassured her, his own tangible relief lifting a great weight from his shoulders. "Tomorrow we will rejoin your mother, your brother, and his family. And tomorrow night we can laugh at your fears as we gather around their fire, all of us, and throw these fears of yours into the flames." "Tomorrow," she echoed the word in a whisper. "I was so afraid tomorrow would never come." That dawn came cold and gray, a hulking bank of clouds the color of a ripe bruise hovering halfway down the mountain slopes. By the time Flea had nursed and Magpie finished chewing some cold meat from last night's supper with her father, Bass had the animals packed for what should be a short ride. He had been anticipating this morning ever since the day they put Fort Van Buren behind them. Afraid he would only deepen what he could see was his wife's own growing anxiety, Scratch kept his fears to himself. Day by day he had become a bit more morose, swallowing deep the slightest image his mind conjured of their searching endlessly, eventually to stumble across a camp of crow lodges, entering the circle to discover that it was now home only to magpies and robber jays, coyotes and wolves, as the flocks and packs of predators worked over the bodies of 3,000 dead. In his own way, Scratch had been praying every day that when they finally found Yellowbelly's camp, they would not find a village of ghosts. Afraid that after saving them from the blizzard, God would not now succor his newest prayer. With the way the wind was quickly quartering around to blow out of the northwest, the smell of wood smoke grew strong once again. Far behind them now stood that ridge crest where he had peered into this valley as the unnumbered fires twinkled in the clear, sub-freezing night air. Ahead, in that bottom ground where a creek flowed out of the tall, cloud-covered mountains to pour itself into Wind River, stood the camp. Hundreds upon hundreds of smoky spires rose from the lodges, each column quickly absorbed by the belly of those low-hanging clouds, momentarily hued with a reddish-orange tint as the sun foretold its emergence from the east.
"Camp guards,"
she announced, pointing to their right. He turned in the saddle, finding the 8 horsemen bursting from the timber, loping their way. More hooves clattered to their left as another half-dozen broke into the open. These, like the first, carried shields at their left elbows, war clubs or bows in their right hands, while a few held aloft long lances festooned with scalps and brightly colored cloth streamers made all the more brilliant in these moments of the sun's brief journey between earth and cloud bank. At first, he did not recognize any of the young men coming their way, afraid this was not a Crow village. But as the riders approached, he recognized the hairstyles, the special markings on a shield here or there. And then he heard a camp guard yelling at them in his wife's tongue. These were Crow. But instead of welcoming, the voices shouted in warning, 2 of them now, both voices strident and afraid. "What are they telling us?" he asked of her, beginning to pull back on the pony's reins uneasily.
"We must stop,"
she said in dismay, her eyes as wide as Mexican conchos when she looked to him for explanation. Of a sudden, Titus was afraid he knew the answer. 14 warriors fanned out in a broad front as they came to a halt 50 yards from them.
"Popo?"
"Shh!" he rasped at Magpie. He felt the girl pull herself against his back more tightly as she tilted her face up so she could whisper to him.
"Why is my mother so afraid?"
Scratch looked at Waits by the Water and had to admit she did look frightened. "I think she is excited about—" "Do not come any closer," interrupted the warrior beneath the swelling wreath of frosty breath that encircled his head. "But we are friends," Bass hollered in reply, watching one of the guards rein about and kick his pony into a lope, heading back to the village. "I know you, Waits by the Water," the first warrior admitted. "When my younger sister was a little girl, you and she played together with your tiny lodges and horses and dolls. But you cannot—"
"Three Iron?"
she suddenly asked.
"Is that you?"
"Yes."
"Then you know us," Waits interrupted. "Why don't you invite us into the camp? I have waited a long time to see my mother again, to show her how much her grandson has grown."
"I can't invite you into the village," he shouted.
"But you are my people," she cried.
"Your husband is not," Three Iron explained. Far behind the camp guards, Bass saw 2 riders emerge from the village, coming their way at a gallop. He turned to look quickly at the dismay on her face, realizing he must try to talk some sense into these warriors. "You say you know me," Titus began, hearing Magpie start to whimper quietly against his back. "Your people have always welcomed me, even when I came on foot chasing horse thieves." "I am Red Leggings," shouted one of the guards near the end of the crescent. "I was with Pretty on Top the day we rode off with your animals many winters ago." "Then you must explain why you will not allow me to bring my wife and children into your camp to see their relations." Halting, one of the arriving horsemen announced, "It would be dangerous."
"Strikes in camp?" she wailed. "Is that you, my brother?"
"Yes, sister, I am here." She nudged her pony forward, saying,
"How I longed to see you and my mother."
At that instant, Scratch lunged over and grabbed the pony's halter, pulling to a stop. "Stay there, sister," Strikes in Camp demanded. "You can come no closer."
"Brother!"
she shrieked, covering her face with a hand. Magpie began to wail behind him. "Why won't you accept your sister into the camp of her people?" Titus asked in a strong voice, words hanging brittle as ice while the clouds lowered over them. The sun was disappearing, rising into the blue-black as if all the warmth of that crimson light was being snuffed out. Tiny lances of ice darted about their faces, stinging the cold flesh. Strikes-in-Camp explained. She might be sick.
Sick? Waits sobbed. Only my heart is sick to be treated so badly by my people.
Afraid he already knew, the trapper asked, How do you think your sister is sick? She is with a white man, yelled another man. How will that make her sick, Strikes-in-Camp? In that hottest part of the summer, we heard the stories of the white man's sickness killing other tribes, his brother-in-law explained, his pony pawing a hoof at the frozen, snowy ground. Pausing as he thought, Bass suddenly said, But you can see I am not sick. We have heard the white man does not grow sick and die with this terrible affliction, another warrior interrupted. Only the Indians, Mandans, Arikara, Assiniboine, even Blackfoot too. Now that you have come, white man, this evil has followed us here. You ran away from your fear of it, didn't you? Titus asked. The old men believed it the wisest, the young warrior declared. The oldest among them remembered the tribal stories of another time long, long ago when our people lived close to the great muddy river, a time when this same evil sickness of the seeping wounds and fever swept through the villages along the river. The Crow have known about this sickness before? Yes, the young warrior said. Our old men say only a few died because our people quickly scattered onto the prairie, running faster than the invisible terror that had come to kill us all. Bass nodded. So your chiefs decided you should run again. And stay as far away as we can from the white man who once more brings this evil to kill Indians who are his enemies, Strikes-in-Camp said. Even Indians who are his friends. Look at me. I am not sick. You are a white man. You carry the sickness in you, he said, waving his arm in frustration. While it doesn't consume you, it will kill us. Stretching out his arm to indicate his wife, Bass said, Look at your sister. She is alive. We have been to Tulloch's Post and she did not die. Our children are still alive. There is no disease in them. Clearly frustrated now, Strikes-in-Camp roared, You must stay away. Brother, she keened, her voice rising even as the black belly of the clouds tore open with the first falling of an icy snow. If I take my wife into your camp to see her mother, what will happen to me? The warrior said, I will have to kill you. Bass swallowed hard. And if my wife comes to see her mother without me? Drawing himself up, Strikes-in-Camp said, I will have to kill her. We are not your enemies, Bass snarled, feeling angry at his helplessness. The white man brought this sickness to the mountains. You must stay away from us. Scratch reached over and took his wife's forearm in his mitten, gripping it reassuringly. Tell your mother. Say we send her our love and want to see her face one day soon. Perhaps one day, Strikes-in-Camp said sadly. Waits began to cry, covering her face with a blanket mitten as she wheeled her pony around and started on their back trail. Strikes-in-Camp, Titus called. You must be careful. Of other white men like you? No, he replied. I bring a warning that the Crow must be careful of the Blackfoot. Not the white man? No, Bass said. The Blackfoot carry this terrible sickness now. 24. A wolf called that gray morning as the icy snow fell softer, then beat no more against the side of the brush and canvas shelter where he lay with her and the children. Winter was old, almost done, yet it hung on and on, refusing to give itself to spring. For weeks now, Waits by the water had hardly spoken a word. She still sang to Flea to put him to sleep at night, and she held Magpie in her arms, too. She even made love to him with the same ferocity she always had. But she did not talk much at all. Never, never about Yellowbelly's camp. Not one word about her people. Better to let that wound be, he decided, hoping it would heal on its own. That wolf howled again, perhaps a different one. It was a plaintive call, anguished and lonely. If it had been raining instead of snowing, Titus might be more concerned, even afraid. A wolf that came out to howl in the rain was the spirit of a warrior killed before his time. So, if it were raining instead of that weepy snow, it might well make him venture from these warm robes and blankets, push into the cold timber in search of that restless, disembodied spirit. Up there in Blackfoot country was damn well going to be plenty of wolves to howl in the rain come spring. Maybe the cold of winter had killed all the pox. Nothing like that was going to live through the long, deep cold of this northern land. If the Blackfoot weren't all dead from the disease, then at least the pox was finished now. And what was left of the tribe was nothing more than a pale shadow of what they had been. Ghosts. Mandan, Arikara, Assiniboine, and Blackfoot. And now, the Crow. Yellowbelly's people might as well have been ghosts too. Day after day, week upon week, he and Waits by the Water never could get very close to the village before camp guards rode up, shouting, threatening, until she explained that she only wanted one of the warriors to bring her mother to the edge of camp. Just to see Crane's face in the distance, to know she was still alive, to show her mother they were still alive and well, so Crane could see they were not being eaten by a terrible sickness. The children waved to Crane across that distance, and their grandmother waved back, then suddenly turned, slump-shouldered, and hurried back into the village with her daughter-in-law's arm around her shoulder. That retreat always made Waits by the Water even sadder. Something on the order of a week later, Bass had finally convinced her they had no business keeping a vigil around the fringes of that camp of frightened people. Ghosts, he thought. His wife's family might as well be ghosts. That last time, Crane brought the rest of them with her, all of Strikes in Camp's family. Bright Wings and the children waved before they turned to go. Then, before she retreated into the village, Crane pointed to an outcropping of rocks several hundred yards from the village. She gestured expansively, struggling to make herself understood. Then Waits began to cry and held up little Flea to wave to his grandmother. Titus helped Magpie stand tall upon his shoulders as she signaled to that small, distant person. In the end, the girl even blew kisses to her grandmother the way Titus taught her to do. Waits turned away with Flea, and they returned to their camp, where his wife sobbed until close to sundown. When they remembered the point of rocks. Hurrying there, Waits discovered a newly smoked antelope skin wrapped inside a piece of oiled rawhide. Within it rested several small gifts Crane had bundled together, a tiny deer hair stuffed doll for Magpie and a stuffed horse for Flea, 2 small whistles carved from cedar, while beneath them all lay a badger claw necklace. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw the necklace, pulled it slowly from the antelope skin.
"This belonged to my But she quickly remembered. "He who is no longer with us," Waits explained, holding the claws and beads reverently across the palms of both hands.
"It is a very great thing for your mother to want you to have this," Bass said. "Did he carve these whistles?"
"I think he must have," she replied quietly, rubbing their red wood with a fingertip. "That was his name. I remember how our people knew of him because he could blow on a whistle he made with his own hands, blowing a sound just like the bull elk calling from the mountainside in the autumn."
"Waits by the Water," he sighed. "Your mother wanted you to have something of him to show our children."
"Yes," she sobbed. "A totem to show Magpie and Flea when we tell them about their grandfather."
She put it on, and he realized she meant never to take it off. Right from the moment she dropped the necklace over her head, Scratch knew that somehow it made her feel closer, not just to her father who no longer lived, but to her mother. Closer to her people. But he never uttered a word about his deepest fear, more a regret. Titus never mentioned how afraid he was that in leaving those gifts for her daughter and grandchildren, Crane was saying that she realized she might never see those loved ones again. Then, time and again he argued with himself, thinking the old woman hadn't really been trying to say goodbye, believing they would never meet again. So each day he wondered how long the Crow would keep them apart, and he worried if Yellowbelly's band ever would allow Waits by the Water back among her people, back in the arms of her family. For weeks now, as winter softened its fury, they had remained no more than a day's journey from the village. When it migrated to a new campsite, requiring more wood and water, more grass for their herds, Bass packed up his family and followed, never drawing close enough to cause the camp guard's alarm, never working streams so close that the Crow village might spoil his trapping haunts. Camping no more than a day's ride from her people, just in case they might have a change of heart. Every few days, as he tended to his trap line, Scratch went to some high ground to scour the country for sign of the camp, the lodge smoke, any horsemen out for game, until the Crow had run all the game out of the area. Sometimes the hunters, or those scouts who constantly patrolled the hills and ridges for sign of their enemies, would run across the lone white man at work in the icy streams or on his way back to his camp with his beaver pelts. Never did those hunters come anywhere close enough that he could make sign, much less call out to them. Instead, they always stopped upon recognizing the trapper, turned about, and rode off. Over and over he reminded himself that he couldn't blame them. As cruel as it must feel to his woman, Scratch told himself he didn't have the right to blame her people for their fear of him, and what poison they believed he represented. After all they had somehow heard about the horrors of the pox, both those tribal legends of long ago and the fresh tales of summer's terror on the upper Missouri, the Crow had reason to be cautious. Worse still, this new calamity fed the superstitious fear of those among the Crow who proclaimed there was now every excuse to drive the white men out of Absarica. More and more of the Crow were ready to believe the leaders who spoke against the trappers and traders. Where he once was welcomed, now he was feared, shunned, even hated. Perhaps Waits by the Water did not truly know what hate was because she had never before experienced the hatred of others. Bass doubted she herself had ever hated anyone before. But he knew full well the power of hate. He understood how hate goaded a man into acts of revenge against those he despised or acts of retribution against those who despised him. Titus hoped she remained innocent, hoped she never knew either side of hate. Sadness rode with them that winter, which meant that its handmaiden, called Bitterness, could not be far behind. That morning she didn't say much in either tongue as the wolf awoke him before dawn. Titus pulled on his clothing, then quietly told her he would not return before sundown. He kissed her, feeling something in Waits by the Water's embrace of her longing to explain how bewildered she was. Instead of speaking, however, she only held him tight, kissed his mouth, then released him to the darkness. As the black became gray, Bass dismounted, tied the horse and mule to the brush, then trudged toward the creek bank. The only sounds in the forest were his footsteps on the sodden snow, the slur of his elk-hide coat brushing against the leafless branches as he neared his first set. Of a sudden, he grew concerned. Standing at the snowy edge of the stream, he couldn't make out the trap pole he had driven into the bottom of the creek several feet from the bank. Kneeling as he shoved his right sleeve to the elbow, Scratch stuffed his bare forearm into the ice-slicked water. Back and forth he carefully fished, his fingers searching, unable to feel the square bow of the iron trap, the wide springs, the pan or trigger or long chain. "Goddamned beaver got away with it," he grumbled as he got to his feet, flinging water off his arm before it turned to ice. Later, when the light grew, he'd come back and wade on into this wide part of the stream to try locating where in this flooded meadow the animal had dragged his trap. Somewhere out there in the faint smear of dawn, one of the creatures had freed the trap from the pole, then drowned, sinking to the bottom with the weight locked around its paw. It was only a matter of his wading far enough, long enough in the icy water to find both trap and beaver. For the time being, there was enough work pulling up the other 14 traps, taking yesterday's catch back to camp for his wife to begin her work fleshing, graining, and stretching. That started, he could return and look for his trap. As costly as such hard goods were in the mountains, a man simply couldn't stand to lose one of his traps. Sweeping up his rifle and the rawhide trap sack, Scratch backed out of the thick willow and turned upstream. A moment later, he was standing on the bank, staring out at the glistening surface of the water, bewildered that he was getting so old he had forgotten where he had made the second set. Turning on his heel, he peered across the ground, discovering the stake he had driven into the bank to mark the location of his trap sites. Now he whirled, angry and confused, staring at that point where the frozen ground met the surface of the water, gazing into the stream with a squint to search for the tall pole that always marked the extent of the trap chain that prevented the beaver from reaching the safety of his winter lodge. Out there in the deep water, the creatures would drown. But at this second set, there was no pole, no trap, and no beaver. Angrier still at his growing frustration, Titus flung himself out of the brush and sprinted upstream for the third set. He stood at the stake in the bank and peered at the widening pond pocked with the prickly domes of mud and branch beaver lodges. No trap pole there either. Furious, he shoved his right arm into the water where he found only the narrow shelf he had carved for the trap. Empty. Flinging water from the sleeve, he stood and whirled around, his breath coming hard, heart pounding faster. And in the light of day coming, Scratch spotted the tracks. Hurtling forward, he pitched to his knees among them, studying the hoof prints, the moccasin tracks, blowing a little crusty, ice-laden snow out of the prints. Yesterday. He had come across some tracks 2 days back, a heavy man riding a pony with a cracked hoof. Altogether, there were more than 10 horses and riders making that trail he had discovered a good distance north of the Crow village. Hunters were all over that part of the country. Likely the Crow were keeping an eye on him, too. But now, he found evidence that same pony, if not the same rider, had visited his traps just yesterday, even though Bass's camp and this stream were both east of the Crow village. Balling a fistful of snow in his mitten, Titus stood and flung the snowball angrily at the ground. The bastards for sure spied on him, circling his camp, and now they'd even gone to honeyfuggling with his trap sites, taken to stealing his traps. 3 of them would take some clues for a man to replace, especially when that man was already down 3 traps. Feeling his anger rising to fever pitch, Scratch feared the Crow had taken them all. Every last one of his traps, from every one of his sets, along with the beaver snared in them. Pretty damned plain. No longer were they merely content to hold him at arm's length, not satisfied to keep an eye on him and prevent him from infecting them. Now, the warriors were beginning their campaign to drive him off, muscle him as far away as they could, right on out of Absarica. Away from her people. Standing there over those tracks around the 4th set, his blanket mittens gripping the stock of the big flintlock, Bass sensed he held his deepest fury for strikes in camp. This was no way for the son of a bitch to treat his sister. The first rays of the sun suddenly pierced the timber, sending shafts of saffron light across the snow, illuminating every hoofprint, every moccasin track. 8, 10, maybe as many as a dozen, horses and riders. God-damned bastards. They'd skulked around behind his back, waited for him to put in all the time to prepare and make his set, watched him turn his back and leave for camp, then swooped on down and robbed him. Cowards! Traveling in packs like predators, sneaking up behind him, afraid to take him on even though they would have him on the downside of some bad odds. That was all part of their plan, he figured. They didn't want to confront him in the open, so they committed their foul deeds in secret. Probably even Yellowbelly or the Warrior Society chiefs left orders that the white man was not to be hurt, even killed, because he had once been a friend of the Crow. And after all, he did have a Crow wife. Better to steal what they could from him, make it so tough to work his trap lines that he'd pack up and ride off for other country. Would he surprise them? Just as soon as he rode back to camp to tell Waits by the Water he wouldn't be returning that night, not until late the following day because he had a long way to ride, he planned to tear right into that village and demand his property. And if they didn't allow him into the camp, if they didn't return what was his, why, goddamn them niggers, there'd be some dead crow. How many thieving red niggers was an iron trap worth? 1 for 1? Or maybe as high as 2 of them smart-assed, cocky bucks for every trap they stole from him. Angry as he was getting with every mile, Bass figured any of them got in his way, they'd find out this was one white man more dangerous than any of the white man's smallpox. "Keep the guns near you," he reminded his wife as he tied the last knot on Samantha's pack saddle. She gazed up at his face.
"Where are you going?"
"I'll be back before the sun sets tomorrow."
"Why is your face like a stone, husband?"
He tried to smile, but it didn't work, so he turned away so she would not see his eyes.
"Is your heart an angry stone too?" she asked. "Are you riding somewhere because of your anger?"
"Yes," he said, knowing he could not tell her a lie. The best he could do was to keep from telling her all of the truth. "I'll be back by sundown tomorrow." She had pressed herself against him, clutching desperately. He sensed her fear, and in that moment, Bass felt deeply guilty for the leaving. Since her own people had shunned her, Waits by the Water had no one else but him. Now he was riding off without explaining, leaving her feeling as alone and lonely as she had ever felt. He whispered, his lips against the top of her head, "Have Magpie help you with the boy." But the little girl at his side heard and wrapped herself around his leg.
"Come soon to us?"
"Yes," he said, bending to kiss her forehead. Then he pressed his mouth against Waits by the Waters, turned, and vaulted into the saddle. Kicking his pony out of camp, Bass knew he could not turn and look back. He wanted this to be over. Not just to have his traps returned, but to have his wife and children back with Waits by the Water's family and people. Disillusioned that everything could not be as it was before, Scratch started cross-country for the Crow village, knowing that he could be there before sundown if he stopped to rest the animals no more than twice on this journey through the snow. Shame of it was, he didn't know who he should be angry at, who he could get his hands on to bloody them with his bony knuckles, to wrap his fingers around their necks and squeeze the breath right out of them. Who to blame? The sick man who had boarded the St. Peter's down in the settlements when the company's summer boat carried the dreaded scourge upriver? Or the bushways at the posts along the high Missouri who ended up putting their future trading dollars ahead of the lives of those tribes they traded with? Could he blame white men like Gamble and Tulloch for being a part of a giant sprawl of cogs, men who were essentially as powerless as he once the prairie fire was ignited? Could he blame the Blackfoot for their suspiciousness, their anger that they were being lied to by the white man when they were ordered to stay away from Fort McKenzie? But shouldn't he hold his deepest bitterness for the Crow who turned against their own because she had married a white man? The Blackfoot and the Bushways were already his enemies, already the target of much of his wrath. But what of Tulloch and Gamble? If the Crow didn't return to Fort Van Buren, then the trader was ruined, the company would close the post down, and Samuel was out of a job. And hadn't Levi lost enough already? Bass didn't figure he could hold any bitterness for the old friend who had already paid the highest price a man must pay for another's mistake. But the Crow had no goddamned reason to steal his traps, to make it tough on him to provide for his family. Despite their fear of the pox, they had no call to keep the woman and their children from the village. Never could there be any justification strong enough that would allow the Crow to... He yanked back on the pony's reins, his breath caught in his chest, ears straining. Samantha blew, wisps of frosty steam jetting from her muzzle. As the sound disappeared, he heard more gunfire, shouts, screams, and cries. Scratch turned left, listening, then right and listened some more. Muffled by the distance, shielded by the slopes before him, those noises originated from the far side of the knoll that stood between him and the sounds of battle. "Hep! Hep, Heppa!" he bawled at the animal beneath him, and at the mule he yanked into motion. With a bray, Samantha shot into a rolling gait as they burst from the timber at the bottom of the hill, galloping up the slope on a slant, clods of icy snow kicked up by every hoof, streamers of it slapping against his blanket-wrapped leggings. both animals lunging, their breath chugging as he ripped the long fringed gun case from the muzzle of the rifle, twisting about to stuff the cover beneath his ass. Reaching the top of the knoll, he peered down, his own breath ragged as he tore back on the reins and stopped the animals. Here, the sounds were more distinct. Beyond, where the creek knotted itself into a horseshoe bend, then loosened itself again and disappeared from sight around another hillock, Bass saw blurs of movement. Legs and arms, horsetails and manes, shields and war clubs, lances and bows. Another gun boomed. Indian smoothbore. Yips and growls of men in a fighting lather, grunts and wails of the wounded or dying, men left underfoot, abandoned in the warlust. Common sense stated that one side of that bloody fracas had to be the Crow, and whoever their enemy was, those Crow warriors appeared to be getting their arses whipped but good. Stabbing his moccasins into the pony's ribs, Bass bolted off the crest of the hill, thundering down the slope toward the sparse creek-bottom timber where more of the combatants emerged, fleeing in his direction before they turned and set themselves to meet their attackers. From their hair, the markings on their clothing, he figured the bunch readying for the onslaught had to be Crow. No more than a handful of them now, if there ever were any more when the scrap had begun. Likely a hunting party, he thought. Maybe even the bunch who had stolen his traps before moseying on back to their village. Twice their number burst from the shadows at the edge of the timber, shrieking as they fired arrows, flung war clubs and tomahawks at the 4 Crows still standing, the last to put up a defense. One of the warriors who had his back to Scratch screamed with such fury that it made the tiny hairs stand at the back of Bass's neck. The warrior was standing there as arrows rained down around him, rallying the others. Titus reached the bottom ground, yanking the flintlock's hammer back to full cock. From the snow at his feet, the Crow warrior pulled an enemy arrow, clutched it overhead, and screamed his challenge to those about to overrun him. With a click, Bass set the back trigger. Then the Crow rammed the arrow point through the long decorative flap at the bottom of his leggings, pinning himself to that spot. This warrior wanting to die was proclaiming he would go no farther. Here he would die, never to retreat unless one of his friends released him from this death vow by pulling up the arrow for him. The enemy were all over the 4 Crow in the next heartbeat. No way to tell them apart as Scratch yanked brutally back on the reins, lifting his leg to release Samantha's lead rope as she burst on past and clattered away, looping to the right in retreat. As his pony quartered to the right as if to follow Samantha down the back trail, Scratch squeezed the animal with his knees, shoved down on the stirrups, instantly stopping the horse. By the time he got the rifle to his shoulder and peered down the low top flat of that octagonal barrel, the brave Crow warrior had scrambled to his feet in the midst of his attackers, leaving 2 of his enemies on the ground. Still there were 3, lunging across the bloody snow where they had just smashed in the heads of 2 of the Crow. Those odds clearly spelled doom for these last 2 warriors, bravely fighting off what Bass took to be Piegan, all smeared up with paint and gussied with feathers and totems for this bold foray into Absarica. Likely they'd lain in wait for a small hunting party to come along, then sprung their trap. As much as he hated these 2 Crow warriors for stealing his traps, Bass figured he hated the Blackfoot even more. When one of the Piegan pinned the Crow's arms back, a second warrior closed in with a glittering brass tomahawk raised at the end of his arm. Sweeping the gun's muzzle over the pony's head as it pranced sideways at the edge of the timber, then came to an abrupt halt when he angrily squeezed his knees into its ribs, Bass brushed his fingertip across the front trigger. With a roar and a burst of orange flame, the rifle erupted. 20 yards away in the open, the warrior with that glittering tomahawk blade vaulted backward into the snow, writhing, clawing at his chest with both hands. Every warrior jerked around at once, both of the surprised Crow and those 4 Blackfoot who were about to complete their slaughter. In that moment of surprise, one of the crow swept upward with his knife, catching one of the Blackfoot low in the abdomen, plunging the blade in just above the pubic bone, ripping upward as the startled attacker flailed at his enemy for a heartbeat, then frantically fought to prevent his riven intestines from spilling from the gaping, steamy wound as he collapsed to his knees. Foot by slippery foot of purplish gut oozed over his hands into the reddened snow as the crow spun on another Blackfoot descending upon him with a stone club. The other crow, his arms still imprisoned by an attacker, continued to struggle by kicking both his legs at the last of the Blackfoot who slammed the butt of his English fusil along the crow's head, bringing the stunned man to his knees for a moment before the warrior fell onto his face in the snow. As Bass vaulted off the pony onto the frozen ground, the Blackfoot pitched his rifle aside to pull a short bow from the quiver draped over his right shoulder. As that warrior reached back a second time to snag a handful of arrows from the quiver, the Blackfoot who had locked the crow's arms behind him leaped onto the collapsed crow's back. As he gripped the warrior's hair with his left hand, the Blackfoot savagely yanked the crow's head back and jerked the knife from the crow's own belt. The muscular neck exposed, the crow's eyes widened, staring not at the enemy about to slash his throat. Instead, the crow gazed at the onrushing white man. Swapping the rifle to his left hand, Titus yanked the first of the big pistols from his belt, sweeping back the hammer to full cock with his left forearm an instant before he flung his right hand forward, already in a dead run for the Blackfoot who was flexing his arm downward, looping the blade around the crow's neck, inches and an instant from delivering the death blow. The round lead ball caught the Blackfoot low, just above the bottom rib, with an audible crack of bone as it smashed through the Indian's torso, flinging him off the man he was preparing to kill. Transfixed, Scratch slid to a halt, staring at the face of the crow sprawled on the ground, the man whose life he had just saved. "Ushpay!" cried the other crow. That shrill warning, ordering him to shoot, snapped something taut within Bass, yanking him about to find the Blackfoot, dropping to a knee, his bowstring snapping forward. Without thinking, the trapper hurtled sideways, the arrow springing from its rawhide string. As Bass fell sideways, his empty rifle tumbling across the icy snow, the painted shaft hissed through the thick elk-hide coat. Landing hard enough to knock the breath from him, Scratch dragged his shoulders out of the snow, rocking onto a hip as he spotted the second crow scrambling up behind the Blackfoot, who had another arrow already knocked in his string. Titus pulled the second pistol into his empty left hand, crudely dragging the huge dragon's head hammer backward with his right wrist. As he looked up, his left arm shooting forward to aim at the bowman, Scratch found the bowstring snapping, flinging its arrow his way. Holding his breath that instant it took to aim, he fired. The napped stone point parted the gray muzzle blast the way a bolt of lightning might tear through a coal-cotton storm cloud. Titus was moving too late. The arrow slammed through his right forearm, the point stabbing him high in the belly. Collapsing onto his back, Titus yanked back on his arm, freeing the stone tip from his clothing, relieved to find that it had only caused a wound barely deep enough to bleed, penetrating only the skin, not near deep enough to pierce the thick bands of muscle over his gut. Suddenly, he dragged his legs under him, rolled onto his hip, and reached at the back of his belt for a tomahawk to defend himself from... The bowman was on the ground, struggling beneath the crow warrior until the Blackfoot's legs thrashed no more. The victorious crow stood over the bowman with a jerk, screaming in triumph as he held aloft the dripping trophy just ripped from the head of his enemy. Scratch gazed down at his right forearm. From his fingertips all the way to the shoulder, the arm quivered as if with shocking cold. Instead, he found this a searingly hot pain, so much so that he swallowed to control his stomach from revolting as he stared down at the arrow piercing the upper part of that forearm. Of a sudden, the nausea vanished as he looked up at the second crow warrior. "Titus!" the young man called as he lumbered off his hands and knees, rising onto his feet to step back from the white man. Strike's in camp," he said, his mouth gone dry and pasty. There was fear in his brother-in-law's eyes. Stay away! Bass started to get to his feet. I don't want to kill you. Stay back, I tell you. Then he stopped where he was, on his knees, heaving breathlessly. All right, I won't come any closer. Just as long as you give me back what your warriors stole from me. 25. Come no closer, Strikes in Camp bellowed at the other crow. Stiff Arm, you must come no closer. The muscular warrior shuddered to a halt, bewildered by the command. See to the white man, the taller crow ordered. He is wounded. For a moment, Bass stared at his brother-in-law, wondering why he demanded the other warrior to stay back too. That didn't make a damned bit of sense. If Strikes in Camp's bunch had been out stealing his traps, they had him 2-1. But he suddenly remembered that this was his wife's brother. All Scratch wanted was to have his traps returned. If these bucks just gave them back, he'd figure it was settled. Then, Scratch looked down at the shaft piercing the meat of his right arm and settled back into the snow with a grunt. As Stiff Arm came to a stop to stand over him with that dripping scalp in one hand, Bass grumbled, Hold the end of the arrow. No, your hand must be near my arm. With the warrior bracing one end of the shaft, Titus seized the other end of the bloody arrow, gripping it where the cherrywood shaft protruded from the arm. He took a breath, held it in his lungs, and snapped downward with a loud crack. Pull! He cried as the breath gushed from his mouth with a hot pain. The younger man yanked the fletched end of the arrow through the white man's arm. It took a moment, but the wound's fiery river subsided to the point where Titus dared to flex his wrist gently, slowly bend his fingers. Lucky that the shaft hadn't cut anything but meat, he thought, relieved that everything still worked. We must see to Strikes in Camp, he suggested, as Stiff Arm helped him to his feet. But Strikes in Camp held out his arm, gesturing for them to halt where they were as he himself took another step backward. Both of them stopped, bewildered. Titus asked, Just give me my— This one? Strikes in Camp interrupted as he pointed to the dead man lying at his feet. You will see he has the disfiguring sickness. The other one too. And he kicked the second Blackfoot's body. While Stiff Arm released Bass's wrist and inched backward in trepidation, Scratch tried to make sense of this shocking news. You don't know if they're sick. Both of them touched me, the warrior argued. This one who held me from behind, he rubbed his face against mine as we struggled. Bass swallowed, getting to his feet as he gripped that right forearm. Let me see him. Now the tall crow fell silent for a long moment, then said, You white men, is it true you cannot get the disfiguring sickness? He had only doubt. I have heard some white men become sick, but they do not die. Like the Indian always dies? It will not kill me, Titus explained, taking a step toward the warrior. Let me see the Blackfoot. Strikes in Camp took 3 steps to the side, away from the two bodies. Bass walked over, propping the wounded arm across his chest, then knelt beside the first body. The enemy's sallow face was just beginning to erupt with angry red pustules. Not so bad, he thought. Perhaps the crow had little to fear. He knelt over the second dead warrior who lay on his belly. Turning him over with a toe, Bass jerked back the instant he got a look at the man's face. He was already a dead man, Strikes in Camp said woefully. Yes, Bass replied, gazing down into that face of death, a ghastly, oozing death mask worn by a man with a day, perhaps little more, left to live. Stiff Arm, you must return to the village, the tall warrior instructed. Tell them what happened here. Bring men with you to see to our dead. You will stay here with the bodies until we return? Stiff Arm asked. He shook his head sadly. No, I cannot be here when the others return. You tell them I have gone somewhere to think about the death that is coming to me. Where? Strikes in Camp peered at Bass. Perhaps I should go to see my sister and her children once more before I die. That might kill them, Bass warned. just as it would kill your own wife and children to be close to them."
"Yes," he admitted quietly. "I cannot be with any of my family while I die."
"They would grow sick, too."
"Then I will have to die alone," the warrior said.
"No," Bass argued. "No man should die alone. We can go to my camp. We can make a shelter for you near ours where you can be close enough to see your sister, but not so close you will make her sick. And I will care for you when you no longer can care for yourself."
"That will be the hardest of all for me," Strikes in Camp admitted. "A man unable to take care of himself?" "I will tell your wife where to find you," announced Stiffarm.
"But no others," Strikes in Camp ordered. "No one else must come, so there can be no chance of our people all dying."
"Where is your camp?" Stiffarm asked the trapper.
Bass turned, pointing at the hills to the northwest. "Half a day's ride from this place."
"Then it is a long day's ride from our village," Stiffarm said. "I will bring them so they can look at you one last time."
Strikes in Camp drew himself up and took a long, rattling sigh. "Bring them quickly, Stiffarm. I want them to see me with my own face, not this face of a horrible death. Just look upon this one, the face of our enemy. That is no way for my family to remember me." She could hear her daughter whimpering. Magpies sobbed in their crow tongue, softly muttering a few words at a time. But it was difficult for Waits by the Water to hear what the girl was saying somewhere behind her on another pony. The attackers had knotted a wide band of thick blanket material around her head, blinding her eyes, covering her ears with the heavy, dark blue wool.
"Water, Mother," Magpie said. "Tell them to give us water."
Then she heard a loud slap, immediately followed by her daughter's shrill wail.
"Magpie, be quiet," she chastised the child. "Be strong and do not do anything to make them hurt you."
Just as she had to remind herself, be strong. Waits licked at her puffy, cracked lip, tasting the blood again. It reminded her that she had put up a fight before they subdued her. From the corner of her eye, she had seen the stick swinging at her. Then it all went black. When she awoke, there were at least 4 of them, more, all around her. One was on his knees between her legs, pulling his breechclout aside, pulling out his manhood. She had screamed at what they were about to do. Someone slapped her hard with a flat hand. That's when she tasted the first blood. In the background, Magpie was shrieking. She could see her daughter being held back by one of the warriors who had a handful of the girl's hair. Magpie would be forced to watch what was about to happen to her mother. Suddenly, as the warrior rocked himself forward between her thighs, another attacker raced up on a horse, shouting, barking angrily at the rest. The warrior between her legs snapped back at the man on the pony, both of them speaking in a tongue she did not understand. Then, those who had gathered around her to shame Waits by the Water started to inch back, cowed by the anger of the one on the pony. That's the moment she bolted to her feet and lunged for Magpie, hoping the 2 of them could make it to the thick timber where it might be hard for the enemy to follow them. But the one on the horse wheeled his pony, stabbed his heels into its ribs, and caught up to her just before she reached the warrior yanking her daughter about by the hair. She heard the sound more than felt the impact. Waits stumbled, tripped, and went to her knees near Magpie's feet. Blinking to clear the brilliant shooting stars, Waits turned slightly when she heard the pony snort. That's when she saw the rider swinging the bow again. It cracked against her cheek and across the temple. She did not awaken until now, finding her wrists bound together and lashed to the pommel of the saddle she could feel with her fingertips. Around her ankles they had wrapped more bands of rawhide, tying her feet together beneath the pony's belly. Why were they stealing her and her daughter? Who wanted the 2 of them alive? Then she remembered, and her heart sank. "Magpie," she said, her puffy lip and swollen tongue making it difficult. "Where is Flea?" "Safe," the girl whispered. "One of these attackers stole him too?" The girl was a long time in answering. No. Magpie must have known how that news would stab her mother. Waits reminded herself to keep her voice quiet. In little more than a whisper, she asked,
"Not with us?" "No."
Her greatest fear was realized, to lose another loved one, especially her husband or a child. The tears began to gush, her nose running as she fought down the thoughts of doing something that would make these attackers kill her, just kill her, now that they had murdered her son.
"They killed your brother?" "No." "Where then?" Her heart wanted to believe. "Is he alive?" "Yes." Her heart leaped. "Magpie, you must tell me now." "Safe." "Later, you will tell me where your brother is."
Titus wouldn't know where to find them, could not know what had happened to them, and her husband surely wouldn't realize what had become of Flea. The boy wasn't with their attackers, yet he was safe. How she prayed that her daughter wasn't lying to her only to make her feel better. Oh, how she prayed that Flea was still alive. "Waits by the water!" Scratch called out as he led Samantha and Strikes in Camp off the hillside toward his camp. He wanted to give them warning that they were approaching so that she could gather the children, keeping a safe distance from her brother. Bass realized how the suddenness of seeing Strikes in Camp, after the man had prevented them from entering the Crow camp for so long, would likely cause Waits to rush headlong to embrace her brother. But that could not be. "Waits by the water!" he cried again. Simply could not be, since he dared not think of her becoming sick, dying horribly, in pain, doubled over with a fever, the flesh on her face pocked with scabrous pustules, eyes sunken, lifeless even before a merciful death took her. Through that last copse of trees, he saw the camp. Everything scattered. What wasn't broken appeared to be torn, ripped, destroyed. Their shelters toppled, canvas slashed. A sour ball collected in the pit of him. "Where is she?" the warrior asked in a low voice as he came to a halt beside the trapper, his eyes looking over the ruin. "Something happened. I don't know." Then he suddenly kicked out of the saddle and landed on the snow. He was on his knees studying the prints, ponies, and moccasins. "Here, look," he said to the warrior, motioning him down from his pony. "Tell me these are not Blackfoot." Joining the white man on the snow, Strikes in Camp studied the tracks, peered off to the northwest, then looked at Scratch's face. "Blackfoot. Not just the warriors who attacked you?" It was starting to sink in. "More?" The warrior stood. "Perhaps all belong to a large war party who came to Absarika to make war on us." "And the warriors who attacked your hunting party when you—" Bass paused, his eyes narrowing, wanting to select his words carefully. "When your hunting party was on its way back to the village?" "Only part of the raiders." "How many?" Bass demanded of the warrior. "No more than 10 here, maybe less." He watched the crow stand, follow the tracks to the far side of the camp where he stopped, gazing off through the trees. Bass joined him. 10 horses left here with riders on them, going in that direction. They took the rest of your ponies with them. Bass whirled, peered through the lodgepole at his makeshift rope corral. "Damn," he sighed. "The rest of my ponies." "Only 10 ponies have riders." After a moment of studying the hoofprints, Scratch stood. "I count only 10 too. No matter. I will chop them off like limbs from the trunk of a tree, one branch at a time, to kill one each time they stop or make camp. When I have chopped off a few limbs, then I will attack the rest." "I am going with you." "But you are going to—" "I am not sick yet," Strikes in Camp protested. "No," the white man argued, wagging his head. "I can't chance taking you along with me. When you do grow sick, too sick to ride, then you will be like a heavy stone that I must drag along as I chase the enemy." He watched how his words slapped the proud warrior. In his heart, Bass struggled with the thorny dilemma. "Strikes in Camp, you would force me to choose between staying to help you while you are dying a terrible death," Scratch explained, or leaving you behind to die all alone when I ride off to find your sister and our children." "Your children, yes," Strikes in Camp repeated bravely. "I am not sick now, Titus. If we delay, then I just grow sicker each day I can be following the enemy." "Stay here and wait for Stiff Arm," Scratch said, turning to place a hand on the warrior's shoulder. "When he brings your family here, you can have him return to your village and bring a war party along behind me." "That would be the hope of a fool's hen," the warrior scoffed, shrugging the white man's hand from his shoulder. "You want me to believe that they would have a chance of catching up to you when it won't be until tomorrow evening before they reach here? Then Stiff Arm would need another day to return to the village, a third day to get back here again. They will be at least 3 days behind you." "I don't have time to argue with you. I must leave now," Bass interrupted sternly, wheeling around. He was bitter, angry, wanting only to find his family and draw the blood of those who took the loved ones from him. For now, all he could do was wound with his words. "I cannot wait on those who kept my wife from rejoining her people, nor can I take a sick man who will be dying along with me." "Do you have any more guns?" Titus stopped, slowly turned back to gaze at the warrior. "I left some for your sister to protect herself, our children, but the enemy probably—" "Find them, white man." "Yes," he said. It made a lot of sense. "I will need every gun I can carry when I catch up to those Blackfoot." "We will need every gun." "I'm not taking you," Bass roared, remembering how twice he had told Josiah Paddock he wasn't coming along on a journey into danger. "No, this is not yours to decide," the warrior said evenly. "I am a man, and a man chooses how he wishes to live, how he will die. She is my sister. Her children are my relations. Your family is my family, white man. Your people have killed the tribes along the Missouri with this sickness. Then your people sent their sickness into the Blackfoot Nation, and now your people have killed me, too." "I never meant for any of that to happen." His voice cracked with deep sorrow. He felt the salty burn at his eyes. Strikes in Camp took a deep breath and looked squarely at the trapper. "I do not blame you for any of this. You are my brother, so you must try to understand. This is how I choose to die. We are going together to find our relations." Together? This is not a quest of one man alone against the many. "No, you are right. This is not for me to do alone." Titus reluctantly accepted the warrior's offer, ripping his mitten off his right hand, holding out that painful, wounded arm between them. "I will ride at your side, fight at your side," Strikes in Camp declared courageously as he laid his forearm against the white man's, gripping Bass's wrist. "And when I can no longer sit atop my horse, then you will have to go on alone." The bastards hadn't left much behind. Blackfoot damn well poked through it all, deciding what they were going to load onto the pack horses, discarding the rest after they had ripped, crushed, or broken what remained in their destructive rage. Good thing the war party hadn't wanted any of Bass's medicines, small skin pouches of his medicinal plants they had tossed about the camp. But they had pitched his bundle of wiping sticks in the fire where the hickory wands had become nothing more than charred cinders the way they had cut up what little they had left behind. He couldn't find his pelts, nor the pack saddles he used on the extra ponies. The Blackfoot must have strapped the saddles onto the horses, lashing the beaver to the frames. They might be figuring to trade them off at Culbertson's Fort Pegan. Most everything of value had been ripped from him, losing Beaver again the way he had when Silas, Bud, and Billy ran off with all that he had worked so hard to earn. But once more he realized it wasn't so much those autumn plues. After all, he could replace them in another season, still have something to show for the year by rendezvous set for the Poposha. It was his woman, the most important person in the world to him. And those children. There would never be another two who could compare to Magpie and Flea. Bass realized he could put his possibles back together. He could make do with what traps he had left, and he could catch enough beaver to trade for what he needed across the next few seasons as he got himself back on his feet. but he never would be the same again if he didn't get those 3 back. And to do that, he could not delay in putting to the trail. Bass could not wait for more Crow warriors to join him. He and Strikes-in-Camp would have to leave at once and make their play against the war party alone. Already on Samantha's back was a robe and blanket, what he had taken along when setting out to confront the Crow thieves in their village. From the looks of it, the Blackfoot hadn't taken anything with them to keep Waits-by-the-Water, Magpie, and Flea warm during their ride, to wrap themselves in at sundown when they halted for the night to eat, to sleep, to celebrate their captives, to... Damn, Titus reminded himself as he looked about the debris left of his camp. He would have to hold those thoughts at bay, or he'd drive himself mad thinking of what those warriors would do to his wife. Make himself so crazed that he couldn't plan and plot and do it all carefully enough so the Blackfoot wouldn't have time to kill their captives when he caught up to them. He figured it had to be as if he'd stare straight down the barrel of his rifle, concentrating while he placed the front blade in the bottom notch of his buckhorn rear sight, blotting out everything else. He had to force himself to think about what to do and when to do it, how to pull this off despite the odds, rather than how the Blackfoot would abuse a woman prisoner. "We should go before it gets any later," Strikes-in-Camp reminded him. Bass realized he had been staring at the litter of their camp, the scattering of torn robes, canvas, and blankets. "Yes," he answered quietly. "Those bushes, see if there's anything they left behind, anything we can use." The Crow turned without a reply, moving quickly to the timber, peering into the brush. Bass knelt at the fire pit, poking at that bundle of hickory ramrod cinders. They would be hardest to replace. He kept spare flints in his pouch, some extra balls, and 3 spare horns of powder in what he had packed on Samantha, but he didn't have any spare wiping sticks should he break the one carried in the thimbles beneath the barrel of his rifle. That was one thing a man couldn't do without in these mountains. The bastards had burned them, either knowing full well what they were, or the Blackfoot had pitched the bundle into the fire just to destroy what they didn't care to pack along. He turned at the strange sound, finding Strikes-in-Camp, staring into the warrior's eyes, as if Titus believed the Crow had just made that muted, out-of-place noise. More of a whimper. Perhaps the warrior had been suddenly struck by the prospect of his own horrible death. There it was again. But the whimper did not come from Strikes-in-Camp. With his heart rising in his throat, Bass scrambled to his feet and sprinted to the rubble of blankets and robes scattered back among the brush across the camp from where he and the Crow had been talking. When Titus heard the next faint, muffled sob, he went to his knees as if his own legs had been knocked out from under him. To left and right he tossed the scraps of wool blanket, the ruin of the buffalo robes, flinging them over his shoulders until he heard that unmistakable sound again. Clearer still. Yanking the last scrap of robe back, Titus stared down at the tiny body. Flea lay on his side, curled up, sucking on the knuckles of one hand, blinking at the cold gray light as his father bent over him. Bass started to weep as he gently stuffed his hands beneath his son's small shoulders and hips, pulling the boy against his breast. A few feet from the white man's elbow, Strikes-in-Camp knelt, on his face written the sadness that he could not reach out to touch his little nephew. "Now we know they have only 2, Bass croaked his wife's tongue, swallowing hard at the knot in his throat. The Crow stood when the white man got to his feet. "What will we do with your son now?" "We'll take him with us." "No," the warrior said firmly. "I am a father like you. We cannot take a young child when we leave to trail the Blackfoot." "Then you must take him back to your village," Bass demanded. "I am going with you," the Crow argued. "There are Blackfoot to kill, scalps to lift, because I am going to die soon. I have vowed to take many of the enemy with me when I depart for the other side." "Then the boy must go with us." "You cannot take him," he protested. "A young child does not belong when you are going on a war trail." "Neither of us are going back to the village," Bass interrupted. "We are going after the Blackfoot. Flea will go with me." "Think of what you are doing. Let me go alone, and you can come along after you have taken him to the village. Bring the rest of the warriors Stiffarm went to fetch." "Flea is going with me, and we are going now." Bass turned, cradling the boy, searching the ground, kicking at the scraps of blanket and robe, hoping to find the remains of the cradle board. Strikes in Camp darted in front of the white man, stopping a dozen feet in front of him, throwing up his arms to get Titus to stop. "The child will catch the sickness. If not from me, your son will catch the sickness from the Blackfoot we are chasing." Looking down at his son's face, Scratch said, "Maybe he will not die because he has some of my blood in him." The warrior asked, "Are you willing to risk that?" For a long moment, Bass stared down at the boy's face. "It's the best I can do, Strikes in Camp. If I go back to make him safe, then I won't be able to help the other two." "Are you willing to risk the life of your son to get the others?" "I think that is what my heart feels," he admitted. "If Flea loses his mother, his sister too, then I don't think he would want to go on living either." Bass took a deep breath. "I know I will not want to go on if we cannot save the woman, the girl." "Then you have decided," the warrior declared flatly, a look of determination written across his face. "A father, a husband has made his choice for his family, as it should be." "Yes," he said, looking up from the child's face to gaze into the crow's eyes. "I will bring all my family back, or I will die with them." He tied the last knot in the rawhide strings that bound the scraps of blanket around the boy's body. After swaddling Flea with some small pieces of the buffalo robe, Bass had encased the child in a large scrap of blanket, then wrapped loops of rawhide around and around the makeshift cradle. From those strips of rawhide, he hung 2 loops. Now he stood with the bundle in his arms and carried the infant over to his horse, where he dropped the loops around the large round pommel on his Santa Fe saddle. Only the child's face remained uncovered. Scratch bent, kissed the boy on the cheek, then tugged the folds of blanket over the tiny copper face to protect it from the cold and the wind. "My dog," he said to the crow, turning from the horse, remembering. "You see any sign of him?" The warrior hunched over some bushes, his arms stuffed into the brush, pulling branches aside. "No blood, no body. The dog is not here, but this is." He watched Strikes in Camp pull a trade gun from the vegetation. "Is this yours?" the Indian asked, holding it out between them. Bass took the weapon, examined it, and said, "Yes, I left several weapons with her. They were loaded." "My sister must have thrown it here." "Why didn't she use them?" The warrior bent over another clump of brush, fishing with an arm. "I can only think that Waits by the Water believed she could not shoot the firearms without endangering her children. So she threw them away as the warriors rode into your camp, so the Blackfoot wouldn't have the weapons and protecting the little ones from the enemy." Strikes in Camp straightened again, this time holding one of the big horse pistols. "There's bound to be more," Bass said, laying the trade gun and pistol on a piece of the torn blanket. Search it all. Maybe the war party didn't steal any of the weapons before they ran away." Standing at some more bushes, the warrior asked, "Do you think we scared them away before they could search more carefully?" "No," and Bass wagged his head. "If they had someone watching, they would have seen there were only 2 of us. I don't think we would have scared off so many. They would have waited for us." "Why did they go so quickly, before they found all the firearms, before they discovered the little boy?" Scratch looked at Flea, wagging his head as he said, "Only thing I know is that finding my son and these weapons are a good sign the first maker is ready to give me this one shot at getting my family back." 26. He prayed it would stay cold, so cold it dared not snow. Much more often here in the northern Rockies than anywhere else in the central or southern mountains, it grew too cold to snow. His prayer was far more than merely wishing against any snow that might fill in and hide the hoofprints left by the Blackfoot war party. Instead, Bass realized the deep temperatures would keep the tracks from melting during the day, then refreezing at night. What that sort of thing did to the top layer of snow could be cruel torture to their horses' legs. Much better that it stayed so cold it didn't snow. After stuffing the trade gun and that English fusil under the rawhide wangs on Samantha's packs, strapping the extra pistols across the mule's withers, Titus and Strikesenkamp began their chase. Crossing the frozen river, the Blackfoot Trail headed straight across the lowlands for the better part of that afternoon, a trail that put both the pursued and the pursuers right out in the open under a hard, gray sky. There was no way for the two of them to hide right out in the open the direction the trail took. If the Blackfoot had chanced to leave a scout to watch over their back trail, he would have spotted the two men coming behind. Nowhere to hide. But if the bastards did leave someone behind to watch for any pursuers, Scratch figured the Blackfoot would just scoff at two lonely riders trailing after them. They wouldn't feel enough of a threat to lay any ambush. But that didn't mean the two of them could relax. It just didn't pay not being wary when the trail they were following eventually headed off to the northwest, striking for the foothills. By sundown, it was plain to see that the Blackfoot were intending to drive up the heights, crossing the high country to reach the Yellowstone on the far side. From there, they would push on with their prisoners and plunder until they reached their homeland. They had killed some Crow warriors, and they had stolen some traps from a white man. Worst of all, the thieves had torn Bass's life apart. They had his wife and daughter. That first night, they found some tall willow and cedar growing at the mouth of a coulee they could use for a windbreak. Unsaddling the animals, both men tore sage from the frozen ground, shook off the icy snow, then used the brush to rub down the beasts, doing their best to dry the horses before their sweat froze with the terrible cold as night deepened and the temperatures plummeted. That done, they laid scraps of the torn blankets over their three animals, then settled back in a copse of gnarled, fragrant cedar to wait out the morning. "Sit here," Titus whispered to Strikesenkamp. "Bring your robe to share with us." The boy?" Scratch looked down at Flea, then said, "Come, we will share our warmth with him." Together, they spread one robe across the ground in the middle of their cedar shelter, then sat with the bundled infant between them before pulling a large blanket and the bigger of the two robes over their heads to make a tiny tent. Even though some of the bitter cold still wicked up through the robe from the frozen snow, the two of them were able to keep themselves and the infant warm enough that they didn't shudder much. Whether from the cold or from his hunger, Flea began to fuss later, just as Titus felt himself dozing off. In that growing warmth of their shelter, Bass blindly felt for the knots binding the infant in his blanket cocoon. One by one he untied them, then pulled the bundled child into his lap. From a pouch he had dragged into the shelter with him, Scratch pulled some dried meat he had taken on his ride to the Crow village. The first small piece he broke off and held in his fingers while his other hand felt around to locate Flea's tiny paw in the dark. Once he found it, Scratch shoved the strip of half-dried elk loin between the pudgy fingers and slowly brought the hand to the child's mouth. That quickly stifled Flea's hungry sobs as the boy began to suck and gnaw on the meat. For the longest time, their breathing, the boys slurping on the jerked meat, and the mournful keen of the wind outside were the only sounds in that dark little world of their making. "Should one of us stay awake?" the Crow asked. "You sleep first," Bass suggested, considering that some of the Blackfoot might have seen them and would creep back to ambush them. "Then you can listen while I sleep." "I will be quiet so you can hear." It wasn't long before he heard the warrior's low, rhythmic snores. Later, he realized he could no longer hear the boy gnawing on his supper. Time dragged as he struggled to stay awake in that tiny shelter. Every now and then, Flea awoke, fussing, which stirred the Crow. But Titus always had some jerked meat to soothe his son. But one time, the child kept whimpering, not satisfied with the strip of elk. In frustration, Scratch reached down with his bare right hand, poking it out under a flap of their buffalo robe where he scraped some snow into his palm. Laying it against the boy's chin, he felt Flea licking at the melting snow, his tongue eagerly lapping across Bass's wet flesh. Twice more he brought some snow to the child's mouth until Flea wanted no more. To keep himself awake through those long hours, Bass concentrated on things, working them over the way he might examine a piece of stream bank for beaver sign, searching for the right spot to make his set. Matters that might keep him alert, thinking on people and places and memories in the 44 years of his life. Struggling to conjure up the faces of the old friends who had come and gone so long ago, the feel of those women, so many women, their shapes and smells, tastes and textures, so dim now because Waits by the Water had come to dull any remembrance he had of others, the white and mulatto and red alike. It had been so many years since he had picked at these memories. Likely, Amy had herself some grandchildren by now, being a little older than he was at the time she had been determined to set her hooks in him. And Abigail might well be dead by now, murdered or dead of a pox. No way could he figure the life of a riverfront whore was a safe pillow for her nights. Then there was Marissa, another one likely to hook herself a husband. And that set him to thinking of Amanda, the daughter left back in St. Louis. One day he'd have to consider packing up his wife and children, pointing their noses east to see the settlements. But first, a man had to get his family back, he scolded himself. Amanda, likely married herself in these last 4 winters now? He might be a grandfather a few times over by now, with young'uns as small as Flea. Bass clutched the boy to him, feeling the child murmur there in the warmth beneath his father's coat, where Titus could feel the youngster against his heart. I'll find her for you, son. I'll bring her back. Twice he had cracked open his side of the buffalo robe, stuffed his fingers along the edge of the blanket, and peered out at the night sky, hoping to find some of the cold inkiness dissipating from the heavens. Finally, a third time, hours later, Bass discovered the clouds had drifted on to the east, leaving the sky cold and clear. In the distance, he could hear the cottonwoods booming, the smaller lodgepole popping as the temperatures plummeted. But overhead, a little to the west over the rolling basin, he located the 7 Sisters whirling toward the horizon. More than half the night already gone. Strikes, he whispered, then repeated it louder. You want me to listen now while you sleep? Yes. The warrior began to stir. I must wet the bushes first. If you hold it in, it will help keep you awake, Bass advised. Strikes in camp snorted. If I hold it in, you and the boy will be wet before the sun rises. Go, wet the bushes. He listened as the warrior rustled out his side of the blanket and robe, scooting away to stand on the snow with a crunch, then heard the hiss of the hot urine splatter the frozen bushes nearby. The steaming liquid would likely freeze before it had melted all the way through to the hard ground. Then the robe and blanket were pulled back, a gust of cold air accompanying the return of the shivering Indian. You should not worry. I won't sleep now, the crow claimed. How do you expect me to sleep when my manhood has icicles hanging from it? Bass chuckled softly. Wake me before the first touch of light in the eastern sky. The wind had died by the time Strikes in camp awoke him. The child was fussing, squirmy. Pulling back the robe from his head and shoulders, Bass scooped a little snow into his bare hand and let the boy lick at it before handing him another piece of the dried meat to suck on. At first, the child whimpered, not wanting to take the jerky, but eventually the boy snatched at it, his belly realizing the elk was better than hunger. Get me another scrap of the blanket for the child, Scratch asked. When the crow returned with the clean swaddling, Titus did the best he could to clean the boy for the first time in the better part of a day and a long winter night. After tossing the dirty scrap of blanket into the nearby brush, he swathed a clean strip over Flea's genitals, rewrapped the blanket around the child's body, securing the rawhide ties. After pissing on the bushes and resaddling the 3 animals, they hung Flea's crude cradle from Bass's pommel and set off. More than an hour later, when the sun rose briefly at the edge of a crimson earth, the whole basin was momentarily tinted with a pinkish hue. Within moments, that dramatic dawn exhausted itself as the sun climbed into the low, snow-laden clouds. Once more, the broad valley and the surrounding slopes were bathed in a cold, pewter light. He hoped the Blackfoot had made camp earlier than he had the evening before, and he prayed the enemy were slow in moving out this morning. But most of all, he asked that the sky hold back that day, just one more day. What wind there was gusted out of the north with the sharp metallic tang of a hard snow on its way. Give them one more day to follow the tracks before the storm blew in and obliterated the war party's trail. If the snow was held in abeyance, Bass vowed he would use this day to narrow the distance, getting close enough to the Blackfoot to come up with some scheme to free their prisoners. For some time during that ride, he brooded on that first fight he had taken Waits by the Water into, slipping in on the Arapaho who had come to avenge the deaths of some fellow warriors. He and Josiah had chosen to risk it all by striking first, not waiting to be hit by the Indians. But to do that required that their own wives had to take part in the killing alongside them. From slipping in to take down the horse guard to shooting the enemy as they slept around their fire. Bass asked that the woman be every bit as strong in the coming hours as she had been that long-ago autumn in the Bayou Salade. Near midday, with the sun behind their shoulders no more than a pewter glob behind the immobile clouds, it became even more plain that the Blackfoot were intent on penetrating the high country rather than taking the long way around the foot of the mountains. While it would be a much easier journey for the horsemen, to take that circuitous trail to the east would place the whittled-down war party in the heart of territory claimed by the Mountain Crow. The enemy was taking the quicker, more direct, and dangerous route home. By late afternoon, they were well into the foothills, each gust of wind stirring the fragrance of cedar, the perfumes of the sage that dotted the open slopes crossed by the Blackfoot Trail. Hour after hour, Scratch squinted up the hillside, studying those mountainsides carpeted with thick timber, the snow-crusted granite escarpments that poked their heads from the last reaches of alpine tundra where trees no longer grew. Once again, he kicked his heels into the pony's ribs, anxious for a bit more speed from the weary animal. There was little choice but to narrow the gap before they reached that timber line. If the Blackfoot got to those rugged slopes of scree before sundown, they would cross on over, which meant that he and the Crow could not follow them into the waning hour of twilight. The animals would simply find the footing too tough in the deepening of dusk. And moving across the shifting talus and loose shale would create the sort of noise that would alert the Blackfoot they had company. Up till now, the sight of two lone pursuers would not have caused the war party any concern. But here, as the timber thinned, where the cedar and juniper were battered, twisted, and stunted by constant winds, forced to grow closer to the ground, the Blackfoot might well decide to turn around and smack the two strangers the way a man might finally slap at a troublesome deer fly. So they kept their eyes constantly moving along that portion of the trail cut in the crusty snow, hoofprints threading through the waist-high boulders and knee-high scrub brush, wary of unexpected sounds emerging from the frozen silence as much as they were watchful of any twist in the rocky path ahead where the enemy could lie in wait. "Zeke!" he cried. His voice was louder than he would have wanted, but those sodden clouds hovering just overhead absorbed the sound before it carried up the trail as the gray-white ghost of a dog limped from the tangle of wind-gnarled cedar, then collapsed onto his belly, whimpering. "Come here, boy," he called as he vaulted out of the saddle and passed the reins over to the warrior. Hitching itself onto its hindquarters first, the dog struggled to rise onto its forelegs. He shambled toward his master 3 steps, whining, then settled to the snow, attempting to crawl as he flailed against the ground with his front legs. As Bass loped ungainly across the slippery snow and talus, the dog's head rolled to the side, tongue lolling from his muzzle. He went to his knees beside the animal, noticing the long smear of blood marking the dirty snow from the tangle of cedar to where Zeke lay, his chest heaving. "Oh, boy," Titus gasped the instant he spotted the broken shaft embedded in the front of the dog's neck, low enough that the arrow point would have penetrated the chest, too. Surrounding the base of the splintered shaft, blood had darkened, drying and freezing in a stiffened mass of clot and ice wider than two of Bass's outspread hands. Already the dog's eyes were glazing, half-lidded. Strikes in Camp trudged up to stop behind Titus, dragging the two animals behind him. Their hooves softly clattered on the loose shale caked with the wind-scoured ice. "He followed them," the Indian said quietly. Bass only nodded. He cradled Zeke's head across a knee, rubbing that spot between the scarred ears. "I don't think the enemy shot him at your camp," the crow observed. "With an arrow so deep in him, the dog could not live to make that long a journey." For a moment, Titus gazed up at Strikes in Camp, his eyes imploring, begging the unknown. Then Bass looked down at the dog again and said, "They shot Zeke here. Today. Not long ago. They found him following them. See the tracks? One of them turned around and returned here to kill him." Then the trapper gazed down at the animal, finding that Zeke's eyes were glazed no more, but had somehow become clear and bright. Bass happily rubbed the dog's muzzle, believing the worst was over, when Zeke licked his roughened hand lovingly. But an instant later, the eyes glazed over once more, and the tongue stopped licking. Then, Zeke went limp in his lap. For a moment, Scratch watched the eyes, waiting with a hand on the dog's chest, hoping that the heart would resume beating. Finally, Titus admitted, "He's gone." The warrior tugged on the white man's shoulder, saying, "We must go." Bass pulled his knees from under the dog and stood. "Not yet. Zeke must be treated right." Without saying a word, Strikes in Camp stepped back as the white man brushed by him. Some 10 yards away among the twisted, wind-stunted cedar, a shelf of gray granite emerged from the slope. Trudging across the loose talus, Bass reached the shelf where he began to lay one layer of the shale after another until he had raised a low altar. The boy was starting to fuss again by the time he turned from the shelf and started back toward the snowy trail. "We must go now, before it grows late," the crow reminded. "Not till I've seen to the dog. You do for the dog what you would do for a man?" He knelt, hoisting Zeke into his arms, then stood to stop before the warrior. "I'd do the same for any friend, just like I put the whitehead your people sent me to kill in a tree scaffold. He was an old friend. But there are no trees tall enough here." "That's why those rocks will have to do," Titus grumbled, that cold hole growing inside him, pushing past the Indian to trudge up the slope with the dog's body across his arms. He stretched Zeke across the top of that wide bed of loose shale, then gently laid a hand over the dog's eyes. "We come some ways together," he whispered in English as the wind grew stronger on that bare, exposed slope. "Maybe so you was getting old anyways. Your time'd come. But no man had him the right to kill a dog like he killed you, Zeke. I want you to know I'll rub out every last one of the bastards." But he couldn't get any more words out. Angrily, he turned away from the stone cairn and clattered down the slope. After scooping some snow into his bare hand, he let the cradled boy lick at it, swiping at his own runny nose with the back of the other mitten. Titus bent and kissed the boy on the cheek, then stuffed a foot into the stirrup. He rose to the saddle, saying, "Let's go get your mother back." The reddish glow from the two fires below them reminded Scratch of the color of polished Mexican gold. A pair of them, their flames wavering in the distance down among the first line of trees the war party would have reached as they descended from timberline at dusk. But seen from above, the flickering light illuminated no more than indistinct shadows. As they lay watching the fires, Bass and Strikes in Camp brooded on how to make their attack. They couldn't slip much closer without the clattering, sliding shale alerting the Blackfoot in the timber below. Either they would have to leave the animals there and cross the next mile or so on foot in the dark, or they would have to circle wide to west or east to make their approach on horseback. "Better to take the horses with us. Get close as we can," the Indian said. "We may need them if they see us and ride off again." Gripping the crow's forearm, Titus suddenly needed to know, "Why are you willing to risk your life against these great odds to take back your sister when you would not allow her to come into your camp?" "I am sick now," he confessed. "It does not matter that you are sick or she is sick. I am sick now." "At your village before, you were afraid of dying from the sickness." "No more am I afraid. The enemy who brought this to our country should die. I will kill as many as I can before I breathe my last." Wagging his head, Bass said, "I don't understand your thinking, how you close your heart off to your sister when she brought you no harm, but now you are ready to die to save her and our daughter." Strikes stared into the white man's eyes in the starlit cold. "It gives me pain to realize I have been a coward. I want to help free my sister while I still have strength. My skin is beginning to grow hot, hotter all day." Pulling off a mitten, Bass reached out, fingertips touching the warrior's face, finding the skin was feverish. "You must last until morning. We'll attack them as soon as it is light enough to see. You must hold on to your strength until then." The warrior nodded. "I will be strong till then." "And when it comes time for you to die," Titus vowed, "I will stay with you." "Stay with me?" "To your last breath," Bass declared. "Then I will tie your body in a robe, take you back to your people." "They must not become sick," Strikes protested. "But you will not give them the sickness after you have died, and your people must know of your courage in the face of the death that you know is sure to overcome you." "Come then," Strikes declared as he stood. "We will lead our horses down to the timber along that ridge to the east. We can reach their camp in time to kill them all before sunrise." Bass followed him back to their animals, where they took up the lead ropes and started down the slope, angling off to the right, walking among the tangle of boulders that stood out in bold relief against the pale, icy blue snow. By the time they reached the timber and had circled on back to the west, Scratch realized several hours had elapsed. Throughout that long night, the stars had slowly rotated in a slow crawl across the heavens. Stopping to listen again, with their noses in the air, the two of them could hear the snuffling of the Blackfoot ponies, an occasional voice carried on a gust of wind, the same wind that brought them the smell of wood smoke. Strikes leaned close and whispered, "Leave the horses here. Boy, too." It suddenly struck him. What to do with Flea? How could he think of carrying the child with him, taking the chance of the infant's cry alerting the enemy? But to leave the boy alone with the animals? There was little other choice. What if the Blackfoot killed the child's mother at the moment of attack? What if they ended up killing the father during the fight? Then it was all the better that the enemy discovered the child with the pony and the mule. Flea could grow up among the Blackfoot, marry, and have children of his own. If he did not die of the pox first. There really was no other choice. Scratch knew he would leave the child suspended from his saddle. And should the boy awaken, perhaps the pony's occasional movement would provide enough gentle motion to lull Flea back to sleep. Moving slowly, Bass took the loops off the pommel, clutching the blanket-wrapped bundle against him for a long moment. When the child stirred, Titus reached into his pouch and pulled out a small strip of dried meat. He stuffed it into the side of the blanket where the child could find it. Then he held the boy in front of him, kissed Flea on the cheek, and hung the crude buffalo robe cradle from his saddle once more. "I'm ready." "I pray morning comes before my strength is gone," the Indian said, as they started away from the animals, their arms loaded with weapons. Instantly, Bass held a rifle barrel out in front of the warrior, stopping Strikes in his tracks. "You realize what we are about to do. Remember when you said that you wanted to come as far as you could, and when you could no longer sit in the saddle, you wanted me to go on alone?" "Yes." "I am not alone, and neither are you. We will kill them all before the sun rises for the day. Their scalps will be on our belts before another day begins." Strikes said, It is good that a man is not alone when he embarks on his last battle. I will always remember that you chose to be here to die rather than to die in your blankets. Then Bass started across the snow for the timber. They didn't stop until they spotted the glow of the 2 fires against the treetops. Without a word between them, both men stacked their weapons against a small boulder. Bass tapped the crow on the breast, then pointed off to the left. Tapping his own breast, the trapper pointed off to the right. Strikes nodded and turned away. Bass was the first to return to the boulder. In the deep cold, he sat, shivering, wondering about Flea back with the animals, worried about the crow warrior, his ears constantly alert for any sound emanating from the night when Strikes finally came out of the cloudy gloom. "Did you find their guard?" Titus asked. "Yes, 1 man. I found another on the north side. He walks a little to keep himself warm." With a nod, Strikes whispered, "Did you get close enough to look at the enemy?" "No, not that close. You?" "Close enough to see there are no longer 10 warriors," he explained. "At least, I saw 3 bodies tied in blankets on the ground, away from the campfire where they tied their ponies." "A small body?" he asked, his skin cold with apprehension. This time, the Indian shook his head. "No child in the blankets, 3 large bodies, men." Did you see your sister at the fire?" "No." "But you did not look at the 3 bodies?" "No." And this time the warrior reached out to grip the white man's arm. "If the child is alive, then the mother is alive too." "Why can you be so sure?" "A woman can give birth to many Blackfoot warriors." He stared down at the Indian's hand on his forearm, the words sinking in, then gazed back into the crow's eyes. "All right. To go through with this, I must believe that she is alive, that Magpie lives too. I will trust you on this, even though I don't know that I can ever trust you again." Strikes in camp was startled. "Why do you distrust me?" "You are a thief." The warrior leaned his face closer, nose inches from the trapper's. "What did I steal?" "You and Stiff Arm, with the others who were killed when the Blackfoot attacked, you were going back to your village after you had robbed me of my traps." "Your traps?" "You wanted to drive me away," Bass argued, "because it's not a good thing to kill your sister's husband." Shaking his head, the Indian said, "I did not steal your traps." "The others, they stole them for you." "I did not steal from you." "Not to drive me farther and farther away from your village?" "You will believe me only if your heart wants to believe me," the crow sighed. "No one I know stole your traps. The only men in that country near your camp who would have taken your traps have now taken your wife and your daughter." It struck like a slap of cold wind. The Blackfoot. "I am not ashamed to steal a white man's horses or his rifle if he is careless," Strikes boasted, wiping a hand across his feverish face. "But I would never stoop to robbing anything from my sister's husband." He had to admit it did make a lot of sense. The Blackfoot. Too quick to accuse those he knew had shunned his wife, Titus could now see that the jagged edges of those pieces had only seemed to fit perfectly until this moment. "White man," the warrior said, tightening his grip on the arm, "some time ago you told me you would stay with me when it is my time to die of the sickness." "Yes, I will stay by your side." "But you said this to me when you believed that I had stolen your beaver traps?" "You are the brother of my wife. You honored me the day I made the marriage vow to your sister. Why is it so hard for you to believe that I would stay with you until your death, that I would return your body to your wife and children, to your mother?" "All this time you believed I was a thief?" the warrior asked in a whisper. "How could you believe that I would rob from you when you had honored me? Before the entire village of my people the day of your wedding, you honored me. How can you ever think I would steal from you?" I, "White man, I would protect you with my life," he explained, gripping the trapper's arm. "You must believe that." I want to believe you, Strikes in Camp. You must, he said to Bass, pointing at the sky graying in the east, because it is time to put your life in my hands.
27. How small he felt, nothing less than ashamed as he crept through the darkness, quietly moving through the trees and boulders, inching his way toward the guard who stood watch north of the Blackfoot camp. Ashamed that he had ever believed Strikes in Camp had become a thief to drive him out of Absarica. Bass heard the snuffle of a pony. He stopped, scolding himself that he must remember to concentrate, must pay heed to the rise and fall of the breeze. Couldn't allow the Blackfoot ponies to smell him and raise a warning. For the two of them to get a jump on the 7, he had to push everything else out of his mind now. Concentrate only on those who had stolen his traps, taken his packs of beaver and his plunder, robbed him of everything, including his wife and daughter. Mostly his wife and daughter. Before leaving the boulder, the two of them stripped off their coats and divided the weapons. There were 6 pistols and 4 long weapons, 2 rifles, a smoothbore trade gun, and a smoothbore English fusil. 10 balls to account for those 7. Trusting what Strikes had encountered, that 3 of the Blackfoot were already dead and wrapped in blankets for their final journey home, then the two of them must surely be carrying enough firepower into this fight to tip the odds in their favor. Titus had Strikes in Camp stuff 2 of the pistols into the sash he knotted around his coat, a smoothbore clutched in each hand. In addition to 1 pair of pistols Bass carried at the back of his belt, he stuffed his knives and a camp axe. Beneath the front of his belt, he jabbed another pair of pistols, then took up the 2 rifles, nodded farewell to the warrior, and slipped into the darkness. Slowly letting his breath out now, he felt for the breeze, listening for another sound from the enemy's horses. After an agonizing wait, Titus decided the animals hadn't winded him. His eyes slowly crawled across the snow to the next tree, measuring the distance, calculating his route. Couldn't stand to get caught out in the open. He had to bring down the horse guard, maybe even drive the ponies right through the enemy's camp to cause confusion, give the two of them a little more of an edge. Then he knew he couldn't take the chance of one of those horses trampling right over Magpie in the dark. She should be sleeping by the fire, and the horses wouldn't go anywhere near the fire. Magpie and Waits might be all right if they were near the fire. But if they weren't, could he chance it? When the ponies came charging through the camp, wouldn't they know enough not to get anywhere close to the fire? He heard one of them clear his throat, low voices drifting over from fireside, a voice calling out to the guard from camp. The guard answered. He could follow the sounds of the one moving out from camp. Perhaps they were rotating their guard. Then he saw them. They stopped there in the dim light of those broken clouds, nothing more than shadows that moved while the trees and rocks did not. He could drop them both from where he stood, but that would put him too far from camp to make certain none of the Blackfoot killed his wife or daughter at the moment the enemy knew they were under attack. Hard as it was, he swallowed down that instinct to start the killing there and then. Bass knew he had to reach the edge of the firelight before he opened the ball. He had to see if he could spot which of the shadows around the fire were his loved ones before the terror began. He was trusting in the crow that he too would do everything in his power to know which of the forms were the warriors before the soft lead balls went smashing into bone and muscle, sinew and blood. He shivered with the aching cold, staring intently, his breath shallow, afraid of making a sound, of making breath smoke. Now there was one shadow. It turned and stepped back among the horses where the shadow disappeared. Scratch was moving at the same moment, hoping that the warrior's movement across the snow might dull the sound of his own approaching footsteps. Tree to tree he crept, waiting and listening for a moment, then slipping across the snow another few yards to the next tree or boulder. Leaving the 2 rifles propped against some cedar, Bass crept the last few yards, searching for the guard's shadow among the ponies.
The animals parted on the pale ground, exposing the warrior. Scratch started forward with long strides, dragging a heavy butcher knife from the back of his belt. When he was within 2 arm lengths of the warrior, the shadow whirled, a club swinging up at his side, clutched in the man's hand. Lunging those last 2 strides, with shoulders hunched as he shot forward, Titus crouched to spring, meeting the Blackfoot with a noisy impact that knocked the wind from them both. Shoving his empty hand beneath the man's chin to shut off any call the Blackfoot might make, Scratch drove the knife low into the warrior's groin and ripped upward with the blade, splattering himself with the warm blood and juices. The Blackfoot grunted, and the club clattered twice against the white man's back, then fell onto the snow the moment the warrior backstepped, his arms clutching at his sundered belly as he went to his knees. Scratch was behind him in that next heartbeat, clamping his left hand around the warrior's mouth, dragging the big blade across the crinkling of cartilage in the windpipe with an audible hiss of air, that last breath to escape the enemy's lungs. Voices grew louder. Someone had heard. Stuffing the blood-slicked blade back into its leather sheath, Bass shoved a shoulder against a pony to move it aside as he dived through their midst, racing to the tree where he seized the 2 rifles. After raking back the hammers, he was in motion through the pony herd, stuffing fingers through the trigger guards, setting the back trigger on that most trusted of his weapons. He heard them coming. Footsteps whined on the frozen snow. Watching the trees and rocks, his breath coming hard and fast as he raced forward, Titus struggled to discern what shadows were. Hauling the rifle up, he touched the front trigger with his right forefinger, the rifle exploding with a blinding flare. He was almost on the warrior before his eyes adjusted back to the darkness. The one he had blown a hole through was on his knees, shrieking, his voice crackling with pain. Others answered from the camp as Bass approached the wounded man. The Blackfoot reached out and grabbed Bass's ankle. More footsteps coming, a gunshot on the far side of the fires. Scratch turned about, brought his left leg up and drove it downward with brutal force, smashing the Blackfoot's jaw as he dropped the empty rifle beside the body. The hands freed his ankle, and Bass dived forward, sprinting toward a sudden volley of gunfire and yells of men. As he burst from the timber into the first dim glow of the fire's light, he heard the child scream, his wife's garbled shout. A shadow landed before him, its bat-like flicker causing Titus to jerk the second rifle up, that left finger twitching before he had the weapon fully to his hip. Orange flames spewed from the muzzle, the shadow before him collapsing with a shriek of pain, clutching at a knee. Pitching the empty second rifle to his left, Titus reached at the back of his belt, clawing the axe free with his left hand as he dragged the first pistol from the back of his hip with the right. Sweeping the hammer to full cock, he dashed across those last 2 yards, swinging the axe downward, its blade catching the wounded warrior across the temple and top of the ear, embedding itself in the man's skull with an audible crunch of bone. He yanked with a twist, unable to free the weapon, then heaved the dying warrior aside. Magpie was screaming as he lunged into the light. She was scrambling after her mother, spilling onto the snow as Waits by the Water was dragged by the hair to the far side of the fire behind one of the warriors. He locked his elbow, held the muzzle of the pistol on the moving target that clutched a hand in the woman's hair, a graceful English tomahawk held in the other. The Blackfoot turned to the trapper suddenly in the firelight, his mouth oing like a black hole as he shrieked a wild cry. Eyes darting side to side, Bass could not find Strikes in camp. Nothing but noise, some blur beyond the far edge of the light. Now Scratch had been spotted by another warrior to his left. The tall enemy whirled, sprinting long-legged toward him with a club in motion over his head. Flung forward, it was already on its way when Bass swept the pistol toward the new target, pulled the trigger. Then rolled to the side as the club tumbled into him, the rawhide-wrapped stone glancing off his hip as he struck the ground, that empty pistol bouncing from his hand. From the front of his belt, he pulled a second pistol as the warrior flew toward him, bare hands extended like claws, grimacing and growling like a wild beast. Titus managed to get the hammer pulled back a frantic breath before the Blackfoot descended on him. Yanking on the trigger, the pistol exploded the moment the muzzle jammed against the enemy's chest. As the warrior collapsed his full weight on the trapper, the Indian's back erupted, blood splattering in an orange spray backlit by the leaping flames of their fire. With his wife's screams ringing in his ears, Bass shoved the body off him, dropping the pistol and pulling the third from the back of his belt as he scrambled to his knees. The weapon held out at the end of his right arm, he swept the muzzle to the right to find the warrior still struggling with the woman who locked both of her hands around the man's wrist as he fought to free the arm that held the shiny tomahawk, a weapon he clearly meant to use on her. Lunging to his feet, Bass darted to his right to circle the fire as one of the Blackfoot emerged from the darkness beyond the flames. He stood for a moment looking over the scene, long enough to find the white man, then vaulted past the warrior holding the woman and started for the trapper. Bass brought the pistol to bear on that blur, but Magpie seized the warrior by the leg, almost tripping him at the moment Scratch fired the pistol. Instead of hitting the man squarely, the ball raked across his shoulder, knocking the warrior backward a step as he cried out in pain. He suddenly rocked forward and seized the child by the hair, dragging Magpie backward until he could loop an arm around her. "God damn you!" Titus growled, low and feral in his throat, as he dropped the empty pistol. He watched the warrior proudly brandish the knife he clutched in his hand. It was already slick, shiny with blood. He knew it had to be the crow's. Bass was on his own to finish it now. How many had strikes in camp killed? Would any more of them leap into the fight? With the swiftness of river runoff, the little girl whirled on the warrior, sinking her teeth into his wrist. He held her by one hand, and she bit into his other. Screaming, the Blackfoot shook the girl at the end of his arm again and again, as if trying to dislodge a buffalo tick. He began kicking at her with his feet as he stumbled to the side, screaming at her. Suddenly, he bent and planted his teeth on her arm. The child yelped in terrible pain, immediately releasing the warrior. Bass pulled the trigger, aiming at the blur that was the warrior's back. The man flexed backward, almost as if suspended in midair on one foot, then spun around, dragging the girl down with him as he fell, blood smearing his chest, flecked across Magpie's face. She lay whimpering beside the dying man as he gurgled, bright blood oozing from his lips while the light continued to gray in the east. "Titus!" He wheeled, finding the warrior pitching the woman backward onto the ground. The Blackfoot hauled her up by her hair and flung her backward a second time, a little closer to the fire. Pitching the empty pistol at his feet, Scratch pulled the last firearm from his belt and started around the body of the dead warrior where Magpie cowered, crying as she watched her mother dragged to the edge of the largest of the fire pits. With the heel of his left hand, Bass snapped the huge flintlock hammer back, then extended his right arm just as the warrior hurled the woman into the flames. With a terror-filled shriek, Waits by the water clawed to hang on to the warrior the moment he freed her, scrambling to escape the fire, the back of her hair and blanket coat already aflame. Bass leaped across those last few yards, landing squarely upon his wife's back, driving her to the ground, the stench of burned hair and flesh stinging his nostrils. A shadow blotted out the firelight over the two of them as Titus rolled off the woman, the pistol's muzzle wavering for a moment as the Blackfoot's arm descended with that shiny English tomahawk a glittering blur. Bass hurled himself to the side as the blade whined past, slashing a loose fold of his shirt, slicing through some fringe on that arm, bringing up the pistol. He pulled the trigger there below the warrior's arm, the muzzle no more than inches from the Blackfoot's ribcage. As the bullet smashed through the chest, blood spewed from the man's mouth the instant he was driven backward, landing in a heap. Watching the warrior's legs twitch for a moment, Bass rolled to the side, finding Waits by the water whimpering, clutching at the back of her head. Her blanket coat still smoldered as he dropped the empty pistol and took her into his arms there on the snowy ground. Collapsing against him, she began to cry inconsolably as Magpie staggered up to fold herself against them both. "Take your hands away," he told his wife as he tried pulling her wrists from her head.
"It hurts so."
"I won't touch," he reassured her. "Only to look." A patch the size of his palm had been burned from her head, the flesh red and oozy. All around it the hair was singed close to the scalp. It would grow back, but he figured that patch would soon turn to scar tissue.
"My hair?"
"It will grow back," he told her. Waits gathered Magpie beneath one arm as the child's whimpers quieted.
"You are not alone," his wife whispered wearily.
"Your brother," he told her. "I am afraid." Waits by the water pulled her cheek from his chest, pointed into the darkness.
"He was there."
Magpie sat up, stood, and stared her father in the eye.
"Where is my brother?"
Wrapping his arm around the girl, Bass said, "He stayed with our horses. Samantha is taking care of him while he sleeps."
"I want to see him,"
Magpie pleaded. Scratch said to his wife, "Why did the enemy take the two of you, but they did not steal the boy?"
"He was sleeping when the Blackfoot rushed into our camp. Magpie was sitting near him beneath a small shelter beside the brush when the enemy came toward me, which gave Magpie a moment to cover up the boy and push him into the bushes."
"You did this, Magpie?" he asked the girl. "You saved your little brother?"
"You found him safe?"
Bass felt the mist at his eyes. "Right where you left him, daughter, where I could find him. Your father thinks you are such a brave girl, Magpie. When we reached that place, Strikes in camp, and—" He had suddenly remembered. "I must see to your brother. Stay here by the fire."
"I want to see my brother."
"Stay here with your mother." Titus scrambled up and turned away quickly. In a few minutes, Bass trudged back into the firelight, struggling under the weight of the large warrior slumped across the white man's shoulders. Slowly, he knelt by the others, allowing Strikes in camp to settle back on a robe near the fire. "He is shot," Bass declared, as Waits by the water knelt over her brother. The man's eyes half opened, rolled, then fixed on the woman. "I do not have much time." Slipping an arm beneath his head, Waits raised her brother into her lap.
"You came to help."
Bass told her, "He came even though he was already dying of the sickness one of the warriors gave him days ago." She turned her head slightly, looking off to the darkness. Scratch realized she was gazing in the direction where the 3 bodies of the dead Blackfoot lay wrapped in their blankets, felled not in battle, but by a ghastly, silent killer. Strikes gripped his sister's arm. "This is far better. To die fighting our oldest enemy, rather than to die slowly with the fever, my flesh rotting with decay. It is not a good thing for a man to die helpless against that terrible sickness."
"No," she sobbed, her tears starting to spill. "I am proud that you will die in battle, an honorable man, protecting our people, protecting your family."
"Sister, I am sorry I wronged you when you came to visit our mother," he whispered, his voice weakening. "Forgive me for my fear." "This sickness makes everyone afraid of shadows," Bass declared. "I don't think we can blame a man who does something out of fear for his family." "I was wrong," he gasped.
"I forgive you, brother," she said, laying her fingertips on his cheek. You are so cold."
Strikes in camp smiled bravely. "A good thing, now that I am dying."
"The enemy, they were consumed by such a hot fever before they died," she explained.
"Better that the cold hand of death take me in battle than the fire in this sickness." They watched him close his eyes wearily. For a few minutes his breath came more and more shallow, each gasp a wet rattle as his chest filled with blood. Then Strikes half opened his eyes again, stared up at his sister. "Tell my wife I loved her. Tell my children. Say they must remember the touch of their father to the last of their days." I will tell them," Waits promised. "Sister, I go now," he whispered, his lips barely moving. Then his eyes rolled slowly to gaze over at the trapper. "Friend Titus, I go now to ride the war trail with he who is no longer here." Bass bent over, laying his lips beside the warrior's ear. "Go now, friend. It is time. Soon you will climb into the forests to hunt with your father forever. Very soon you will ride beside him into battle against the enemy. It is time to go, my trusted brother." About the time Scratch was returning to the fire with Flea and the two animals early that morning, Stiff Arm came riding in with Pretty on Top and more than 30 Crow warriors. They had spent most of the night high among the stunted cedar and pine on the far side of the pass, waiting until there was enough light to cross over the ridge and continue their pursuit. With a genuine measure of relief mingled with concern, the white man hurried to prevent the warriors from approaching the infected camp. "Stay back," he ordered. "Come no closer. The killing sickness is strong here." Stiff Arm and Pretty on Top halted the others, then crossed the last 30 yards on foot to reach Scratch on the far side of the Blackfoot camp. "How did you make it back to the village to reach us here so quickly?" Titus asked of the two warriors. "I believed you were going to be at least a full day behind us." Pretty on Top answered, "Stiff Arm did not have to return to the village. These men were among hunting parties already out in the hills. Some of us were already following the tracks of the Blackfoot when we heard the gunfire of your fight with the enemy. So Stiff Arm did not have to lose time going all the way back to our camp because we met him on the trail." "You must know that my wife's brother is no longer alive," Bass explained. Did he die from the sickness the enemy gave him?" Stiff Arm asked. "No. He who is no longer here died killing the Blackfoot." Stiff Arm nodded. "I told the others the story of the Blackfoot ambush and how your wife's brother killed 2 of the enemy who had the sickness from the white men." Bass smiled as he looked at the many warriors. "And these men chose to come with you, even though they were following the sickness?" "Yes," Stiff Arm answered. "Most decided to come along, to be as brave as your wife's brother had been. But I really thought you would be in your camp, caring for him. It worried me when the enemy's trail passed right through your camp and we did not find you there. For a long time it worried me that the 2 of you would bring your woman and children along to track down the Blackfoot, so we hurried fast and hard behind you, sleeping only when it grew too dark to see your trail." Shaking his head, Scratch explained, "We did not bring my family. The Blackfoot captured them in my camp. The enemy took them from me. He who has been killed decided to die in battle against the Blackfoot instead of letting the sickness kill him." "This camp is not clean?" Pretty on Top observed nervously. "No," and Bass shook his head. "You and your warriors must stay over here, upwind of the sickness and the enemies." As the warriors dismounted, Stiff Arm and Pretty on Top reminded them that the Blackfoot were infected. There would be no hacking apart the enemy this day. In silence, the 32 assembled some distance from Waits by the water while she finished binding Strikes in Camp's body within a blanket and a buffalo robe for the journey back to his village. As Magpie sat talking with Flea, Bass stripped weapons from the Blackfoot, claiming all the firearms, knives, and tomahawks for himself. Bows and quivers he carried over to the war party, dropping the weapons on the crusty snow for the Crow to argue over. Later, Pretty on Top called the trapper to return to the group. "Titus, none of these men want the Blackfoot weapons." "They are afraid of the sickness?" "Yes. Keep them for yourself." Shaking his head, Bass replied, "I don't want the bows. Don't want nothing else. No clothes, no coats or blankets. I will burn them." Stiffarm asked, "Will the flames kill the sickness on them?" "I can only pray it will." While the restless, frightened warriors huddled upwind of the Blackfoot bodies, Scratch inspected what baggage the enemy war party had along, searching for what had been stolen from him. A half-dozen of his Mexican traps and most of his beaver, along with a good supply of tacks, lead and powder, coffee, ribbon, and beads. Not everything, but enough discovered among the dead to confirm they had already divided what they had plundered from his camp at the time they kidnapped Waits and Magpie. While Stiffarm's warriors started fires and ate at the edge of the clearing, the white man finished saddling and packing his animals for the return journey across the pass. Over the back of the dead man's prized war pony, Bass tied Strike's body. Hoisting Magpie into Pretty on Top's lap for the first leg of the trip back across the mountain, Scratch took the blanket cocoon from Waits, helped his wife to her feet, then followed her slowly to her pony. There she seized the tall pommel, preparing to climb into the saddle, but instead gasped as if struggling to catch her breath.
Carry the child with you," she whispered, her voice low and raspy. "I am very tired." He watched her wearily pull herself into the saddle, then her eyes smiled weakly at him. He knew she had to be exhausted from her harrowing ordeal. Bass turned with Flea's blanket and robe cradle across his arm, starting for his pony, when Magpie screamed in fear and the warriors cried out in warning. Whirling just as Waits by the water pitched from her saddle onto the frozen ground, the white man darted first to Stiffarm. "Hold my son," he croaked with dread. His mother." At her side, Bass slowly rolled the woman over, pulled her across his lap, cradling her head against his chest. Gazing into his wife's eyes, he yanked off his mitten, then laid his calloused fingertips to her brow. "I have the fire of this terrible death burning in me," she whispered. "Now I will die." No, you won't," he sobbed. "Leave me here." "I can't do that." "Our children, they must not see me die," she pleaded. For a long moment, Scratch peered at Magpie, silently watching the child's terrified eyes. Gently, he started to pull his legs from under the woman's shoulders as he said, "I will tell her, then send the others away, back to the village while I stay with you." "You must go with the children to care for Magpie and—" "I will be at your side while you are sick," he whispered against her ear, "just as I promised I would be at your brother's side." "The others, they will take our children?" she asked weakly. "Yes, Pretty on Top, the others, they will care for our children until we can come for them." "Tell Magpie I love her." Bass stood, quickly moving across the crusty snow to the horseman. "Stiffarm, you must go on without us." His eyes were heavy with concern. "You are staying till your wife dies?" "She will get better. Then we will come," Bass said angrily. Pretty on Top clearly read the frustration and anger in the white man's face. "We will go back to our village and wait for you to return." Gratitude filled Bass's eyes when he gazed up at his young friend. "My children, take them both to Crane. She and Brightwings will watch over the children until their mother and I rejoin you." "The children will be safe with us," Pretty on Top vowed. Taking a step backward, Bass's eyes touched the front ranks of those horsemen. Then he went to Magpie's knee. "Popo?" she whimpered, still frightened. "Your mother is too weak to ride now," he comforted, stroking the girl's blanket legging. "We will come to be with you soon. Stay with your grandmother and your aunt. Help care for Flea, as your mother knows you can. She will rejoin you both very soon." "How long, Popo?" Swallowing, he did not want to lie to his child again as he had in the blizzard, but in matters of life and death, he would. "We will be coming right behind you. Magpie, do not be afraid now, because you are with those who will protect you, care for you. For your mother's sake,
Remember to take care of your little brother, always."
"Until you come back to us?" she asked plaintively.
"Take care of him always." She sobbed.
"You will come back?"
"Yes," he promised, then reached up to pull her face down to his. Bass kissed the little girl on the cheek. "You will see me soon." Stepping aside to Stiff Arm's pony, the trapper pulled back the blanket flaps and kissed his son's forehead. Looking up at the warrior, he whispered, "If I do not return, you will see that my son is raised to become a warrior like the rest of his people, like his uncle and his grandfather." "Your son is Crow," Stiff Arm said, "but he will always know of the good American who was his father." Slowly taking 3 steps back, Bass waved to Magpie. "Go now, all of you, while you have so much of the day left for your journey." Most of the warriors gave some signal to the trapper as they turned their ponies away and started back up to the pass, but not one of the horsemen uttered another word as the animals snorted, their unshod hooves crunching across the icy snow, glaring with the day's new light as the wind soughed through the heaving boughs of wind-gnarled cedar and spruce. He listened to the sound of those hooves disappear as he held his wife, gently rocking her against him, while the sun flooded across that timbered slope. Later, when it grew quiet but for the wind in the trees, Waits by the water asked, "My children?" "They will be safe," he promised her. "The others are taking them back to the village."
"He who is no longer with us?"
He cleared his throat and said, "They will put him on a warrior's scaffold to honor him before his family and the rest of his people."
"I know this sickness will not kill you," she said softly. "It comes from the white man, so the white man won't die."
"Many, many of my people still die."
"No!"
She cut off his words.
"You must promise me our children will not die because they were born with white blood in their bodies."
Her eyes implored him so, their hollow, teary recesses begging him for reassurance. Bass realized he had already lied to his daughter in matters of life and death, so he would lie to her too. "Yes, you are right. Our children will be safe."
"The white man just grows sick for a time before he gets better," she whispered some of the words he had told her long ago. "But the white man does not die."
"He gets better," Bass vowed, "just as you will grow better."
"Take me away from the fire," she begged, clearly growing weaker.
Placing his hand against her neck, Titus felt the fury of her fever in his fingertips. "I will move you away from the fire so you can rest while I make camp." She closed her eyes.
"Bring me some water soon?"
"Yes, I will be back with some water soon." Gently pulling himself away from his wife, Bass got to his feet to peer up the rugged slope of scree and loose gray talus toward the pass. Squinting in the glare of the reflected sunlight, he watched the tiny, dark column snaking its way toward the open saddle far above him. Gazing down at his wife who lay at his feet, Scratch turned and started toward the trees for firewood to melt snow into water. He moved away quickly now. He did not want her to hear him crying. 28. Bass swatted at the mosquito, then rubbed a fingertip across the tiny red bump raised on the back of his walnut-brown hand. "I don't figure them Blackfeet's gonna bother nary Americans no more." Unfolding his big kerchief of black silk, old friend Elbridge Gray wiped sweat from his forehead and the ridge of his round bulb of a nose more pocked with tiny blue veins every year. "Come spring, we run across more'n one camp of them bastards. Lodges filled with dead uns getting picked over by the jays, bones getting dragged off by the wolves. Bridger figures what Blackfoot ain't been kilt off by the pox gonna be cowed but good. Won't dare make trouble for us now." With a sigh, Scratch nodded. "Ain't like it was afore, Elbridge. Bugs boys ain't the fearsome bunch no more." For sartin, the Blackfoot country's open to Americans now, Rufus Graham added, hissing his S's between those 4 missing front teeth, 2 top and 2 bottom. Then he glanced self-consciously at the woman who sat nearby, cutting moccasin soles from the thick neck-hide of a buffalo robe. After you and your wife rubbed up agin them Blackfoot what had the smallpox, how you two ever come out by the skin of your teeth? Titus didn't answer for a hot, still moment, watching the woman at work over her hide. She must have felt his gaze, for she turned to glance at him for but an instant before she smiled and resumed her work. For the longest time now, she had refused to let others look at her, hiding her face beneath the hood of her capote, even as spring warmed the land and dispelled all evidence of winter. It wasn't until early in that second summer, after healing from the pox, that she had relented and no longer kept her face in the shadow, about the time they started south from Absarica for this rendezvous on the green. For more than 1.5 years, Waits by the Water had lived her life all but hiding out each day. Ashamed of how the disease had ravaged her face, the woman rarely emerged from her sister-in-law's lodge until twilight. If she did venture out to scrape hides or gather wood and water, Waits tied one of Bass's large black silk kerchiefs just below her eyes, covering most of her disfigurement. It wasn't until Crane died late in the spring of 1839 that Waits heeded the praise of others, finally coming to believe that somehow she really was, in a most tangible way, a heroine to her people. She had survived. Not only the brutal capture and abuse of an ancient enemy, but Waits by the Water had endured the slow, cruel torture and what should have been the sure death demanded by the pox. The men of your tribe, they are proud of their sacrifice scars, yes? Bass asked her, tapping a finger against his own breast to indicate the Sundance torture. Waits had nodded her head in the firelight of the lodge where she and the children stayed with Strikesenkamp's family while Titus was gone trapping in the hills for days at a time. And the Crow men, he had continued, they proudly mark their war wounds with vermilion paint, showing everyone just how brave they were, how great their courage to bear up in the face of death. Titus waited for her to nod again. Yes. To your people, you are just as brave as a warrior. You faced death, but did not die. Wife, you do not have to paint a red war circle around a bullet pucker, a knife scar, or a hole made by an arrow shaft. The great battle you waged against the terrible sickness is a battle none of your people ever win. In your victory, that battle has marked you with its scars that show you were every bit as brave as a Crow warrior. Even though she began venturing out in the day without her black silk kerchief, Titus knew how frightened she had to be. Afraid of what other Crow would say or ask when they saw her, afraid more of those who wouldn't say a thing about her face, but would instead look upon her with disgust or revulsion. Worse yet, pity. The deep scars had marked her cheeks, pitted her forehead and nose. Yet Waits by the Water's battle with the disease had left her scarred far deeper than the surface of her skin. She had healed from the scourge. Eventually, she had begun to live again without hiding her face, but this woman would be a long time in healing the inner wounds. I never come down with the pox, Bass explained to that dwindling circle of old friends gathered with him at that rendezvous near the mouth of Horse Creek on the Green River. Only way I figure the woman come through it, maybe so God hisself knowed how much we needed her. You're cheerin'? Asked Isaac Sims, brushing back some of his gleaming platinum blonde hair that continued to successfully hide the fact that he was graying. They was fine, Scratch declared. Can't calculate how Magpie come out so good, 'thout the sickness getting hold of her the way it done to her ma'am, what with them both being took together by the Blackfoot. He glanced in wonder at the woman again, noticing once more how the curvatures of her hips and backside had begun to round out her dress as she worked over the hide on her hands and knees. She had been slow to put back on most of the weight she'd lost to those weeks fighting the pox. No longer was she a raw-boned skeleton with her skin sagging over her joints like proper folks' bedsheets draped over a split-rail bedstead. For a long time there, he hadn't believed someone so frail and thin, so downright cadaverous, could ever have the strength to fight off the scourge.
"She's a lucky woman," Solomon Fish observed. "Had you to care for her, pull her back from death's door."
Scratch nodded, taking his eyes from the woman to look at Solomon's long beard of blonde ringlets. "I'm a lucky man. She'd done the same to save my life." And that's what had kept him going through those first hours, then those first long, seemingly endless days and nights as she grew hotter, weaker, sicker. He kept reminding himself that she would never give up on him, that she would be the sort to chide him and scold him and yell at him to fight back even as he grew weaker. So he had done just as he knew she would do for him, always reminding her of the children, of all the four of them had to live for. Over and over doing his level best to convince her of the years left them both. "I kept that fire going day and night," he said quietly in the shade of those cottonwoods as the flies droned about them. "Didn't sleep much them days. Couldn't." He had been scared, too afraid to rest more than a few minutes at a time, even when he grew so weary he could no longer keep his eyes open, no longer able to cradle her head in his lap and wash her face with the scalding hot water that sometimes made her whimper and moan, sometimes made her wail and thrash against the grip he had on her. "I don't have me no idea how it helped, but chopping the wood, boiling the snow, washing her over and over every day and every night, it kept me busy, so busy I didn't have much time to worry. I had to keep doing what I could do to keep her alive one more day. Then another come after that, and I knowed I had to keep her alive that day." The sun had warmed the earth that first morning after Stiff Arm's rescue party left, as Titus gathered wood close to their camp, brought the horses close, and started scooping snow into her new brass kettle to heat over the flames. That night, like all the nights that followed for them on the side of that mountain, the temperatures sank well below zero. With it too cold for a man ever to sleep for long at all, he repeatedly awoke throughout each long stretch of darkness to prop more wood on the fire, dragging the kettle near the heat again, repeatedly dipping the coarse linen scrap into the scalding water where he boiled slivers of snake root, then scrubbed the woman's face and neck as she grumbled, sometimes screamed, but soon grew too weak to push his hands away. He had convinced himself the ugly, ofttimes oozing pustules were filled with a loathsome poison as surely as a gangrenous wound would fill with the poison capable of killing. Over and over he cleaned the sores with the snakeroot broth, gently scrubbing each sore open so he could get at the foul ooze, cleanse it from her body in the hope he could prevent the poison from killing her. They had begun as red spots, then became hard, angry welts lying just beneath the surface of the skin until the first one erupted as he scoured the coarse linen across it. There were many more by the next morning, and by that night it seemed her whole face had been taken over by the noxious pustules. Yet he persisted, doing what he could to clean each one with the scalding water that soothed the bones in his bare hands, aching so with the intense cold. Slowly, too, doing his best to remember that he must wash each pustule separately so that he did not rub poison from one into the next. Each time he finished bathing her, he trudged out of the firelight with that kettle of water and dumped it in the same spot, downwind of camp. When he returned, he draped the coarse linen scrap over the end of a tree branch and held it over the coals of their fire, turning it the way he would a thick slab of elk loin so that the heat killed the poison, cauterized every inch of the cloth. Rituals so intricate and consuming that they kept him this side of that fine line of insanity, rituals practiced with such fidelity that they prevented him from going mad with the terror that he was going to lose her. At times, Bass hunted when she slept, never venturing far. Twice each day he made soup in their old cast-iron kettle, boiling snake root with the meat of a bighorn goat he'd shot, later a small cinnamon bear, even the goat and bear bones, making a hearty broth he forced her to sip day after day after day as her cheeks began to sag. That ravaged, pitted, bloodied skin of her face, her almond-shaped oriental eyes growing more sunken, red-rimmed, bags like liver-colored fire smudge wrinkled beneath them both. Every few hours the fever made her delirious. At times, Waits even mumbled with a swollen tongue, so bloated it cruelly reminded him of that deadly desert crossing back when he and McCafferty fled the Apache on the Gila. Plain to see the damned fever was boiling all the juices out of her. She had to drink. He never let her refuse, pouring the cool water over her tongue until she coughed and sputtered, or holding a horn ladle of warm broth against her chapped, cracked lips as she struggled to turn away. But he didn't let her, couldn't let her. Even now, he would not tell these old friends how he cried, or how he cried out at her, too, every time he had to lock her head beneath an arm, doing his best to scold or cajole some liquid past her lips. 16 long days they remained there. He whittled a notch for each one in the handle of a camp axe. 16 days and nights, awaking fearfully from his troubled half-sleep, afraid she had died. Anxious to see if she still breathed, resting his fingers over her nose and mouth each time he returned from his hunt through the surrounding timber or among the boulders and tundra, oftentimes with no more than a marmot or two. With each morning's arrival, he watched the sun climb off the far edge of the earth, thankful that she still breathed in her fitful sleep, that she had survived another day, somehow endured another bitterly cold night. As weak as she became, to find her alive there against him, still breathing shallow and raspy, wrapped in his arms, it became no small celebration for his heart. He wasn't sure why he hadn't noticed it before, but there came one night at the fire while he was scrubbing her face with that coarse rag and scalding water, suddenly aware that he could find no new pustules erupting on her face. And what angry red pockmarks there were no longer oozed and bled near as much as they had in recent days each time he repeatedly washed them. 2 days later, she awoke him from his own fitful sleep, whispering with her raw throat and swollen tongue that she wanted some water. As he poured sips past her cracked, puffy lips, later fed her spoons of hot soup and washed her wounds, Waits by the water gazed at him for the first time in more than 2 weeks. The love in those eyes dared him to hope. For 16 days, those eyes had remained shut, never looking back at him, not once opening to dispel his doubts, drive away any of his fears. But after all those nights, she finally opened her eyes and looked up at him, soft and thankful. So weary, she did not try speaking any more that day in her exhaustion, even as he clumsily removed her dress and leggings, replaced them with some of his clothing. All she could do was look at him with those eyes. Not until the next day did she speak again.
"Love, Titus."
And that evening she asked for help walking to the brush so she could relieve herself. She squatted, then pulled herself up against him, and he supported her as they returned to the fire, where she curled up within a new robe, and he dragged off the one she had lain in for all those days.
"What will you sleep in tonight?"
"I'll sleep with you again," he explained.
"We'll need the old robe to keep us warm."
"Going to burn it before we leave," he said in English. "And them clothes of your'n, too. The sickness is all over 'em." Better to leave as much of the disease as they could right there on the mountainside among the ashes of their fire. Bass realized he could replace things, like his missing traps he figured the Blackfoot had thrown away, like the plunder they had shattered and destroyed. Just leave the pox and its evil there on the mountain. Trouble was, they would never leave it all behind. Waits by the water was going to carry a telling reminder of the pox with her till the end of her days. But they still had one another, and they had their children. so Bass remained confident he could rebuild the pieces of their life together. As long as there was beaver in the mountains, and as long as the traders hauled their goods out to rendezvous, he'd carve out a life for them. Just as long as he and his kind could continue to race across the seasons, as long as they could continue to ride the moon down. Many times since that late winter of '38, it had haunted him just how many there were who had given up and abandoned the Rockies. Daniel Potts, and even Jim Beckwith. It troubled him to think back on how fewer and fewer showed up come rendezvous with the arrival of each summer. Sad to watch how many didn't choose to re-outfit themselves, deciding instead to ride east with the fur caravan, electing to take their wages in hard money once they reached St. Louis. Every summer, at least a couple dozen more admitted they were throwing in and giving up. "Plunder costs too much," some groused. Others complained, "Beaver's too low." Still more confessed that a few seasons spent crotch deep in icy streams, exposed to that unwarmable cold of the mountains for 3 seasons a year, had aged them well before their years. Titus felt sorry for those who decided to flee back east to what was, back to who they had been. Yet he realized he didn't have any of that to return to himself. For the last few summers, he saw how those who were giving up simply freed their Flathead, Shoshone, or Utah wives to return to their villages, to their parents, taking the half-breed youngsters with them when the winters of marriage were done and the white trapper no longer needed the benefits of his dusky-skinned bedmate. But a time or two, Titus had heard tell of a man who did take his wife and their children east with him, perhaps to settle somewhere on the frontier that others claimed was inching right to the edge of the rolling prairie itself. There, among the pacified Sauk and Fox, among the Osage or those other bands Andy Jackson had driven west, such an old trapper and his family might better mix in with the life of hard-working folks scratching out an existence along that border of the wilderness. Once they were on that back trail to the settlements, nothing else was ever heard of those men who had returned east in hopes of recapturing some of what life they had left behind, nonetheless unable to let go of a woman and children who were part of another life they had now abandoned. Again this summer on Horse Creek, some 36 company men had turned in their furs, preparing to flee the mountains. Sitting there, talking with these scarred old friends, Scratch realized he could never return to the settlements. There wasn't anything left back there, no family to speak of, no one to make for a sentimental reunion. There had been no real success in the blacksmith trade with Hysham Troost that would lure him back as this beaver trade slowly sank from its lofty heights. And he ruminated that he could never take Waits by the Water onto that rolling land of the buffalo prairie or beyond to those hardwood forests where corn crackers scratched at the ground and raised their fixed communities. They were no place to raise children. Not back there where the trees grew so tall and thick a man couldn't see any distance at all, back east where a man looked up only to see a portion of the sky. No place for a child to grow tall and strong as they would here in these mountains, breathing this clean, dry air. Back east, he remembered, the men on that old frontier of hardwood forests had a far different look in their eye than these hibernants of the high Stonies. Back there, closed in with the thick timber and small patches of sky that too often turned gray and drenched them with rain, such men did not possess the far-seeing squint of those iron-forged few who made a home beyond the western prairies. Out here, a man quickly took on a decidedly distant gaze. He grew accustomed to gazing across great stretches, searching far ridges, studying the skyline for dust or smoke, game or foe, reading those green threads that beckoned him to water as if they were parchment maps, ciphering each sway-backed, snow-covered saddle that allowed him a pass between the mountain peaks, scratching every mile of the journey into the fastness of his memory. This unimaginably huge land required a man to stretch his eyes far beyond what had been required of him in those closed-in, narrow-bounded forests back east. Come from what he had been, a man either became much more than what he was back east, or he left his bones to bleach on the banks of some uncharted mountain stream. So again this summer, those who realized they had teased and taunted Dame Fate long enough chose to rake in what chips they had left and scurry east, leaving behind a life, leaving behind loved ones. I vowed that if the woman died, Titus quietly explained to the circle of friends that hot summer afternoon, I wasn't returning to the Crow.
What of your young'uns? Elbridge asked.
He grew thoughtful. Told myself they'd grow up just fine, took in and raised by them what would come to love Lil Flea and my darling Magpie like their own. Couldn't bear to face 'em, Isaac said. No, wasn't that at all, Bass replied with a shake of his head. If I'd buried the woman in a tree, proper that way for the wind to take her, I knowed I would ride on down that north side of them mountains, making straight for Blackfoot country. Rufus nodded.
Take you some goddamned hair.
One by one, Scratch continued. I'd kill every last one of them bastards I chanced across. Times were at nights while I kept myself awake caring for the woman, I figured how I'd mark the bodies, cutting on 'em, scraping my letters in each one so they'd come to know who I was and what I was about. Solomon glanced at the youngsters nearby and asked, You never figured to see your young'uns again? No, he confessed. I was going to ride and kill till every one of the Blackfoot was dead, or them sons of bitches kilt me. Gray sighed.
Look at your young'uns now, Scratch. Ain't it turned out for the best you didn't leave 'em for the Crow to raise? And you ain't dead and sculped up there in Blackfoot country.
And the woman pulled through,
Graham cheered. Were a bunch more days afore she was strong enough to sit a horse, howsoever, Bass continued his tale. I got us back over the pass just afore another storm blowed down on us. We made it to some good timber and sat it out whilst she got a bit more of her strength back. Don't know how many days that was, for I'd stopped a-countin' and carvin' on that axe handle. Day by day they had backtracked for the Crow village, become anxious when they didn't find it where the lodges had been standing weeks before when the ordeal had begun. As they were pushing out of the abandoned campsite along the snowy ground churned with travois scars, Titus had spotted the scaffold propped across the branches of a distant cottonwood that stood at the base of the rim rock. And from the way the gnarled tree trunk below that robe bundle was marked, they knew it had to be the body of Strikeson-Camp. Them Crow gave him a decent funeral, he declared, even if they never did bring his body into camp, feared as they was of the pox. Beneath the spreading branches of the cottonwood they camped that afternoon, and as Bass built a fire and gathered wood for the night, Waits by the Water knelt and began her mourning. She chopped off more of her hair and tossed it into the wind, those shorn locks grotesquely framing that wounded, pitted face. Tears flowed as she wailed, tearing her coat from her arms so she could slash her flesh until her strength was gone, and Bass raised her from the frozen ground, carrying his wife back to the warmth of the fire, where he fed her, wrapped her, then rocked her to sleep. After the second day, I told the woman it was time for her mourning to be done, Titus said, looking over to see his young son toddling his way now. It was time to be finding our young'uns. Some 2.5 years old by then, young Flea lumbered the last few yards as his father spread his arms to welcome him. The boy vaulted into the air, sailing into Bass's arms, where he settled into his father's lap, looking round at the hairy faces gathered there in the afternoon shade as the deer flies droned and Horse Creek gurgled along its sandy bed. "How long it take you to find them Crow?" Solomon inquired. "Weren't long, not really," he said, rubbing Flea's bushy head affectionately. "They took off right after the 4 days of mourning for Strikeson-Camp and them others the Blackfoot killed in the ambush, but we found 'em eventual." It had made for quite a scene when Bass and Waits by the Water showed up near the camp one day late that winter of 1838. As soon as he had seen the camp guards loping their way, Scratch halted, waiting. Among the sentries had been Pretty on top. The young warrior's eyes filled with a mist as he whooped, his cry sailing to the cold blue sky of Apsarika as he brought his pony skidding to a stop with the 7 others right in front of the white man and his wife, who clutched the flaps of her hood over her face, not daring to let these people who had known her from childhood see her wounds. "My heart sings," Pretty on Top cheered, slapping his breast. "You are returned with your wife. How is this that she did not die?" "My husband would not let me," Waits announced from the muffle of her hood, surprising even Titus. "He said I could not die."
"Then the medicine of Titus is mighty," cried 3-Iron. "In the stories of our great-grandfathers, when the pox visited itself upon us, very few were spared death before the scattering of the bands. So the first maker has truly smiled on you, Waits by the Water."
She had looked over at her husband and said, "Yes, I know how the first maker has smiled on me." The 8 guards yipped and whistled with approval, causing their horses to jostle with the sudden loud exuberance. Bass found her eyes smiling at him from the shadows of her hood and said, "Yes, woman, the first maker has smiled on us both." Little Flea had been at their horses' legs before the 2 of them even dismounted beside Brightwings' lodge, and Magpie was already reaching her arms to her father as Bass brought his pony to a halt. He had leaned over, caught her by the wrist, and swung her up behind him, marveling at how much it seemed she had grown. As he kissed and hugged her right there on horseback, Waits dropped to the ground to gather Little Flea into her arms, smothering him with her kisses. Not knowing what he was doing, the babbling child pushed back the hood, his own eyes suddenly wide with surprise, even fear. Around the woman, others gasped, fell back a step as Waits by the Water snatched the hood over her head, beginning to sob because the boy continued to stare at her in shock and fright. But in that next moment, Crane emerged from the lodge doorway, her stooped body hurrying to her daughter's side, where she flung her arms around Waits, crying, wailing, sobbing, keening, blubbering all at once. Then Brightwings was there too, the 3 of them hugging, their arms wrapped around Flea as he rested on his mother's hip. The moment Magpie and Bass hit the ground, the young girl sprinted to her mother's side, ducked between some legs, and ended up in the middle of all those women happily reunited. Hugging Flea now before the boy toddled off again, Scratch looked at Magpie as she helped her mother cutting moccasin soles. Back then, upon their return to the Crow after chasing down the Blackfoot, Magpie had been no older than Flea was at this moment. But to look at the girl now, tall and long-legged as she was, Titus found it hard to believe so much time had flowed past since that winter of the Blackfoot, realizing again that his daughter was more than 4 years old. At times that late winter and on into the spring, Pretty on Top and his companions, Red Leggings, Comes Inside the Door, Sees the Star, and Crow Shouting, would ask to join the white man when he packed up and rode away from the village for 2 weeks or more at a time. By day, the bored young warriors might follow Titus to the icy banks of the flooding streams, amused and intrigued by the trapper's rituals. Most mornings, one of the Crow would ride out to spend the day circling the surrounding territory, searching for any sign of enemy encroachment while he hunted for fresh meat. Days later, with a load of beaver for Waits by the Water to flesh and his own heart yearning to hold her, eager to embrace his children, Bass would turn around and return to Yellow Belly's village. For 2, sometimes 3 nights he would remain at the woman's side, each day spent hunting elk and deer or mountain sheep for his wife's big family, coupling with her, wrestling with his children and those cousins who now had no father of their own. Once he was assured the group had enough meat to last them many days, Titus packed up again and headed into the high country, sometimes alone, often joined by the young warriors. With each subsequent journey as those weeks passed, Scratch was able to push higher into the hills, farther upstream, always there when the beaver emerged from their winter lodges to make repairs on their dams.
"We figured you'd gone under for sartin,"
Rufus confessed now.
When you didn't come in for rendezvous on the Paposha last summer.
Why'd the Bushways move rendezvous there instead of here on the green, where they said they'd meet the brigades? Titus asked.
Elbridge explained. Goddamned company Bushways changed it on us when they growed tired of always having Hudson's Bay show up every summer over here in this country.
Englishers got to be a bit of a problem with the free men, so it seemed, Solomon said. They was offering a good price on fur over at Fort Halley and wasn't asking so much for their trade goods neither.
Wonder why we ain't seed hide nor har of John Bull yet this summer, Bass reflected. Isaac said, Maybe so they don't know we're here this year for rendezvous.
Chances are better them English don't give a damn about coming to rendezvous no more, Solomon observed. What with the trade ain't being what it used to be.
Damned good to see you're still standing on your pins, Titus Bass, Gray said. We was afeard you'd gone under.
Way things was, Bass began, hoisting the restless boy out of his lap, kissing Flea on the cheek, then sending the naked child on his way. I didn't figure the woman was much ready to be around white folks, so I had me a choice of coming to rendezvous all on my lonesome or sticking close to her and the young'uns.
You said them Blackfoot gone and ruined some of your plunder, Isaac said. How in blazes do you fare without them supplies what you'd get at rendezvous?
He gazed at the two children playing in the grass beneath a great clump of willow. We made out fine, Bass said quietly. High summer, when the beaver ain't fit for a red piss, I packed up all I had and rode 'em over to the mouth of the Tongue.
Tulloch's fort?
Asked Gray. Titus nodded. Van Buren. Me and Sam'l dickered and drank, then dickered some more. All in all, he's a good man. That coon spent plenty of time trapping beaver his own self. Knows how it be to freeze your balls to catch poor Plew. Tulloch done the best by me his company would let him. Graham inquired,
He get all your fur last year?
Most. Even this summer I could trade it to the company here, or I could trade it to the company at Tulloch's Crow Post. Don't make me no difference, Scratch confided. Only difference is, this nigger sure missed his compañeros when he don't come in for that rendezvous on the Paposha.
Weren't much of a hurrah last summer, Solomon grumbled.
Rufus agreed.
Look around you right here, goddammit. Ain't much to rendezvous at all no more.
Drips come out from St. Louis with a small pack train last year, Elbridge explained. Had him no more'n 24 carts and some 75 men.
Getting smaller and smaller every year now, Isaac grumped.
Titus stretched out his legs, his knees aching from those countless seasons spent submerged in freezing water. That Scotsman feller, Stewart, he come out again last summer? Gray's head bobbed.
Sartin sure did. Brung him out some others, too. Had another furrin-born fellow with him this time, name of Sutter. That un said he was setting his sights on making it all the way to the land of them Spaniards in California.
Rufus Graham snorted with laughter.
It were funny to hear that little rip of a runt grumble and cuss with his funny talk. Why, don't you know he went from camp to camp at rendezvous, trying to hire him an outfit of fellers to guide him on to California?
You have him any takers? Scratch asked. Rufus nodded.
A few hooked up with Sutter and give up on beaver.
You remember how that little pecker called 'em all a bunch of robbers? Solomon hooted. He howled that all it seemed most furmen really wanted to do in California was rob churches, stealing cattle and horses.
More'n a handful signed on with Sutter leastways, Elbridge said. And Stewart brung out a pair of young fellers just to make a trip west.
Either of them two have to be an artist? Maybe so that Miller fella he had with him couple years back? Titus asked.
Just peach-faced boys,
and Isaac shook his head solemnly.
Their papa sent 'em out to see the West.
Itching the side of his cheek, Scratch asked, Who's their papa?
William Clark of St. Louis,
Rufus answered.
Same one took that bunch all the way to the far ocean with Louis back, more'n 30 years ago now.
His two boys come out to see this country for themselves, I reckon, Elbridge observed with a wry smile.
I'll bet old man Clark sent his young'uns out here to see this here country the way it was when he come through here years ago, Bass grumbled sourly. See this country afore it ain't no more."
"Ain't no more?"
Rufus squealed. "Look it, boys. Nigh on to ever summer we seed missionaries comin' to Rendezvous, on their way west with their carts and wagons and milk cows," Scratch declared grimly. "We seed white women and Englishmen, Bible thumpers and furriners, and for ever one of 'em come out here, there's just a little less wild country left for the likes of you and me." The others fell silent for a few moments, thoughtful. Then Solomon said, "I recollect Scratch is right on that. Even more of them goddamned missionaries come through last summer, too."
"More?"
Bass groaned.
Gray said, "Had 4 white women with 'em, too."
"Don't surprise me none," Bass admitted.
"Even had us a little fun when one of them preachers married one of the company fellers to his Nez Perce woman."
"Married her?" Bass said. "You mean like stand-up white folks read the Bible married?" Elbridge nodded enthusiastically.
"Them Neperces stood around stone-faced and quiet as church mice whilst that missionary said the proper words over 'em both."
"Most off, I recollect how last year them clerks from St. Louis didn't have a good word to say about things back east,"
Isaac explained.
"They was grumpin' over how bad they was having it with furs."
Sims went on to explain how the Eastern hands who accompanied the caravan for that summer trip to the mountains and back were eager to describe just how gloomy the financial picture had become in the East. The Panic of '37 had the states in its grip. Money was tight, times were hard, trade goods were never more expensive, and beaver was falling fast. "That rendezvous last summer no better'n this'n," Bass said.
"Most fellers pretty down, that's for sure, what with all them company clerks was tellin' everyone," Rufus explained. "Then we heard tell the company was so disgusted they wasn't going to bring out no more trade goods, no more rendezvous."
"Disgusted?" Titus repeated.
"Rumor was the company bosses told Drips they wasn't much happy with the mountain trade no more," Elbridge took up the story. "They figured maybe so to do it all from the fur posts."
"Fur posts?" Titus squeaked in disbelief. "Won't be no more rendezvous?" Solomon said, "Every year now more and more niggers give up trappin' and ride off back east. That means there ain't much beaver for them bushways no more." "What did Drips and Fontenelle fix to do if there ain't no more mountain rendezvous?" Bass inquired.
"Fontenelle's dead," Elbridge disclosed. "I heard he died last year. Drips is the only one still running things in the mountains now."
"He put Bridger out in the field with a strong brigade," Rufus explained. "Joe Walker got another outfit working for Drips. Damn if Walker didn't come into the Poposha last summer with a shitload of Mexican horses. That was about the best news the company got last summer. Needed them horses in a bad way."
This was all so hard to comprehend. Right from Bass's first year in the mountains, there had always been a summer rendezvous, a place to trade in his furs and barter for what he needed in possibles. Titus wagged his head, unable to fathom it. "No more rendezvous?"
"But don't you see?" Gray asked. "Drips ended up calling everyone together and telling 'em the rumors was all wrong. Promised he'd be out here to Horse Crick this summer."
Then Isaac said,
"But the damage been done by the time Drips stomped on them rumors."
"Damage?" Scratch asked.
"We heard tell of maybe so a dozen fellers what listened to all them stories about the company not having no more rendezvous," Isaac continued. "Well, a few of them niggers slipped off from the Poposha every night or so, taking their company traps and their company guns and their company possibles with 'em. "Every last one of 'em running off with a good number of company horses, too," Rufus cried. "Ain't never been so many deserters as there was last summer."
Isaac said,
"I suppose it's 'cause no one was much for sure there'd be another rendezvous."
"Fact be, Drip says if we meet up next summer, he'll show up here," Elbridge explained. "Just this morning, Drip's got all the boys together and said Pierre Choteau, the younger, back in St. Louis, don't know if he'll send out another supply train next year. But if he does, it oughtn't rendezvous with us right here where we been many times afore."
"Damn if this all don't take the circle," Bass exclaimed in amazement. Hard to reckon on them fellas stealing traps and possibles and horses from their brigades. Rufus shrugged in that easy way of his.
Man hears the company ain't gonna be no more. I guess he reckons it's time to take what he figures is due him.
We even talked about deserting our own selves last summer, Solomon confessed.
But we didn't, Elbridge stated firmly. We signed on with the company to the end, and that's damn well giving a man our solemn word. We ain't none of us gonna steal from no man, not when we got our pride.
Makes a fellow wonder, Isaac ruminated, what the hell we're gonna do when the company tells us it don't need us to trap its beaver no more.
Shit, Bass growled as the others fell silent in the drone and buzz of busy insects. From the looks of things, this here beaver business gone and sunk so low that white men even took to stealing from white men.
29.
You hear tell Bridgers quit the company?
For a moment there, Titus Bass studied Shadrach Sweet's face for any betrayal that the man was pulling his leg. Gabe? He asked in disbelief. Not Bridger. The overly tall man bobbed his head as some others stepped up to listen in.
Can't believe it my own self. I just come from Drips's tent yonder. Last night, Bridger said he might just do it, but I didn't figure he ever would.
Quit the company? Asked an older, lanky man striding up in greasy buckskins.
Told Drips he'd have to get someone else to guide the brigade this year,
Sweet explained as he turned to address the man nearly twice his age.
Bridger's heading back to St. Louis with the fur caravan when it pulls out.
If that report didn't just about beat all the other bad news there was at this quiet little shindig beside the mouth of Horse Creek. First off, Bass had reached this rendezvous site on the Green River to find no more than 120 company trappers and fewer than 30 free men waiting the arrival of the supply train. And from the looks of what few camps dotted the valley, one thing was certain as sun. No one had packed much in the way of beaver fur to this rendezvous of 1839. Really didn't matter, as things turned out, because when a rider hailed the camps a few days back, announcing that the trader's caravan was approaching, Bass, like the rest, eagerly scanned that bench to the east, expecting to watch a long mule train or string of carts snake their way into the bottoms, bringing with them more recruits for the autumn brigades, perhaps joined by another large party of missionaries bound for Oregon country with their damned wagons, carriages, and milk cows. But what caravan pilot Black Harris led into the valley was instead 4 small 2-wheeled carts, each pulled by a pair of mules and carrying no more than 800 pounds of the company's trade goods. On either side of each noisy, squeaking cart trudged a dust-coated, parched pair of St. Louis hired hands. No more than 8 employees to assist in the exchange of furs across those few days it would take to trade furs for staples before Harris would turn his outfit around for the settlements. Besides those 8 clerks, another half-dozen mule tenders were along to care for the cantankerous stock. And there, in the sheets of dust stirred up by them all, bringing up the rear of that pitifully small caravan, came 2 small carts and some missionaries after all. In addition to those bound for the fertile fields of the heathens, Black Harris was accompanied by a German physician and his small party from St. Louis who had come to the mountains for a summer of recreation and adventure. Damn poor doin's, Scratch had grumbled. From what he could see, he didn't figure he had missed a damn thing on the Poposha the summer before. And now, Gabe was headed east. Maybe so if a man did have him some family back in Missouri country, Titus rationalized his old friend's intentions. There might be reason for him to throw it all in and head back now that the business was no more than a ghost of its former glory. But he figured it had to be something mighty powerful to pull a man like Jim Bridger back to the States, quitting the beaver streams, abandoning his flathead wife and children, forsaking these mountains for the runty hills of the East.
You figure Gabe ain't never coming back? The tall bone rack of a stranger asked of Sweet.
Shad could only shrug.
Bridger ain't said what he tends to do, but I don't figure him for staying long back there. Most everything he's ever knowed is out here.
Damn straight, the older man grumped, giving Bass a close, squint-eyed appraisal of a sudden.
If there ain't beaver to skin and red niggers to sculp in the big stonies, by God, there's always horses to steal from the greasers out to California.
And with that next breath, he poked his face right into Scratch's and asked,
I know you, Pilgrim.
Maybe so, Titus replied with a chortle, raising his arms into the air, one on either side of his head, fingers spread like antlers. If'n you're that crazy nigger what's going to turn into a bull elk when you're gone under.
I thought it was you,
the homely man declared with a grin, holding out a bony paw to shake.
The nigger what's called Scratch. Last saw you down to Taos.
Nodding, Bass shook the strong, lean hand and said, Shad, this here's Bill Williams.
Old Bill Williams? Sweet asked. Everybody knows of old Solitaire. Man, if I ain't heard a passel of tales about you.
Ain't none of 'em the truth, Williams snapped.
As suddenly, he smiled hugely.
Then again, maybe so every last one of 'em be the truth, too.
Scratch looked the old veteran in the eye and asked, How you read the sign, Bill? Fat cow or poor bull? You figure the mountain trade 'bout to go under with Bridger heading east and all these here niggers running off with horses and traps they stolt?
Williams snorted. Maybe so, fur is done for a while, but beaver's bound to rise, I allays say. If'n a man needs to, he can find hisself something to do till the plues are prime again. What else is a child supposed to do if'n he don't trap? Sweet demanded testily.
Regarding the tall man warily, Williams said,
You are a big chunk of it now, ain't you?
He put a finger to his temple.
Think on it, and maybe so you'll come up with something to do till Beaver comes back.
What you fixin' to do, Bill? Scratch asked.
Me and few others been kicking round the idea of riding west for California, steal some Mexican horses, like I told you.
Sweet wagged his head.
Why horses? Out here a nigger can buy 'em for a rich man's ransom, or he can ride back east to get horses for hisself. So there might just be some real good money in it for a child who steals some horses in California what he can sell to the forts.
Mayhaps them greasers shoot your head off, too, Bass snorted. You try riding off with their horses?
Them pepper beans? Williams asked with sour laughter.
Any man gets shot at enough, Titus replied. I figure the odds gotta mean he's gonna get hit with a lead ball one day.
Ain't a greaser gun made can hit me, Williams boasted.
Turning to Sweet, Bass asked, If you ain't gonna steal Mexican horses like Bill here, you gonna stay on with Drips's brigade now that Bridger ain't along? With a shrug, Shadrach said,
Been thinking I might just head west a mite, work out of Fort Hall. Here the British promise to treat Americans right on their prices for goods, on what they'll offer for beaver.
Some old partners of mine said they heard the same thing.
God damn them English, Williams grumbled. I'd steal everything out from under 'em and burn down their posts afore I'd deal with John Bull.
Maybe so. I figure to have me somewhere to sell my beaver when the Americans pull out of the mountains, old man, Sweet advised.
There's other posts, Williams argued. Don't have to deal with them Englishers.
Fort Lucian? Bass inquired. St. Louis Parleyvoos own that'n. Williams shook his head emphatically, saying,
But the company don't own that Vasquez post on the South Platte, and they don't run them others down in that country neither.
What others? Titus asked.
Some soldier named Lupton left the army to jump in the beaver trade year or two back, Williams said. Side his, there's two more on the Platte, Fort Jackson and Fort Savory, all of 'em trading with the Cheyenne and Arapaho.
Titus asked, Robes?
Beaver from white men, robes from red bellies, Williams answered. And now the Bents are offering top dollar for all the horses we can bring 'em. California or Injun, makes 'em no difference.
Sweet said,
All of them places over on the east side of the mountains.
And that can be a ride for a man what wants to have somewhere handy to trade his furs, Bass observed. Only reason I ever traded up to Tulloch's post at the mouth of the Tongue was I found myself up in that crow country. Nodding, the old trapper said, "Ain't whistling in the dark there, Scratch, but every man what wants to stay in this here country can always do his business on this side of the mountains." Sweet growled, "You just said you wasn't giving none of your business to them English over at Fort Hall." "I ain't talking about Fort Hall, you idiot," Bill snapped. "Ain't either of you heard about them 2 posts on south of here?" Bass and Sweet glanced at one another before looking back at Williams. "No doubt you 2 ignorant coons been spending too much of your time up in Blackfoot and Crow country," the old man snorted. "Down near the mouth of the Winty is Robidew's post, and just northeast of there a leetle is Fort Davy Crockett." "Northeast? Where?" "Brown's Hole, east side of the Green. Fort's been there more'n a year, maybe so 2 year now this summer." "They in the beaver business?" Titus asked. "Got trade goods?" "Them fellers all been trappers," Williams declared, "so I figure they know how to treat a man fair. Better'n this goddamned company got this whole country by the balls, squeezing down so hard they're choking the life right out of the beaver trade." Bass looked at Sweet. "I've been there." "Brown's Hole?" Nodding, Scratch said, "Trapping might be fair in that country. Chances are a man won't bump into too many Injuns. Maybe so we'd make a pair of it, if and you ain't give up on the mountains." "I ain't give up on the mountains," Shad roared. "Then you cogitate 'bout heading south with me to trap that Uinty country, go sniff out just how fair a man gets treated down to this Fort Davy Crockett." "I'll think on it some," Shad replied, screwing up his lips thoughtfully. "You let me know next day or so," Bass said. "It ain't like we got a whole lot of choices no more, Shad. There ain't many ways for niggers like us to make our living. We don't trap beaver, we can always turn to horse stealing like old Solitaire here, or turn back for the settlements." "I ain't above stealing horses," Shadrach Sweet admitted 2 days later when he walked over to Bass's camp of a purpose. "But I don't figure I'll ever turn back for the settlements neither." "What's that leave you, Shad?" His merry eyes twinkled. "You fixin' to keep chasing beaver?" Titus nodded with a grin, knowing that Sweet had come to his decision. "For many a year now I always hankered to have me a look over the next hill. Time's come to see some new country. Brown's Hole might be the place for us to winter." "You don't mind me riding along?" With a smile, Scratch declared, "I've been thought a partner for many a winter now, back to 34. I'd like to hook up for a spell and catch us some beaver to boot." Sweet stuck out his hand. "When you fixin' to pull out?" 2 days set with you?" "All right by me." "Dawn." "First light it is." As events turned out, others were setting out that same morning, men who had taken themselves off the company's books. But Doc Newell, Kit Carson, and a few others weren't riding south for the Uinta. They were instead heading northwest for Fort Hall. Carson had his young Arapaho wife along, while Newell was escorting his own family, as well as Virginia, Joe Meek's Indian wife, to the British post, while Meek set off to the southwest intending to work the Salt River. If the American traders were withdrawing from the mountains, Meek, Newell, and Carson declared, then it made sense for a man to polish his relationship with those English bushways of the Hudson's Bay Company.
"Maybe we'll see you 2 down to Brown's Hole late of the fall,"
Carson declared as he swung into the saddle after shaking hands with Bass and Sweet.
"We're gonna see what the English offer us for peltries," Newell explained as he climbed atop his horse. "If'n they give a man a fair swap, we'll trap the Snake Country."
"But if the Britishers don't treat us right," Carson stated, "figure to see us at Fort Davy Crockett afore it snows hard."
"That's still good beaver country, Scratch," Newell said as he nudged his horse away, giving a farewell wave. "Bunch of us laid in over to Brown's Hole last winter."
In 2s and 3s, small groups of men peeled themselves away from the once great monolith of the Rocky Mountain fur trade like ripping back an onion, layer by layer. Only a year before on the Poposha, the Pierre Choteau Company had employed some 120 trappers in the field. But by the time this rendezvous on the Green was over, no more than 1 week after the caravan had arrived, company partisan Andrew Drips discovered he would be leading fewer than 80 men north to the Three Forks country for the fall hunt. And no more than 2,000 pelts would be leaving rendezvous for St. Louis. Never again would skin trappers be able to turn in their furs for credit, then go in debt for whiskey and trifles for the coming year. This summer on the Green, no one could be sure there would be another summer, another rendezvous, or if there would be a mountain fur trade. Little surprise, then, that more than 24 men simply slipped away from rendezvous with what they could lay their hands on. No longer was there such a thing as company credit. And damn soon, there simply would be no way for most of these men to make a living. Trying to compete with the British had begun to drive Pierre Choteau Jr. out of the business. With the high cost of trade goods back east, the Americans had to offer top dollar for beaver or lose those pelts to the Hudson's Bay Company securely ensconced at Fort Hall. And to continue offering $5 per pound when those plues weren't bringing enough of a profit in the eastern markets was nothing less than financial suicide. If American trappers could not only wrangle a better price for their fur from the British, but pay less for their possibles in the bargain, then Scratch figured only an idiot would continue to do business with the St. Louis monopoly. All around him, the Rocky Mountain beaver trade had become no more than a pale reflection of those glory days of old. Following the course of the Green River, Bass and Sweet had slowly marked the miles that took them through that familiar country. Behind the two of them rode Waits by the Water and Magpie on their painted ponies. Little Flea sat in front of his father, tiny hands gripping the reins the way his sister once had done, assured he was master of all that he surveyed each day. Over the last 2 weeks, a relentless August sun had tortured this high desert country. With every step, the hooves scraped the parched earth, sending up clouds of fine yellow dust that hung suspended in the breathless heat. But every night, they camped in the shade of cottonwoods lining the riverbank, cooling not only their aching throats, but soaking up to their necks in the revitalizing current as twilight overtook the land. Eventually, they neared the mouth of Vermilion Creek, where the Green made one of its 2 great bends in passing through Brown's Hole. In the mid-distance, they discovered a small herd of horses grazing beneath the tall old cottonwoods. Just beyond, through the massive trunks of that stately grove, Bass spotted the stockade of upright logs. As they moved closer, a white man pushed open one side of the narrow gate and stopped just outside the walls, watching the party's approach. "Shady spot you picked for yourselves," Bass commented as he brought his horse to a halt, and the stranger dropped the butt of his rifle to the ground.
"This here place is better'n most to winter," the man said as he came up to Bass's horse, holding up his hand. "Name's Sinclair, Pruitt Sinclair." Shad introduced himself, then asked, "You the only feller here?" "My partners is gone for 'nother few weeks," the man with the dark, angular face explained. "Partners? How many of you there be?" Scratch inquired. 3. Thompson headed east to the Missouri settlements for supplies last spring, just as soon as he could get north around the mountains. 3 weeks back, my other partner named Craig headed over to meet Thompson, planning to meet up at Vasquez's fort.
"Been there more than 3 winters back," Bass declared.
"So it's only me for a while," Sinclair advised. "Me, 'long with what Injuns show up."
"Ever had you any trouble with Injuns hereabouts?" Scratch asked, peering round the narrow valley.
"Nah," Sinclair said. "Snakes and bannocks come by of a time, and even a few poor diggers showed their faces on the side of them hills yonder."
Bass peered momentarily at the high bluffs across the river. "Up to Rendezvous, we heard you boys raised yourselves a fort fixin' to do some trading down here."
"That's right," Sinclair replied.
Sweet asked,
You trade beaver for possibles?
Dragging a bare forearm beneath his nose, Sinclair said,
We'll take robes, too, if you want to trade off your buffler hides.
We sleep in what we got, Bass declared. You mind us pitching camp over yonder for the night?
Not tall, Sinclair replied. You figure to stick around long?
Sweet shook his head.
Planning to head on down to the Little Bear, maybe so find some beaver over on the Little Snake.
Good luck, fellers, Sinclair said, wiping some sweat off his brow.
Not the Little Bear. Likely you'll have to work higher up the Little Snake to find beaver anymore.
Little Bear used to be good beaver country, Bass observed.
Been trapped out last 2 years, Sinclair said.
That's a shame, Bass told them with an amused grin. Had some of my hair took on the Little Bear many a summer ago.
That where it was?
Sweet asked. Yup. Maybe so we'll go see that spot for ourselves.
Lost hair, did you?
The trader asked, glancing at the graying curls on Bass's shoulder. Just enough to sour my milk, Titus answered, the grin becoming a smile. After supper, we'll mosey on over and jaw a bit. That evening, Titus and Shad did pay a social call on Fort Davy Crockett, if not to share some stories with that new pair of ears, then to take a look at what the three proprietors had to offer in the way of goods and wares in trade for beaver pelts. Damn if what few possible sat on those shelves weren't all English, shipped to Fort Vancouver near the mouth of the Columbia River, then packed overland to the Hudson's Bay Post at Fort Hall, where they were purchased by the American partners to stock the skimpy shelves of this log and mud post erected on the east bank of the Green River. Little wonder Philip Thompson had traipsed off to buy up what he could back in the States. No more than 2 years old, the small fort boasted only 3 sides, each one no more than 60 feet in length, the high riverbank serving as a barrier on the 4th. Instead of separate pickets, the backs of 3 low buildings served as the stockade itself, interrupted by a narrow gate that faced the open ground stretching to the east. In that fertile bottom ground formed by its junction with Vermilion Creek, an array of native grasses flourished, thick, if not tall, throughout the short growing season, providing adequate grazing for the post's stock. Nearby, along the west bank of the creek, lay a profusion of teepee rings where visiting Shoshone and Ute raised their lodges when they showed up to trade.
You fellers keep a sharp eye for Sioux, Sinclair warned the next morning as the small party saddled for the foothills.
There ain't no goddamned Sioux over this side of the mountains, Sweet chortled. Now over in that country on—
Don't be so sure, the trader interrupted grimly. Last bunch of snakes through here told me they seen sign of Sioux on their way in here to trade.
Maybe so they was just having some fun with you, Shad argued.
I'll lay them snakes figured to scare you into giving 'em a good trade, Bass agreed as he waved and started away. Sioux country's a long, long ways off, Sinclair. Can't for the life of me reckon why they'd roam all the way over here. Instead of leaving Brown's Hole through the narrow pass carved over the eons by Vermilion Creek, Bass and Sweet had decided to continue on down the Green River until they struck the Little Bear. From there, they headed east, closely inspecting the smaller feeder streams for sign of beaver activity. Mile after mile, day by day, they marched upstream, following that river to the mouth of the Little Snake. After stabbing up that winding valley for 2 frustrating days without finding any evidence of beaver, the 2 of them turned back for the Little Bear, following it east into the foothills and those timbered slopes still crowned with some of last winter's snow. Funny, Titus thought more than once, how this country down here got 2-3 times the snow that fell in Absarica farther north. No 2 ways about it, that Crow country sure as hell got colder when it did get cold, but damn if winter didn't batter these central mountains with that much more snow. Maybe that was the reason he had been able to continue trapping off and on through the last of that long winter while his wife had finished healing. On through the spring, a summer, and fall, then another long, full winter, he and Waits by the Water had remained with her people, migrating only when the crow moved camp. Once, during a warm, dry spell late in the summer of '38, Bass had loaded 2 small packs of beaver on Samantha's back and moseyed east to the mouth of the Tongue. He had somehow made his wife understand that he was half froze for white man talk, half froze for white joking and white faces, half froze for someone who could grasp how it was to be a half-wild white man living among his wife's native people. Looking back now, Titus knew those few days he languished with Tulloch had done him a world of good. He had grown lonely across the months, seeing only that one white man in more than a year and a half. Damn well near the same feeling he had back in the spring of '32 after all that time in Crow Country, fighting off Blackfoot like vicious, blood-drawing deer flies, then ran on to Josiah Paddock, recent of the settlements. Man gets so lonely, he's more than half froze for a white voice, his own American language, another soul who might just understand when he admits he's grown scared.
Scared?
Sweet asked at the campfire that late autumn night after they had been driven to the foothills by a first heavy snow. Titus nodded. Ain't you growed scared of what's to become of all of us, Shadrach? The big man stared thoughtfully at the fire.
When there ain't no more rendezvous, then I suppose a nigger can take his plews to a post, like that Davy Crockett, or over to Halley.
Don't you see, he asked the younger man, when the fur company don't figure it's going to send any more supply trains, then that means the company don't figure the beaver business is worth the trouble. And when that happens, the price of beaver sinks in the mud for everybody.
Trader'll be back, Sweet said hopefully. Come next summer, they'll come back to rendezvous.
I don't reckon they will, Shad, Bass whispered, gazing at the red embers of their fire as Waits by the water and the children slept. The way things was, it's all but done now.
You care to wager on that?
Sweet said, trying to sound as cheerful as he could. Sure, I'll buy you a new shirt, a horn of powder, and get you good and drunk to boot, Bass sighed. If and there's another rendezvous come summer. Shad was quiet a while before he asked,
How long you figure till the beaver's done?
My boy ain't gonna be very old, he declared, peering across the fire at the 2 small heads of his children poking from their blanket and robe. Once there was no forts, then there was a few. Now they're like ticks on a bull's hump. The time's changed, Shad, and it don't appear there's any going back. Good God in his heaven, but I pray this land don't change too, leastways till I'm gone. A few days later, they struck a buffalo trail as it angled across the rolling, broken country, meandering toward the headwaters of Vermilion Creek, taking them in the direction of Fort Davy Crockett. Shadrach, Bass called out a few hours later, motioning the tall man over as their horses carried them west along that buffalo road. With Sweet come up beside him, he whispered, Don't make no show, but I want you to look down in the buffler tracks. Tell me what you see. The younger man casually peered off the left side of his horse, then the right. Eventually, he looked at Bass.
Injuns.
How many you figure?
More'n 2 of us can handle.
We got a bunch of guns.
But there's only 2 of us to fire 'em, Shadrach interrupted.
Easy now, he soothed. We don't even know what they be. Maybe so they're just some snakes, following that buffler herd to make meat. Sweet sighed in relief.
You're right. I just let that Sinclair get me jumping at shadows. I reckon that's it. Only snakes, trailing them buffler down to the fort.
We ain't got no reason to think them are Sioux tracks, Bass warned. Those recent seasons in Crow Country had made for a lot of work for Little Beaver. Times past, he would have had more than twice the plues to show for his efforts, what with all the miles put behind him. Even after replacing those traps the Blackfoot had discarded, Bass still found he was forced to push higher to find the dammed-up meadows and lodges, forced to plunge farther and farther into the recesses of the mountains to find what beaver remained after years of relentless extermination of the creatures. More than once, Titus had cursed others, then cursed his luck, and eventually cursed himself for stripping the creeks and streams and rivers of the Flattails during those golden glory days. But how was a man ever going to replace those belongings stolen and destroyed by the Blackfoot if he couldn't find enough beaver to trade for the blankets and traps, kettles and beads, finger rings and hawksbells he had possessed before the Blackfoot had raided Absarica? Tulloch had treated him more than square in their dealings at Fort Van Buren, but there was only so much the trader could do when the price of beaver was on the slide and the cost of goods was rising with every season supplies came north on the Missouri. No matter the pinch they both found themselves in, the company tobacco was good, and Tulloch's private stock of rum was the best Titus had tasted since he had learned to drink Monongahela on that flatboat ride down the Ohio and Mississippi to New Orleans.
"I heard Beckwith's back in the mountains," Samuel Tulloch had declared that summer evening when Bass rode over to Van Buren for some white company.
"Jim Beckwith? You was the one told me he'd give up on the mountains and gone back to St. Louis."
"He did, but the story is he growed tired of it. Beckwith's come back to the mountains."
"He come back to hook up with that band of Mountain Crow?" Tulloch shook his head as he swallowed some rum.
"Nope. Word has it when he come west last summer he went out the Platte Road. They say he's down at Fort Vasquez with them fellers, trading to the Arapaho and shining on some Cheyenne gals, I reckon."
"Hard to figure, 'cause everything I ever knowed of him, he was real tight with them Crow."
"Damn tight. Had him a handful of wives, and the Crow made him a war chief, some such," Tulloch agreed.
"Why the hell didn't Beckwith come on back north, where he had him a good life?"
"Only thing I've been able to figure since I heard he come back is that Beckwith don't want to have nothing to do with this country up here where the smallpox was."
"Ain't the pox all done, Samuel?"
Nodding, Tulloch replied, "The pox is done, Scratch, but now there's talk around the tribes that it was Beckwith brung the pox to the Injuns up here."
"Beckwith?" Bass squeaked in disbelief. "He weren't even in this country back then. You and Levi told me one of the company boats brung the pox up the river a year ago."
Grudgingly, Tulloch agreed. "I know. Can't be Beckwith brung the pox."
"But the truth don't matter none to the company, does it?" The trader shook his head.
"No, it don't, Scratch. Truth is, the company done everything it can to pin this terrible thing on Beckwith."
"So now your bushways come out smelling sweet," Bass grumbled at the weighty injustice of it all, "seeing how they made damned sure the tribes believe it were Beckwith brought 'em the spotted death." Jim Beckwith. Purdy Jim Beckwith. Had him a sweet, sweet life with the Crow before he gave it up to try things back in St. Louis.
"Scratch!"
Blinking, Bass jerked at the sound of Sweet's cry, torn out of his reverie. Turning slightly, he found the big man pointing with the muzzle of his huge rifle. Across the winding bed of Vermilion Creek, the narrow valley rose sharply. Atop those low bluffs on the far side, at least a dozen horsemen were coming to a halt. Feathers hung from hair and shields and lances. Scalp locks waved beneath ponies' jaws, tormented by the gusts of icy wind. And every last goddamned one of those warriors sat there in the cold with frost streaming from his mouth as they all began to yell in exultation, suddenly jabbing heels into their ponies as they raced down the dull reddish ochre of that hillside, coming on, close enough that Titus could see they were wearing paint. Lots of damned paint. Those red niggers were decked out like no Injuns he had ever seen before. One thing for certain, those sure as hell weren't snakes riding down off the hills to make a white man feel welcome. 30. "Into the draw!" As that command shot from his lips, Bass was already wheeling his pony in a circle so tight the horse nearly raked its knees on the frozen ground. Yanking sharply with his right hand to force the horse around, Titus tugged the boy back against him so hard he heard little Flea gasp. "Hang on, son," he growled. From behind, Scratch could hear the horsemen reach the narrow stream, charging their ponies right into the water thinly covered by a wind-rippled slake of dirty ice. How he wished they had one or two more hands along to aim the rifles. At the brushy mouth of the draw, he tore back on the reins, almost dragging the pony back onto its rear haunches in the skid. He waved the woman and girl on past him, followed closely by Samantha and the half-dozen pack horses. For the moment, the warriors were bunched as they forded the stream, the first horseman just then emerging from the Vermilion, leaping onto the bank, pony legs and bellies streaming water, those first painted warriors drawing back the strings on their small bows. Out in the open, between those bowmen and the mouth of the coulee, Shadrach Sweet looked ungainly on his snorting, heaving horse as it lumbered toward the wash beneath its rider's bulk. The big man was sitting funny, most of his weight shifted to that right stirrup where he was all but standing as he bobbed across the last few yards. Inch by inch his saddle shifted farther and farther to the right, the cinch scraping against the pony's belly, while that right stirrup dropped closer and closer to the ground with every heaving leap of the horse. Less than 10 yards from the mouth of the wash, the saddle spun under the animal's belly, and the big man spilled into the gray, weathered sage with a grunt. With its saddle rocking under its belly like a clangor in a bell, the pony clattered into the draw to join its four-legged companions. "Come on, Shadrach!" Titus screamed as he handed Flea down to Waits by the water the moment she hit the ground. Vaulting from the offside of the pony an instant later, Bass ripped the mittens from his hands and dragged the long muzzle of the flintlock from the blanket roll lashed behind his Spanish saddle. Scratch figured the fall had momentarily knocked the wind out of the man, but he wasn't prepared to find Sweet still crumpled on the ground, unmoving. "Get the guns, woman!" He flung the words over his shoulder in English, his breath a frosty streamer gone on the cold autumn wind. "All of 'em!" Whirling, he dropped to a crouch and measured what distance the warriors had to cross before they got to Shad, before they could rush the entrance to their coulee. Drawing back on the set trigger, he brought the rifle to his shoulder just as Sweet raised his head, shook it slowly like a sleepy bear blinking awake of a spring morning after a long winter's nap. Scratch flicked his eyes to the front blade, laying it within the notch at the bottom of the buckhorn rear sight, and poked his finger inside the front of the trigger guard. The closest horseman was starting to lean off his pony, the bowstring taut, his left arm straightened at his groggy target on the ground. The moment the rifle roared, Sweet jerked awake. "Balls of thunder!" Hearing the woman clatter up behind him, Titus turned, finding her arms filled with 6 long weapons. Leaning the empty rifle against the side of the wash, he quickly took the 6 from her, standing them in a row. With a loaded one in hand, he turned back to find the bowmen had toppled into the sage, those closest around him reining their horses aside as they bawled in rage at the white men. Shad crawled backward a few yards, starting away from the draw to snag his rifle from the sage, then struggled to stand onto one leg, dragging himself up hand over hand on the long-barreled flintlock. Pivoting, he hobbled into motion, lunging step by step toward the mouth of the wash. "God damn it!" Scratch bellowed. "Don't you lollygag, Shadrach!" As the big man approached, Bass suddenly recognized how pasty Sweet's face was, almost the color of that pale limestone of the Ohio River Valley. 4 of them were coming, swiftly snapping into focus over the tall man's shoulders. Bobbing side to side, they weaved atop their ponies, galloping straight for the lone white man. Shoving the second rifle against his shoulder, Bass felt inside the guard, finding this weapon did not have a set trigger. An arrow hissed into the sage at the big man's lumbering feet. Another footed against the wall of the wash near Bass's head, where it quivered inches from his eyes. Instinctively, Titus wheeled the rifle, pinning the front blade onto that bowman's chest, and pulled the single trigger. With a shrill cry, the horseman toppled to the side off his pony, bounced once in the sage, then sprawled for a moment before he began to crawl slowly back from the mouth of the wash, blood smearing the frozen ground as he bravely retreated. Bursting into the open, Scratch sprinted toward the big man. When he reached out with his arm, looping it around Shad, his left hand struck the arrow shaft, causing Sweet to emit an inhuman cry. "Jehoshaphat, you're hit!" Swallowing down that gush of pain as they hobbled into the wash together, Shad growled between clenched teeth,
"You idiot! Figure I'm out there lollygagging on a Sunday stroll all for nothing?"
"Had me no idea you was out catching arrows, Shadrach," Bass apologized, helping him to collapse onto the good hip. "Woman!" As Sweet groaned behind him, Waits was there in a heartbeat, handing him a third rifle and standing the empty weapon beside the first. He could see she had looped the strap of her shooting pouch over her shoulder. Turning her back on the men now, she yanked the stopper from the powder horn in her teeth and poured the black grains into a large brass measure that hung by a thin cord from her pouch strap. Clicking back the hammer on the loaded rifle, Bass glanced at his children, finding Magpie huddled against the side of the draw and clutching Flea on her lap, both of them nearly hidden by a blanket Waits had draped over them and some brush. Kneeling beside the wounded man, Scratch gripped Shad's knee. "What you figure to do with that arrow?"
"This'n,"
Sweet said, holding up the long, bloody, headless shaft. "Damn if you ain't pulled it." Wagging his head, Shad said,
"Nope, broke it."
"Save the goddamned thing, Shadrach. You're going to want to bite down on it when I go to digging in your hip with my skinner." The big man's eyes went half closed as he said,
"Maybe so I can pray I'll just bleed to death, or pray these goddamned Injuns kill me afore you get your knife in me."
"You gonna be worth a damn with that rifle of your'n?" He shut Sweet right up as he pivoted onto one knee and brought his own weapon up, hearing the approach of the pounding hooves.
"Them stupid niggers hurt me," he bawled. "You goddamned right I'm gonna hurt 'em back."
"I don't want to waste 2 balls on one of the bastards," Scratch warned. "Which one you want?"
"You take that'n with the purty feathers round his head, and I'll bust the one with that red blanket."
At the last moment, another warrior crossed his pony in front of the one wearing that wild spray of turkey feathers like a halo at the back of his head. Bass quickly shifted the front blade, held for that breathless moment, and squeezed the trigger. With its explosion, the rifle shoved back into the notch of his shoulder with a completely different feel than he was accustomed to. Beside him, Sweet's weapon roared. Instantly, Shad was dragging his pouch away from that wounded hip, the fingers of both hands crusted with his own frozen blood.
"Hold 'em off while I reload."
"Waits!" he shrieked in warning, wheeling the instant he heard the children cry, the empty rifle held out before him. She was dropping to one knee as the muzzle of the weapon she clutched swung upward in a jagged arc. With the buttstock pressed against her hip, she fired over the heads of the children, aiming at the horseman who had just skidded to a halt at the brow of the wash directly over Magpie's head. The lead ball struck the Sioux pony just below the eye, slamming the animal's head to the side as it crumpled, the warrior leaping off as his horse flopped into the sage. With a grunt, he clambered off his knees, tore an arrow from his left hand, knocking it against the bowstring he drew backward with one smooth motion. Lunging to the side, Titus threw his shoulder against his wife, pitching Waits by the water to the ground as he yanked a pistol from his belt. Dragging back the hammer, he pulled the trigger as the bowstring snapped forward. The arrow pierced the flap of his elk-hide coat as the ball caught the warrior just below the breastbone, crumpling him in half as he was driven backward from the brow of the wash. "You loaded yet, Shadrach?" he cried as he reached down to pick the woman out of the brush and wheel her behind him.
"I am now."
Shoving the empty pistol into her hand, Bass dragged the second loaded pistol from his belt, never taking his eyes off the top of the draw where the warrior had landed. Up there, the only sound was the gentle pawing of the pony that lay dying in the sage, one solitary leg flexing across the flaky, frozen ground. "Load," he whispered to her as he stepped away. "Then take a gun to him." The moment she nodded in understanding, he was moving in a crouch, roostering another 10 yards into the brushy wash where he pulled himself up the side of the draw. Behind him, Sweet's rifle roared, and he heard Shadrach whoop. Slowly, he hoisted himself against the hard-packed erosion of that coulee until his eyes could peer over the top. Off to his left lay the pony, totally still now. Far beyond it whirled 6 or 7 of the horsemen, gathering among the willow and brush on the north bank of Vermilion Creek. In that cold silence, he heard the gurgle. Poking his head up a little farther, Scratch spotted the warrior less than 5 yards away. Lying on his back in the sage, the wounded man had drawn his knees up, clutching his belly with both hands, dark, glistening ooze creeping out between the fingers. As Bass hitched himself over the lip of the draw, the dying man slowly flopped his head from side to side, groaning, gurgling, and coughing as more of the shimmering ooze seeped from the side of his mouth onto his bronze cheek, spilling down his neck into his unfettered hair. Hooves pounded on the hard ground with a dull, hollow thud. Clumsily whirling, Scratch clutched the side of the wash with his left hand as he dug in with the toes of his moccasins, and found another horseman bursting into view on the far side of the wash. Scratch heaved upward, dragging himself onto the top where he lay on his belly, planting his 2 elbows against the flinty ground, leveling the pistol at the warrior who appeared surprised to find the white man there. Yanking back on his rein so suddenly that he almost lost his balance, the horseman struggled to hang on to his pony as it reared, then reared again. Bass fired the pistol as the warrior was catapulted into the air. The pony staggered aside, spilling onto its forelegs. Dragging its muzzle out of the sage, the wounded horse struggled back onto its legs, spinning into a retreat. Titus immediately wished he had used the lead ball on the warrior who clambered to his feet now and staggered away, dragging a leg painfully, clutching a hip with one hand.
"Where are you, Scratch?"
The moment he twisted to crane his head over the edge of the wash, Bass heard another boom from the mouth of the draw. Below the spreading patch of oily gun smoke, Sweet handed the woman the empty weapon and took a loaded rifle from her. Below him, he could make out Flea's inconsolable whimper and Magpie's voice attempting to soothe her little brother. Realizing his mouth was dry, that he was breathing fast and shallow, Scratch quickly surveyed their plight. While the coulee had given them some temporary shelter the moment the war party had charged, that coulee might well be their mass grave if the horsemen were able to take up positions above them, like shooting fish in a rain barrel. There were 6 or 7 of them retreating from the open ground where Sweet had spilled another warrior from his pony. 6 of them, he counted carefully now, a half-dozen reining up at the tree line. Likely the horsemen didn't know they were still within range of the trappers' big guns. Then again, they might well realize it, but figure the white men weren't going to empty one of their guns attempting to shoot at them across this distance. It appeared the milling warriors were arguing, pointing, planning. Far off to the left, he watched the unhorsed warrior hobbling toward the creek, the wind shoving a black braid across the middle of his face.
"God damn it, Scratch," the big man's voice called out. "You alive?"
Rolling to his left, Bass noisily slid down the side of the coulee. Magpie choked off a sob in her throat as he skidded to a stop before her, crouched, and hugged the children. "Stay here," he whispered in Crow. "You're safe right here."
"Hush! Father needs you to be quiet, Flea,"
she reminded the boy as Titus continued to the mouth of the draw.
"Damn you, Bass," Sweet growled. "Least you could have done was answer me."
"I was a little tied up with 2 of them, Shadrach," he snapped. Sweet's eyes instantly flicked to the deep interior of the brushy wash, up to the bare rim of the gully.
"What you figure we can do?"
Glancing down at the blood smear across the big man's blanket capote, he gazed into Sweet's eyes. "I don't figure you're much for getting around right now." Shad reluctantly shook his head. "Best you stay here," he explained, motioning Waits to come over. "Between the 2 of you, keep them rifles loaded. Always have 2 of them ready." For a moment, Sweet studied the mid-distance, staring at the horsemen, gesturing and yelling among themselves. One of them broke from the group and started toward the north, racing to reach the warrior who hobbled across the sage on foot.
Shad said, 2 guns. That still leaves 4 of them niggers. They split up and slip around on top of the hill up there.
That's 4 we know of, Bass interrupted, worried to the soles of his feet. With a burst of inspiration, it came to him. I dropped one of their horses up there, Shadrach. Maybe so I can hunker down behind that carcass where they won't see a thing till they're right on top of me, and I can throw some lead at 'em while they skedaddle back out of range.
You're only gonna have one chance at it, Sweet warned. Once they know you're up there, them Injuns either stay shy of you or they'll come ride you into the ground.
Here I figured you had some faith in me, Shadrach. His lips pressed into a grim line. Sweet nodded.
I do got faith in you, Scratch. Don't you ever doubt it.
Waits by the water, he said in Crow, turning to the woman. Are all the weapons loaded? She nodded. Give me your belt guns and I will load them too. When you do, keep them for yourself, Bass said. If things turn out badly, and his eyes flicked at the children, make sure the young ones do not suffer from these enemies. Laying a hand on top of his, Waite said, We have seen one another through worse than this, husband. None of us are afraid. Those words reassured him, perhaps because he himself was damned scared. There are 5 loaded pistols in my saddlebags, he said, squeezing her cold hand. Get them. I will take 2 with me and leave the others with you. Then he turned to his partner and said in English, Soon as she's loaded these here 2 pistols, you'll have 5. I'm taking 2 with me and 3 of them rifles. Nodding once, Sweet said, Between us, we ought to cut down the last of these bastards pretty quick. Bass glanced at the sky, finding the pale buttermilk yellow globe sinking toward the west beyond the hills on the far side of the creek. I'd sure like to drive them off afore nightfall. Maybe we could slip on into the post when it gets good and dark.
How far you figure it to the fort?
After calculating a few moments, he sighed. Don't know. Maybe 10 miles?
That'd take half the night, less'n we run flat out.
You figure it better to lay here waitin' till mornin', when more of 'em might show come sunup, or try to slip off and make a run for it? Shrugging, Sweet answered,
I don't figure we got anything but bad choices to make right now.
He laid a hand on the big man's shoulder. Then let's see how many of them red niggers we can knock down afore it gets dark. For a moment, Sweet laid his bloody paw atop Bass's hand.
You watch your topknot, Scratch.
With a grin, he started away for the rifles. Keep 'em busy as you can out front, and I'll do-si-do with the rest.
Bass?
Titus stopped in a crouch and turned there on the floor of the wash. Shad blinked once, then asked,
Who you s'pose they are?
Peering past the mouth of the draw, Bass eventually said, From what them snakes was tellin' that feller named Sinclair, I figure you and me just been introduced to the Sioux, Shadrach.
Then I reckon we should teach these niggers they better watch their manners around us free men.
That's right, Shadrach, he replied, taking 2 of the loaded pistols from his wife's hands, stuffing them into his belt. No Injun better go stirring up trouble with the likes of us 2. As he stopped by the stack of rifles to select 3 of the long weapons, Titus thought how good it was that Shadrach Sweet should now regard himself as a free man. After all these years in the mountains, every one of them endured as a company trapper, from those youthful days as an Ashley man through that golden era reigned over by the various incarnations of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, and on to these final days as the huge St. Louis monopoly strangled the last breath out of the beaver business. Sweet was at last his own man. Not that Titus had ever heard the man complain of his lot. Quite the contrary, for Shad, like Joe Meek, enjoyed a reputation as a merry soul, always seeking the bright side of every dire situation. Titus sensed a genuine feeling of immense satisfaction that by quitting the company at Rendezvous more than 4 months ago, Sweet now regarded himself as a free man at last. Only trouble was, with a partner, there wasn't any well-manned brigade to scare off war parties. More often than not, free men died alone and in pairs, anonymous, no others to know where their bones lay for the magpies and the wolves to scatter. Angrily, he shut his eyes a moment, opening them to look at his daughter and son. Flea waved innocently to his father, then gazed up at his sister. She nodded, and the boy waved again. Bass smiled at them, turned, and trudged away, penetrating the brush at the head of the draw. Standing the rifles against the side of the wash, he clawed his way up to the edge and peered over, locating the dead pony. After sliding back to the bottom, he carried the weapons to the top one at a time and laid them on the lip of the prairie, finally legging his way over with the third rifle. In bellying through the sage to the pony's side, Titus passed the fallen warrior. The chert-like eyes stared unblinking at the cold, dimming sky overhead, slowly glazing as they lost their luster in these first minutes following death. Titus dragged the last rifle between the horse's legs as one of Shad's guns boomed. Below, at the mouth of the draw, the big man yelped, kip-kip-keying like a coyote. Out on the flat, 3 of the warriors set up their own wolf howl, one of them suddenly nudging his pony into a gallop so he could ride back and forth past the white man in a bravery run. Peering out from that shelter of the dead horse's legs, the smell of its frozen blood not disagreeable, Scratch thought the daring warrior made a fine target of himself. He pushed one of the rifles forward, settling it back against his shoulder. Then he remembered. As tempting a target as that rider might be, if he did fire, Scratch realized the enemy would know he was up there, and his surprise would be ruined. So instead, he watched the brazen horseman dash back and forth while the other 2 looked on. 2? Them and the rider, they made for 3, and that meant there was another trio he could not account for as he studied the creek bottom. Inching his head a little higher, Scratch cautiously peered across more than 180 degrees of that river valley, searching for the other horsemen in what light was left to that late afternoon. Try as he might, he couldn't locate them among the trees and brush lining the flat. Down below, he heard Waits's voice, likely talking low to the children. And he thought he heard Sweet, more than likely talking to himself, if not to those 3 warriors. Maybe the light would drain from the sky and night would fall before they had any more trouble. Then they could just slip away into the dark. The missing trio of horsemen popped up at the brow of the hill right above him, as if they had sprung right out of the sagebrush itself. Scratch wasn't hidden behind the horse. No, not with them coming from the opposite direction now. He stayed flat on his belly, his breath stilled, watching them kick their ponies into a gallop as they broke the crest, beginning to shriek and holler. They weren't racing for his side of the gully. Instead, the horsemen were reining for the far side. Which damn well might mean they hadn't spotted him lying there in the shadow of the dead pony's legs, smelling its dried blood pungently metallic on the cold wind. As the clatter of their hooves grew louder, he heard Waits scream at the bottom of the coulee, her yell stifled the moment she realized she had caused Magpie and Flea to cry out. How he wanted to yell, try to reassure them, even to turn and look at the flat ground to see if the reason Waits had cried was that the other 3 were charging in to ride right over Shad. But Scratch assumed that's just what the bottom 3 were doing, coming from that direction, holding the attention of the 2 white riflemen, while another trio swept around and over the top of the hill to trap the enemy in their graves at the bottom of the wash. Not today, goddammit. When they were 60 yards away, Bass decided he had 2 shots to make from the 3 rifles. Take one by surprise, then get another warrior riding away before a third was too far and chancy in the coming gloom. 40 yards? But if he felt really lucky, he might just scramble to the top of the hill to take a shot at that 3rd horseman. Grabbing a smoothbore for this closest shot, he swung the muzzle across the pony's stiffened leg, resting the forestock atop the foreflank. Snapping the big hammer back to full cock, he laid the stock against his cheek, picked the target, and let his breath out halfway. Held, then pulled the single trigger. With a bright gush of light, the pan ignited, but the rifle did not fire. Suddenly screaming with that discovery of the white man in hiding, the warriors reined up, hooves skidding as Bass pitched the smoothbore aside. He rose to his knees as the warriors attempted to settle their frightened ponies, trying their best to get a fix on the white man and fire their bows at the enemy. To full cock went the rifle's hammer. This might well be his last chance to drop one of them. Over the gray cloud, he watched a horseman spill backward off the rear of his pony, his long blanket coat and the coil of rope the warrior had tucked beneath his belt becoming entangled with the animal's legs. Turning to lay the rifle aside and take up the last of the weapons, Bass heard the arrow smack into the carcass right where his left shoulder had been a moment before. Grabbing the loaded smoothbore, Scratch felt that shoulder ache, remembering the Arapaho arrow that had fully skewered the very same shoulder more than 5 winters before. Sweet's gun boomed again from the wash below. Another arrow slammed into the flinty ground before him, then one tugged at the coyote fur cap he had pulled down over his ears, knocking it so the fur slipped down, blinding him. Angrily tugging it back with his left hand, Scratch felt the shaft that had pierced the cap. "Not near good enough," he roared at them, tearing the cap from his head before he laid the forestock of the fusil along the horse's shoulder and took aim. He knew he had the man even before the smoke cleared, and he saw that second riderless horse clattering away. The moment the last warrior sat there, daring him, throwing an arm into the air and shaking his bow at the white man, shrieking an oath, Bass cursed the misfire of that first smoothbore. Leaping up as the fusil tumbled to the ground, Scratch drew the Old English horse pistol from his belt. Of the 3, it had the longest barrel, the best chance to make this shot at more than 25 yards. With both hands gripping the butt, he yanked back on the dragon's head hammer, bringing the end of the muzzle down on his target limned in the fading light, intending to hold a little high. In the instant he was slipping his bare finger inside the big half-round trigger guard, Bass heard the hooves behind his right shoulder. Not moving the pistol or his arms, the white man turned his head, finding a warrior had forsaken his attack on the mouth of the draw to ride up the slope to the aid of those at the top of the hill. Coming out of the west, horse and horseman were one liquid shadow, the bow brought up. As Bass whirled, his arms still extended and wrists locked together, he dropped to one knee there in the crescent of the dead pony's frozen legs. With a breathless pause in the cold autumn wind, he heard the rawhide bowstring thwung a heartbeat before his finger flexed, firing at that widest part of the shadow crowning the pony. In that instant, before the wind rose once again and the air possessed such a stillness, the ball slammed into its target, driving the air from the man's lungs with a grunt, immediately followed by a second grunt as the warrior smacked the ground. His pony dashed on past as the Indian's body disappeared into that gloom, inking the ground with an indelible darkness.
"Balls of thunder," Sweet called out from the gloom. "How many of 'em you got up there, Bass?"
Even as that breath of frozen wind gusted there in the wake of Shad's words, Scratch heard the rustle of dry sage, the grinding of the flaky ground. All of it meaning that the warrior he had unhorsed was moving, maybe crawling, still alive.
"God damn it, stay down here, woman!"
Bass spun around at Sweet's warning cry. Squinting hard, he could not make out anything but liquid indigo in the wash below him now that the sun had sunk, leaving nothing more than a band of lavender along the rocky breast of the far hills. He licked his lips, desperately working to finger just the right words in Crow. "Stay with the children," he ordered her.
"Titus!"
"The children! Stay with them until this is over." A sigh of relief gushed from him, and that next moment Bass heard the faintest trace of sound from the sage, almost as if he could hear the man breathing hard as he pulled himself along the frozen ground. Those sounds disappeared the moment Scratch turned, began moving in their direction through the growing darkness. Bass was all but upon the warrior before he made out the horseman sprawled among the low clumps of sage. Bass stopped there near the Indian's moccasins. His eyes slowly swept the valley, straining to find any more attackers. Realizing his blood pounded in his ears, that he still held the empty pistol at the end of both extended arms, Scratch slowly brought the weapon down, staring now at the warrior who had his eyes fixed on the white man.
Bass?
"Up here," he said tersely. Then softly, so much in a whisper that Titus wasn't sure at first, the warrior began to sing. More a discordant chant as the man huffed his medicine song, obviously in great pain.
Where are you, Bass?
"Keep coming, you'll find me." With 2 more steps, Scratch stood directly over the warrior. In the enemy's belt were a knife and a tomahawk, neither of which he had pulled to defend himself. As Titus started to kneel over the warrior, the man jerked his fingers to the handle of that knife, but Bass grabbed the wrist before the weapon could clear the scabbard.
"God damn, it got dark quick,"
Sweet grumbled as he slid over the side of the draw, stood painfully, getting his bearings. "There ain't no more of 'em to worry about down your way?" Scratch asked as he stuffed his pistol away in his belt, then quickly pried the warrior's fingers loose from the knife handle. He ripped the tomahawk from the belt and stood.
"There's maybe 2 still down there in the brush,"
Sweet explained as he came to a stop on the other side of the warrior. The Indian's eyes flicked in fear as the tall trapper stared down at him. Then the warrior's eyes quickly filled with loathing. Scratch said, "I figure it's time for us to make a run for that post."
"Why, we can hold off them 2 niggers without making our balls sweat."
"Think hard on it, Shadrach," he whispered. "What Injuns did we figure these are?"
"Likely them Sioux the snakes warned was riding through this country."
"And if them Sioux was coming all the way over here where they never been afore, you figured there'd be only 10 or a dozen of 'em come?" Sweet sighed.
"No, they'd send a whole shittery of 'em."
"So when these don't show up tonight, things gonna get hot around here," Titus explained. "I'm gonna make a run for the fort with the young'uns."
"What about this in here? You want to finish him?"
For a moment more, Bass thought on it. "Time was I would've. Might kill me a nigger like this again one day, but this'n I'll let go."
"Just free as you please?"
Of a sudden, it struck him what to do. "No. If the rest of them Sioux find this nigger alive, find all the rest of 'em dead, I want this son of a bitch to tell all the rest what happened."
"Like that story you tell when you found the bastard what scalped you,"
Shad declared. "I'm gonna make sure this'n will never walk right again." Bass knelt over the man. "So he'll never run in his life. Help me turn him over."
"What you fixin' to do?"
Sweet asked as he roughly rolled the smaller man over, held the Indian down with his weight. Scooting down to the warrior's feet, Titus pulled up the bottom of his blanket legging, then dragged down the top of the man's winter moccasin, exposing the taut strap of tendon at the back of the ankle. Grabbing the Sioux's foot with his left hand, he braced it and himself as he brought his skinning knife down, raking it brutally across the back of the tendon, severing it completely as the warrior grunted with a muffled cry. "Man what can't walk," Bass declared, rising, wiping the knife off across his own legging. "That man can't never be a warrior no more." 31. Times was hard. Goods come at a king's ransom, and peltries was low. But never would there be a shortage of Injuns. 'Cept up north where some said the Blackfoot was no more. Even so, it didn't take both of Bass's eyes to see that the Sioux and Sheeans could turn into devils their own selves and drag hell right out of its shuck. That long, cold night, Flea rode with his mother. Times when a boy gets scared good seemed what he needed most was the arms of a woman wrapped around him. Magpie held her own, stayed quiet atop her own pony as they hurried to mount up again, putting out on the trail down Vermilion Creek for the trading post. She'd make some man a fine wife one day, he thought, as they urged their horses into a gentle lope that night beneath the cold stars. Already she was a female who did her level best to understand what needed doing, and did it without a complaint. That long night, he thanked the sky more than once that Magpie had a lot of her mama in her. From where Sweet rode at the back of the pack, grunting down his pain, the big man kept an eye peeled so that no one would slip up on them out of the dark. Then, just before dawn, they loped into the narrow, high-rimmed valley of the Green through this only portal along the Vermilion and spotted that crude stockade standing beside the river less than a mile off. Shad kicked his horse into a full gallop, racing to catch Bass at the head of the pack. "Trouble?" Scratch asked, his eyes flicking to the big man, then watching the gray horizon bobbing behind Sweet's shoulders.
"I just been listening hard all night,"
he announced as he pulled back on the reins to ease his big horse down into a lope alongside Bass.
"Think we been follered all the way."
"The two of them?"
"Yep," Shad replied. "I figure they dogged our trail, hoping to find a place to jump us again when we dropped our guard."
"No figuring to it now," Titus explained. "Looky there." Twisting in the saddle, Sweet turned to look behind them at that place along the skyline where Bass was pointing. Two shadowy horsemen reined up atop the bluff as the trappers and their party continued into the valley.
"Thunder's balls! They was there all night, Scratch."
Nodding, Titus said, "Only reason they pulled off was they seed the fort, seed all the stock out grazing."
"And they don't reckon to pick a fight when the odds is so bad against 'em."
"Trouble is," Scratch growled, "if them bastards didn't know this here fort was here, they know now." Across the meadow that surrounded the post on three sides, most of the horses and mules busily grazing in that dawn's light lifted their heads at the clatter of hooves, then began to drift away from the path of the oncoming strangers streaming toward them at a lope. Inside the stockade ahead, a voice called out, followed by the bleat of a goat. Bass hadn't heard that sound since Taos, that winter of 34. Better than 5 years ago. There were traders up and down the South Platte, 2 posts here west of the mountains, so just how was Josiah faring now? Had he made a go of it with those trade goods down in the Mexican settlements? The narrow gate at the east side of the stockade was shoved open, and a lone figure stepped out guardedly, a rifle in hand, as Bass and Sweet slowed their outfit.
"Who goes there?"
"That you, Sinclair?"
"No,"
the voice cried as Scratch came to a halt.
"Name's Thompson."
At that moment, a goat butted its way through the gate and dived out between the man's legs.
"Son of a bitch!"
Thompson snarled as he bolted into motion.
"Get back here, you!"
He was after the goat in a sprint, but within a few steps, he slid to a stop and grumbled at the animal.
"To hell with you. Go get ate up by wolves for all I care."
Easing his mount up close to the man, Bass held down his hand. "You was gone last time we was here."
"Me and Billy Craig got back with supplies from St. Louis more'n 2 weeks ago," Thompson explained.
"Sinclair said you went for them trade goods," Shad declared as he dropped to the ground. "But he didn't say nothing about you bringing no goats."
Thompson shook hands with the big man, then said,
"I joined up with Subled and Vasquez's supply train when they come out with their goods. Didn't always intend to bring goats. Started with some pigs, but them bastards couldn't make it walking all the way. So afore I pushed out of Independence, I traded my pigs for some goats."
"You got more'n that one?" Scratch asked as he glanced over at the children, seeing their sleepy eyes widen as they followed the antics of that strange new animal scampering around the legs of their horses.
"Made it with 8, Thompson said. "If'n the coyotes don't get that damned runaway, maybe we oughtn't just shoot it and cook it on a spit."
"Ho!" Sinclair called from the gate, emerging as he dragged leather braces over his shoulders, stuffing his cloth shirt into the waistband of his leather breeches.
"Bass and Sweet, ain't it?"
"That's right," and Scratch came out of the saddle to step up and shake hands. Pruitt asked,
"How was your fall hunt?"
Bass turned to eye the rim of the valley. "Hunt was poor, wuss'n I figured, but the ride in here was enough to pucker a man's bunghole."
"Injuns?"
Thompson asked. Pointing with his outstretched arm, Bass declared, We left some dead bodies back there at sundown."
"You rode in all night?"
"2 of them followed us," Scratch said, "so there's likely more."
"What are they?"
Thompson asked. With a shrug, Sweet said,
"Sinclair here said the snakes come through here earlier in the fall lay that they're Sioux." "That true, Pruitt?" Thompson asked.
Sinclair nodded once.
"'Cause of them, the snakes gone and left the hole early in the fall. I done my best to keep the stock in close, just in case they made a jump on the fort till you and Billy got back."
Thompson turned back to Sweet.
"That woman and those young'uns of yours likely tired from your ride." "They ain't mine," Shad said.
So the trader turned to Bass.
"Why don't you boys tie off your stock close to the wall and bring them on in for some breakfast? We'll make a place on the floor of a storeroom for them young'uns to sleep after their bellies is full." "You got any flour?" Shad asked. "Got some, yes," Thompson replied.
"Cornmeal?"
"Some of that, too," Sinclair answered this time.
Smiling broadly, Scratch slapped Sweet on the shoulder. "Keep your flour for this flatland nigger, trader man. Ever since Taos many winters ago, Titus Bass been half froze for corn cakes." By nightfall, it was evident a storm lay across the horizon, and by the following morning, a half-foot of new snow had blanketed everything. 2 days later, the first trappers working the surrounding area began trudging in, by and large, every one of them men who had forsaken ever again working for the fur monopoly, threatening to abandon them. Joe Walker showed up with only his Shoshone squaw along, announcing he expected to stay only as long as it took for the weather to clear before he would turn north to search out the village of his wife's people for the winter. Kit Carson and his bunch straggled in from the southwest, having found the trapping difficult over in the Uinta country. And just past nightfall on the 3rd day, Joe Meek and Robert Newell showed up at the gate. The wet winter storm caught them on their way back from Fort Hall, where they had left their wives. Now some 35 trappers, along with assorted wives and children, had congregated at Fort Davy Crockett with winter's first hard blast. From dawn till dusk across those next 3 days, while the weather slowly cleared, either Shad or Titus stayed out with their grazing animals, guardedly watching the tall hills that surrounded the post. For the most part, the partners preferred using that part of the bottom ground just north of the fort, which placed the stockade somewhere roughly between their horses and that Vermilion Creek portal. If the sun put in an appearance, Waits by the Water and the children abandoned the stockade walls to spend the day beneath the canopy Titus stretched between some of the old cottonwoods. Around a small fire, the woman tanned and stretched hides, made extra moccasins for her family, or fussed over a special piece of decorative quill work, while Magpie and Flea played, napped, and played some more there within that small grove. Each night at sundown, nearly everyone bustled back inside the mud and log walls for supper and some storytelling until the fire burned low, when folks slipped off for their camps outside the stockade. Every morning when Bass and Sweet untied their hobbled animals and led them outside the walls to graze, one of the 3 traders dragged their 7 goats out to graze. One at a time, each animal was led out to a small, low corral attached to the south wall, then tied with a short length of rope the cantankerous goats tried to chew until they were turned loose to spend their day in the enclosure with their own kind. Just before dawn on the 6th day, the Sioux struck. "Roll out! Roll out!" With that shrill cry raised by those camped outside the stockade walls, Scratch flung the blankets and robe aside to scoop up his moccasins. When he had pulled on the outer or winter pair, he turned back to kiss Waits on the forehead, then quickly touched both of the children on the cheek. "Stay here with them," he ordered. "No matter what, you stay here." Shoving both arms into his coat, he snatched up a brace of pistols and 2 rifles, looping his shooting pouch onto his left shoulder. In the fort's cluttered courtyard, the 7 goats bleated and bawled, but nowhere near as loud as Samantha's bray, growing noisy at the outside corner of the wall where she had been tied and hobbled near their horses. One weapon boomed on the flat, followed quickly by two more. Sweet was behind him as he sprinted for the gate where one after another the trappers streamed through, joining those who had camped outside the walls. As Shad and Scratch peeled to the left, others tore to the right. Samantha and their nervous horses fought against their hobbles, yanking against their halters as the two darted among them.
"Make sure them ropes'll hold,"
Sweet called out above the many other voices and sporadic gunfire. A minute later, Titus hollered, "Grab your horse and follow me, Shad." Bareback, both of them broke from the rest of their animals, loping to join the many who were on foot, racing after the retreating warriors who were driving off what appeared to be more than 100 horses.
"They get 'em all?"
Sweet bellowed as he came to a halt among the half-dressed men.
"Not all,"
Meek declared as he peered up at Shadrach. Carson pointed to the north of the post, saying,
"No more'n a dozen horses left back yonder."
Some of the angry trappers hurled oaths, flung fists into the air, while others continued to fire at the backs of the retreating warriors.
"My way of thinking," Bass announced, "you niggers got in a bad habit of letting your stock graze free as you please." "But there ain't never been no bad niggers in the hole," Thompson argued.
"How was we to know?"
cried Dick Owens, a partner of Carson's.
"Think about it, boys," Scratch said. "What you figure them Sioux come all this way for if it weren't to grab your horses?"
"Them really Sioux?" asked one of the group.
"Ain't no goddamned snakes gonna steal horses from us," Walker snorted.
"Likely they was more of that same bunch we run onto," Scratch told them. "They've been sniffing around here for the better part of a week, ever since we rode in here."
"How many you see?"
Sweet inquired of one of the disgusted men returning from upstream.
3 dozen.
But another man argued,
"More'n that, goddamned well more'n that." "We'd give 'em a good fight. They come back to take their whooping," Newell grumbled. "They ain't," Thompson cried as he stomped up to the group. "Appears they run off least 150 head of prime stock. Mine and yours all, boys."
"You figure to go after them horses?"
Meek challenged. The trader looked over the group, then turned to Meek.
"I'll take some of these fellas with me. You can lead another bunch if you take a mind to, Joe. Maybe so we can trap them red bellies between us." "If'n they don't outrun us, Philip," Newell observed. "You giving up before you start, Doc?" the trader snarled. "No, I'll go with Meek's group. Any of the rest of you don't figure you got the balls to go tracking them Sioux, you best stay back here with Craig and Sinclair to mind the post."
Thompson flung his challenge at them all.
"As for me, I'm gonna get them horses back, along with some Sioux har hanging from my belt."
Scratch and Shad volunteered to ride with Joe Meek, the first band after the thieves. Once they pushed through that narrow portal of the Vermilion, it was plain to see how carefully the Sioux had planned their escape. From that point all the way to the distant foothills, the raiders could push the horses flat out with little to stand in their way. The Sioux had a good start on them, and it would take more than luck and skill to ever catch up with the thieves. Still, a man had to try. They rode down the rest of that day and on into the night, knowing full well the Sioux weren't going to stop until they were assured no one was dogging their back trail. Dawn came, and the trappers' animals were showing need of rest and water. At the next trickle they found at the bottom of a creek bed, the trappers grabbed a little of both before moving on.
"Joe," Bass hollered late that second afternoon, "pull up top of that hill so we can palaver."
Their horses snorted as the rest of the Avengers came to a halt around them.
"What you got on your mind, Titus?"
he asked. "Is it as plain to you boys as it is to me that we ain't gonna catch them Injuns?" Meek and some of the others squinted into the distance at the wide trail they were following. They hadn't seen the horses or the thieves since sundown the day before. Joe looked over the others, many of whom hung their heads wearily. He eventually said, "I suppose we ain't."
"And what if we did?" Titus asked. "Count the heads here, then remember how many riders them Sioux had."
Where is Thompson's bunch anyways?
Carson growled, turning in the saddle to look down their back trail. Shad spoke up.
They ain't ever gonna have a chance of cutting off the Sioux with us if they ain't caught up with us by now.
Maybe so we ought go on, Meek suggested, but no more than half-heartedly. We do that, Joe? Scratch said, wagging his head. Pushing our own horses so damned hard, we're like to lose the ones we got afore we ever do turn back to the post.
Bass is right, Sweet declared. 'Member them 2 carcasses we come across already?
Them were my horses the bastards run into the ground,
Carson squealed.
Sure want to get me their hair for killing my horses.
Shrugging, Meek said, I see it the way Scratch's stick floats. We can keep on chasing them horse thieves and kill what horses we got under us to do it, or we can take our lumps and mosey on back to the fort without losing any more. The bunch grumbled, but no one said a thing against turning around. No one really had to, because the choices were clear. Continue the chase and fight the overwhelming odds that they would lose what they still had, or head for Fort Davy Crockett. As much as it stung to turn around, Bass figured those horses weren't worth all of those men dying out there. Sure sours my milk to give up, Scratch admitted. But I got my family at the fort. If I go and run the legs out from under this here horse, chances are good I won't get back there to see 'em. Many of the others had squaws and children waiting in the shadows of the fort walls, too. Grudgingly, they agreed.
Keep your eyes peeled on the way back, Sweet suggested. Sing out if you spot sign of Thompson's bunch.
But they didn't. Not even a dust cloud. And none of them heard anything that night as they made camp astride the trail left behind by the stolen herd. Nor did they see anything of the others throughout the next day. Meek's dozen riders reached the walls of Fort Davy Crockett late the next day, surprised to find that no word had come in from Thompson's group. Then a week passed, and another. Finally, more than a month of waiting and wondering ground by, and most of the trappers figured on the worst. Even Philip Thompson's Ute squaw had completed mourning her dead husband and was in the process of taking up with one of Joe Walker's men when word of Thompson's men reached Fort Davy Crockett.
Sinclair!
Shouted a man, bursting into Pruitt Sinclair's trading room late one afternoon early that winter of '39.
You better come out and talk with these snakes.
Visitors? Tell them they can send 2 in here at a time to trade.
They don't want to trade,
the man interrupted Sinclair.
This bunch is about as edgy as a pouch full of scalded cats.
Sinclair glanced about the smoke-filled room. Any of you know Snake? Used to know a little, Bass admitted. Spent some time healing up in a snake lodge long time back. Walker set his cup down on the plank table.
With what I learned from that woman of mine, I figure I can help you on what Scratch don't know.
You boys give it a try for me? Sinclair asked. See what's got this bunch so riled? Sinclair, Sweet, and a half-dozen others followed Scratch and Walker out the gate to find more than 20 warriors arrayed in a wide front some 20 yards from the fort wall. Every one of the horsemen had their weapons in view and their shields uncovered. That was a bad sign in any language. Scratching at his memory to recall what he could of the Shoshone tongue, Bass called out, "Who leads this group?"
"I do,"
a man called out as he urged his horse forward a few yards and came to a halt. 2 others came up and stopped a yard behind him.
"I am Rain."
"The trader invites Rain and his warriors to trade," Walker explained. 2 warriors can come in the wood lodge at a time.
"I am not here to trade with Sinclair."
"You know the trader?" Walker asked.
"Yes, I have come here often," Rain replied. "My people always thought he was a good man."
"No more?"
Rain shook his head.
"Sinclair's friend stole horses from us."
Walker and Bass looked at one another, both bewildered.
"Who is this friend stole your horses?"
"The one with the pointed chin," Rain answered.
"What's he saying?" Sinclair asked. Bass shushed Sinclair as Walker continued.
"This one with the pointed chin. You're sure he stole horses from you?"
"Yes, he and others came to spend 2 nights with us," Rain continued the amazing story. "They said they were on their way south to the white man post on the Sage River. They were leading some horses they boasted they had stolen from the men at the Snake River fort."
"How many horses did they steal from that fort?"
"At least 3 times the fingers on my one hand, and when they left our village to continue south, they took more than twice as many more horses from us."
"This is not good," Bass muttered to Walker, shaking his head. Joe Walker asked the chief,
"What do you want the traitor Sinclair to do?"
"We want our horses back," Rain declared firmly. "We came to take scalps, but we want the scalps of those who stole horses from us. They are white men with no honor. To steal from other white men, then steal from Indians they say are their friends? We honored them with our hospitality, fed them, let them sleep in our robes. What sort of man would steal from us after we treated him as one of our own?"
Bass thought a moment, then said, "Their scalps are not worth the trouble, Rain. Will you let us go after the thieves?" Rain talked low to the warriors behind him, then asked,
"You white men will go after the others and get our horses back?"
"We can try," Titus said. "If we find them, we will bring the ponies to you."
"And if you don't," Rain vowed, "my band will no longer be a friend to this place and all who camp here. My men will return to steal the horses from this place."
Grimly, Joe Walker asked,
"How long will you give us?"
Peering at the half-moon rising in the late afternoon sky for a long moment, the war chief finally said,
"Indian talkers, you will have till the moon grows fat. Then we will be back to take the horses that graze in this meadow, along with the scalps of every man, woman, and child still here when we return."
"Can't understand how I figured Thompson wrong,"
William Craig moaned at their fire that third night on their cold ride down the green.
"Folks change,"
Joe Walker said as he slid the blade of his knife round and round on the wedding stone.
Robert Newell asked, "You figure to use that knife on Thompson?"
"Maybe he should," Titus Bass roared abruptly, surprising them all. "Man just up and turns his coat like Thompson and them others. Maybe it's up to folks like us to kill him." Walker gazed at Bass wordlessly, no need of language between men of like mind.
"You really fixin' to kill them white men when we catch up to 'em?"
Dick Owens asked. "Maybe so. We'll see what happens when we get down there to take them horses back," Bass said as he poked a twig into the fire.
"They're just Injun horses," William Craig said. "English horses, too. It ain't like they stole 'em from any friend of mine."
"No friend of your'n?" Bass snarled. "Didn't them English help out the 3 of you your first 2 seasons?"
Yes."
"What about them snakes?" Walker asked this time. "Didn't they come in to trade with you and Thompson and Sinclair when they could have come riding in and run off with all your stock?" Craig regarded his Nez Perce wife a moment, then stared at the fire.
"I suppose I do owe the snakes some decent—"
"Goddamned right," Bass interrupted. "That's what turned it for me. When Thompson and Pegleg stole horses from the English up at Fort Hall, I just figured the English was a big outfit what could take care of itself. But when them white niggers rode into that snake village and was treated so goddamned good by 'em, only to take off with some of their horses, then I knowed wrong was wrong."
"No matter them niggers are white men," Walker vowed.
"Them horses is going back to the snakes. If'n Thompson and the rest put up a fight, I'll kill 'em the way I would any man what stole from my friends. That about the way you sack it, Scratch?" "Stealing from no-good red niggers like Blackfoot is one thing," Bass agreed. "But I never did cotton to stealing from folks who done me a good turn." "Maybe so. Anyone here who don't figure this may come to gunplay better turn back in the morning afore we push on," Walker said as he slid his knife back into its scabbard. "Rather not have such a man along when I need to know who's watching my back in a fight." "Comes down to it," Meek said. "You can count on me and Doc."
"Me and Dick, too,"
Carson said, angling a thumb at Owens.
"You're in with Bass, ain't you, Shad?" Walker asked.
Sweet smiled.
Me and Scratch see eye to eye on most things. I'd as soon hang a white turncoat's scalp from my belt as a Blackfoot's. Sides, Titus Bass hauled my hash out of the fire more'n once. I'll stand at his back in airy fight he calls me to."
The wind was up the next morning when they tried to restart their fires. Shards of icy snow skittered along the ground, gusting this way and that, scattering the ashes and embers. Finally, the men saddled up and pushed on without coffee in their bellies. Mile by mile they rode south-southwest, almost into the teeth of that storm racing off the horizon. But instead of snow, the lowering sky brought only a deepening cold. No man could claim he was warm punching against that brutal wind. Hour by hour they continued down that ages-old trail the Ute had used for centuries, a trail that was leading them toward the mouth of the Uinta River, where 3 winters before Antoine Robideau had raised his log stockade. It was there the Shoshone said they would find Thompson, Pegleg Smith, and the rest, lying low with their stolen horses. But none of them knew for certain what would happen when they finally found Thompson's horse thieves. That night, and again the following morning, they had to chip holes in the thick ice sealing the green in order to water their weary horses. The men huddled sleepless around their fires, wrapped in blankets and robes, remembering high times, talking about the glory days that had been and would never be again. And they talked about justice, swift and sure. These men, who were of a breed all their own, had written their own code of honor across this raw and lawless land. "Man don't steal from those what treat him as a friend," Bass explained to those grown cold and hungry and tired of the journey.
"I'd rather gut me a red nigger than chase after white men what took a few horses from some Injuns," Dick Owens grumbled, once more on the verge of turning back. For a moment, Titus looked at Kit Carson, Owens's friend and partner. Then Scratch said, "Ain't none of us likes what's staring us in the eye, Dick. But white man or red nigger, wrong is wrong. And lessen a man stands up for right in a land where there ain't no laws 'cept what's right, then we might just as well turn this here place over to them sheriffs and constables and preachers and high-toned, honey-tongued lawyers right now."
"Scratch is right," Joe Walker agreed. "If and we don't do what's right, then we might as well hand this land over to them what'll turn everything bad on us. You better decide afore morning, Dick. I figure we'll reach Fort Winty by late morning tomorrow."
"Dick's gonna ride with us,"
Carson said firmly, turning to his partner.
"Ain't you, Dick?"
Owens reluctantly nodded.
"It don't make a lick of sense for me to turn back now. Not alone, it don't."
"I don't want you along if your heart ain't in it, Owens," Scratch threatened.
"It ain't, and that's the truth," Owens admitted. "Them are white men. They stolt horses from the English, stolt horses from the Injuns. They didn't steal no horses from me."
"They might as well took horses from me, Dick," Titus said. "I know Pegleg Smith. Got drunk with him a time or two my own self. But when he and the rest went thieving horses from them snakes, from Injuns what always done their best to treat us good, that's when Pegleg crossed the line."
"But they're white men," Owens groused. "Same as you and me."
"Makes it all the worse of 'em," Titus argued. "I got me a choice, Dick. Either I go get them horses back for the snakes and make it right by them, or them snakes go do it for themselves."
"What you figure them snakes would do, Scratch?"
Meek asked. "Start killing white men," he declared flatly. "Snakes been our friends for as long as I've knowed 'em, boys. So if you want our friends to start killing white men, then you go right on back. Tuck your tail and turn back for home."
"There ain't no easy way at this," Carson advised. "I'm mad as a spit-on hen that them boys stole horses, but I'm even madder at 'em for what might happen if we don't get them horses back to the snakes."
"Amen to that, Kit," Titus grumbled as he eyed the reluctant Dick Owens. "Amen to that." Late that next morning, as he bellied down atop the sage-covered hill alongside Meek and Walker, Bass focused his long brass spyglass on the log and mud fort below them at that junction where the Uinta flowed into the green. In that sub-freezing silence, Scratch could hear the snuffle of their own horses tied behind them just below the skyline. He passed the glass to Walker. Seems they mightn't be expecting visitors. Look there at the island in the middle of the green, just downriver."
"I see 'em," Walker said. "That's where they're herding the horses, Joe." He handed the glass on to Meek.
They waited till the muscular trapper finished looking over the scene below. Then Titus asked, "We go for the horses, or we go to raise hell with them horse thieves?" For a long moment, the wind breasted that hilltop before Joe Walker spoke.
"I ain't eager to spill a white man's blood, Scratch. Since they got them horses on that island, I'm for slipping down there and stealing 'em back so none of us is forced to kill one of them thieving niggers."
"I'll go for that," Meek responded. "Get them horses back without fighting them fellers." Walker turned to Bass.
"What say you, Scratch?"
A gust of wind howled over the crest of that hill, then whimpered on its way. "I say a thief is a thief, no two ways to it. But if we can get back them horses without a fight doing it your way, Joe, then I'll be satisfied."
"Glad we all agree," Walker declared.
"Just mark my word, boys," Bass snagged their attention again. "If one of them thieving niggers raises his gun at me, he's damn well dead where he stands." 32. For some reason, a stretch of the green down below them wasn't frozen near as solid as the rest. Beneath a thin, riffled layer of icy scum, Titus could make out the river's sluggish current. From the willows where he lay, Bass studied the far bank, listening for any sounds coming from the log stockade where 3 smoky spires rose slowly into the leaden sky. Off to his left lay the narrow, grassy island where the thieves had corralled their horses. No more than a half-dozen more grazed near the walls of Robideau's post. He stared at the telltale color of that ice again. More times than he could count, he had crossed frozen rivers, leading his horse and the mule. Times were, Titus Bass had crossed the slurried Yellowstone itself, bare-assed naked, while a winter storm slammed down on that country. He damn well knew cold water as well as any man, likely because it scared the hell out of him like nothing else could. The pale, translucent green of that ice indicated there had to be a spring feeding the river with a trickle of warm water, causing much of the ice around that spring to grow about as soft as a cotton bale left out on the St. Louis levee in a spring downpour. Back when Joe Walker led the 24 down from the hills into the river valley, Sweet was the first to spot the nearby smudge of smoke hanging in an oily pall beyond the bare ridges. That smoke was a good sign either of a band of trappers camping nearby or a village choosing to spend out the winter close to this trading post erected by men who frequently used Taos as their supply base. As much smoke as there was, Scratch figured it had to be Indians. Carson volunteered to have a look for himself. By the time Bass, Walker, and Joe Meek had bellied their way down from the hilltop after glassing the fort and Horse Island, Kit was riding in from that solitary foray to scout the village downriver.
"I say they're Utahs,"
Carson explained, handing his reins to Dick Owens and promptly kneeling on the hard ground. Dragging a knife from its scabbard, Carson traced a line to represent the river, scratched a small square for the stockade across the green, then gathered up a handful of stones he positioned to indicate where the Indians had erected their lodges.
"How many fighting men?"
William Craig asked in worry.
60, maybe 70,
Carson said, dragging the back of a hand beneath his red, runny nose.
20-some lodges.
Walker turned to Craig, asking, "Why you figure we ought to worry about them Utahs? They never caused me no trouble." The trader shrugged.
"It's clear some Injuns don't want other Injuns trading for powder and guns."
"You suspicious them Utahs don't like the idea of you trading with the Shawnees up at Davy Crockett?" demanded Meek.
"I don't know how that bunch down there will act when we go riding in there to take them horses from Robideau," Craig admitted.
"Utahs ain't never hurt no man I know of," Bass interrupted brusquely. "Lessen you shaved that bunch on some deal you ain't told us about, trader. Them Utahs won't give our outfit no never mind. We only come for the horses them white men stolt, so we ain't got no truck with that village."
It's plain as sun Thompson's boys picked up more horses from somewhere,
Carson explained as he stabbed the point of his knife into the ground along that line representing the river.
There's better'n 50 on that island now.
Every last one of 'em will make a nice present for them snakes, Bass growled. Less'n we get horses back for rain, his warriors gonna do their damnedest against every white man in this country, guilty or not. Walker nodded. No man here wants war with them snakes. We got enough enemies already. Meek knelt to lean over Carson's shoulder, stabbing a finger at the shorter man's drawing of the island.
A good thing Pegleg and the rest don't have no guard on them ponies.
That'll make it easy for us to get the horses started away, Walker announced. We won't have to do no shooting at them boys. You come up with a plan, Joe? Newell asked. Joseph R. Walker looked over the 24 of them a moment before he explained. Half of us gonna cross to the island and wrangle them horses across the ice toward the north bank. I want the other half of you to split off in 2 outfits. One go with Bass on the upriver end of the island and cross over just below the fort. The other'n go with Carson downriver of the island and make your crossing there. Both you boys'll wait to show yourselves till we get onto the island and start the herd across the ice to shore.
Good, Meek responded. That way we'll have them horses penned up between the 3 outfits so they won't go stampeding off if and they're shooting.
Walker cleared his throat. The others got to their feet in an uneasy silence. Some coughed softly, others shuffled their moccasins in nervousness. Kit, you take your 5 men on downriver now, Walker instructed, then waited while Carson turned, quickly and silently pointing to Dick Owens and 4 others. The 6 pushed from the group toward their horses tethered nearby. Take your men off too, Scratch. Bass peered over them, having already made his choices. Nodding to each man in turn, he picked Sweet, Meek, and Newell, along with 2 men he didn't know well but who appeared to be weathered veterans of Indian scrapes. Leaving the remaining 10 behind with Walker and William Craig, Titus released his horse from the brush and led it on foot toward the broad, shallow ravine that would take them down to the south bank of the Green. He halted his outfit among the brush growing at the mouth of the ravine where they waited. Anxious to be atop the horse and moving, Scratch found this waiting hardest to endure. He checked the priming in the 4 pistols he had stuffed into his belt, then flipped back the frizzen to see the rifle's pan was primed. There, whispered Sweet. Titus snapped his eyes to the island, saw Walker's men reaching the grassy sandbar. Let's ride, boys.
Walker's plan just may work after all, Meek cheered as they went into the saddle and started their horses onto the ice.
We get them ponies to the north bank, Sweet declared as they picked their way toward the east end of the island. We can start 'em off at a run, and Thompson's men won't stand a chance of catching us. But by the time Walker had the first of the horses off the bank, the nervous animals were finding the ice so soft that their hooves were beginning to sink into the spongy surface. Some balked, halting and attempting to turn back as those horses behind them were goaded by Walker's men waving rawhide lariats or pieces of blanket and buckskin. When that first frightened horse whinnied, Scratch knew their soup was shot. A handful of the ponies immediately neighed in fear or warning to the rest as they balled up there on the ice that started to sink beneath their combined weight. In surprise, Bass looked down as his own horse suddenly shifted beneath him. They had reached that part of the river where the ice was being undercut by the warmer, spring-fed water. The pony jerked its head, fighting the reins as he jabbed heels back into its flanks. Around him, the others struggled with their horses across the next few yards, every soggy step of the way as the riders continued to sink past the hooves, then the pasterns, and slowly up to the knees by the time they reached the middle of the river, where the ice was clearly as soft as newly boiled oatmeal on a winter morn. To their left, Walker's men were having a bad time of it, each of them in among the more than 60 horses, whipping, whistling, driving the animals across the river as they continued to sink on the cracking surface, water flooding onto the thick sections of rolling, pitching, floundering ice, splashing the men up to their thighs. At the distant warning, Scratch jerked, twisting to the right. A figure stood just outside the stockade gate, an arm pumping at those inside as he sent up the alarm.
"Wolf's been let out to howl now," Titus roared.
It was as if the 6 of them were moving sluggishly, every bit as slow as thick molasses poured over Johnny cakes. Sweet and the rest were just turning to look at the fort as both sides of the small gate were flung open and at least 15 men belched out at once. Instantly angry, they were yelling to one another and bellowing at the horsemen floundering in the middle of the river with those stolen ponies.
"Keep a-comin',"
Scratch hollered as they neared the north bank. Twisting back to his left, he saw Carson's men already on shore. In that next moment, Walker's horse was lunging off the ice, clawing its way among the leaders of the herd to clamber onto solid ground. Every animal was dripping, stopping briefly to shudder. But the moment Walker was joined by another 4 of his men, they had the horses turning. A shot rang out. A puff of smoke emerged from a muzzle of one of those guns at the stockade as Scratch heard the ball pass his ear.
"Don't shoot, goddammit!"
Just outside the palisades, a voice was shrieking, perhaps the one of their number shoving down the muzzles of nearby guns.
"Them are white men!"
Closing in on the north bank, no more than 100 yards from the fort now, Titus could make out the angry clamor.
"Ain't Injuns?"
"Don't shoot, they're white niggers!"
"What the hell they doing with—"
"They stealing our horses!"
Walker had those first horses turned east. East? Bass couldn't figure it. Walker and his men had the horses running now, but instead of driving them west along that north bank of the Green, running them away from the fort, they were stampeding the wet, frozen, frightened herd straight for the stockade and Thompson's horse thieves.
"Shoot 'em, I say,"
a voice cried out at the wall.
"Ain't gonna shoot no white man."
"I'll shoot any man what steals my goddamned horses."
The thieves were arguing among themselves, some shoving one another in angry frustration as Bass's men reached the bank, their own half-frozen, waterlogged horses scratching with their hooves at the icy shore, lumbering onto the flaky ground covered by a thin layer of dead grass.
"Come on, Scratch,"
Walker was yelling off to Bass's left, loping his way as he drove the herd toward Titus's men. They were no more than 80 yards from the thieves milling in front of the open gates.
"You heard the Bushway," Scratch hollered. "Keep them horses moving."
Meek, Newell, Sweet, and the rest yipped and bellowed as they kicked their weary, cold horses into motion, stringing out along both sides of the oncoming herd as it overtook them, joining in that gallop toward Robidoux's post. At the front of the ponies, Walker stood in the stirrups, screaming,
"Get out of our way, you sons of bitches! Get back! Get back out of our way or you're hoof jam!"
"What the hell's he doing?" one of the thieves squeaked in a shrill, frightened voice as the horses bore down on them. In the next instant, every figure standing in front of those gates exploded left or right as they realized the herd was making directly for them. Scattering like a flushed covey of quail busted from the underbrush by a coyote, the thieves screamed, cursed, and shrieked in horror as they tumbled out of the way in a roiling mass of elbows and legs, grunts and yelps. Walker hollered,
"Don't stop 'em now, Scratch."
Before Bass realized it, he was among the lead horses as they shot through the opened gate. Unsure, he reined back quickly as the horses jostled and shoved against each other in this small space where they were suddenly corralled. Here, there, and over there, too, men stood pinned against the low-roofed cabins built against the inside of the palisades. Outside the gate, men were hollering angrily. Slowly turning his horse in the milling madness, Bass spotted Carson and Owens reaching the gates, driving the last of the horses into the fort. Walker and 3 others were already out of the saddle, on their feet, and sprinting along the walls to reach the opening where they heaved against the huge gate timbers, quickly muscling those 2 sections together and sealing up the fort. Beyond the walls, just on the far side of those gate timbers, men cursed, some calling out the names of those they had recognized among Walker's outfit. Of a sudden, they were hushed by one voice, a voice that hollered out as the horses snorted around Walker and the rest.
"Billy? That really you, Billy Craig?"
"I'm in here, Phil,"
the trader answered Thompson.
"What you pulling with our horses, you stupid son of a bitch?"
This time Walker yelled.
"I'm the son of a bitch, Thompson."
"Thought that was you, Joe Walker?" a new voice cried.
"It's me, Pegleg," Walker announced.
"Best you tell us what's going on with our horses afore we bust in there and spill some blood," Thompson warned.
"Try your damnedest," Bass hollered. "Them gates is barred shut, boys." "What you want with our horses?" Pegleg Smith asked. "Ain't your horses," Scratch shouted, slowly working his horse through the herd toward the gate.
"We took 'em. Fair is fair,"
Thompson argued. Sweet roared with laughter.
"Ain't yours if you can't hold on to 'em."
"We'll come in and get 'em."
Walker shouted.
"That's one sure way to spill a lot of blood, Thompson. Now you can think this over and let us ride on out of here, or you can pull some idiot trick, get a lot of men hurt bad."
"Sure, that shines,"
Thompson replied just outside the gate.
"You boys go on and ride out of here. Leave the horses, and we'll let you go as you please."
At the gate, Titus shouted, "We're taking the horses back to them snakes you stole 'em from."
"They ours now."
"So we're coming in for you niggers."
"Come right on,"
Walker goaded the thieves.
"There's a few more of us in here than there is of you boys out there. Make a quick fight of it."
Just beyond the gate, they could hear the thieves arguing among themselves, little more than a murmur of angry voices for a long time, until Thompson stomped up to the wall once more and shouted through a crack in the timbers.
"You don't want to come out to save your hides? That'll be fine by us. We'll get them Utas camped just down the river to help us bust you out of there."
Walker turned to look at a sheepish Antoine Robidoux. When the trapper pulled a pistol from his belt and brought its hammer back to full cock, the trader shrugged helplessly. Walker held the weapon under the trader's nose.
"How the hell you cowlate them Utas want to help you horse stealers?"
"You ain't so stupid, Joe," Thompson cried. "Every one of their warriors help us kill you niggers, we'll give 'em a horse. That way we'll get all the horses back and rub you bastards out too."
Turning back to Robidoux, Walker grabbed a handful of the trader's capote. In a whisper, the trapper demanded,
"Them Injuns help Thompson like he says they will?"
Robidoux was just opening his mouth to speak when Bass snarled, "I don't know what this here son of a bitch parlez-vous turncoat got to say to that, Joe, but I damn well will wager my own hide that them Utas won't mix in this here fight."
"That's good enough for me, Scratch."
Walker let go of Robidoux, shoving the trader back.
"Go fetch your Utas, Thompson. They'll make this here scrap a real interesting fight."
"You asked for it, you skunks," the thief cried as if he had been wounded. "We'll burn every last one of you out of there and hang your scalps from our belts when we're done ripping your hearts out."
After it had been quiet a few minutes, Walker pointed to the trader.
"Robidoux, get my men some tobacco."
His eyes blinked nervously. "You gonna pay for it?" "We ain't thieves like Thompson's bunch," Scratch growled. "I figure all you got is that piss-poor Mex tobacco anyways." "It come from Taos," Robidoux agreed. Walker nodded.
"If all you got is Mex, we'll leave you one of these here horses when we go. That oughtn't pay for some tobacco and what we'll drink while we're in here."
"What you'll drink?"
Robidoux flustered, growing more assured.
"I don't want nothing from you in trade, because Thompson's gonna have your men drove out of here."
"If he tries that foolishness," Bass vowed, "you'll be the first I'll kill." Turning on Titus with a jerk, Robidoux went white.
"Me? Why kill me? I didn't steal no—"
"You took them horse thieves in here," Walker grumbled. "If Bass don't shoot you, I will."
"All right,"
the cowed Frenchman relented as he turned away.
"I go get your tobacco now."
"Go with him, Doc," Walker ordered. "See he don't do nothing gonna make me kill him here and now." "Hey, Robidoux, we'll leave you one of these here scrawny English horses in trade," Sweet cried as some of the others started to cackle and laugh.
but Walker didn't join in their mirth.
Kit, climb on up there on that wall and see what's going on.
An hour passed. The trader reappeared with Newell to pass out a twist of tobacco to every one of Joe Walker's men. Then a little more time crawled by when Carson suddenly grew animated at the top of the wall. He shouted down to Walker,
Joe! Joe! Thompson's coming back with some Utas.
One of the trappers growled,
God damn you, Bass!
Shut up! Walker whirled on him. Sorry, Joe, Titus apologized as the bushway stepped over to him. Didn't figure them Injuns would come. Walker wagged his head.
Shit. I didn't figure them Utas for helping the bastards neither.
He turned to yell at Carson.
How many? 20? Maybe 30 of them I see now.
For a moment, Walker fell silent. Finally, he sighed.
Scratch, you know any of that tongue?
First winter I spent in the mountains, he admitted. I learned me some. From a gal. Grinning, Walker said,
If'n you picked it up from a woman, then you'll damn well know enough to talk to a buck.
Walker! Thompson's voice came from just outside the gate again. Joe demanded,
You here to tell me you brung them bucks here to fight us, ain't you?
Last chance. Open up the gates and we'll let you go afore any of you gets kilt.
Go to the devil,
Meek hollered. Pegleg Smith yelled, That's just where we're fixin' to send you, Joe. Walker grabbed Bass's arm.
Get on up that wall with Kit. Start talking to them Utas, now.
A goddamned mess the way things turned out,
Shad grumbled as he followed Bass up the rungs of the narrow ladder to the top of the palisades to join Carson.
White men paying Injuns to rub out other white men?
These mountains gone to hell, that's for sure, Scratch said, as they reached the top and cautiously peered over. Kit pointed at the last of those warriors just then emerging from the brush downriver. Quickly scanning the horsemen, Bass counted at least 40. That, along with Thompson's thieves, made for some 3-to-1 odds. Suppose it's time to dust off my Uta, he whispered as he stood slowly. I might rusty. He cleared his throat as the white men started to turn, peering up at him, pointing. Ute men, he shouted in the tongue he hadn't used in years, then repeated the simple address. Ute men, listen to me. These white men, bad. Bass pointed at Thompson's thieves, who were beginning to murmur as the warriors turned their heads, giving Scratch their attention. He repeated, Yes, these white men bad. Bad! Steal horses from white men. Steal horses from... But he couldn't remember the Ute word for Shoshone. Instead, he made the wiggling movement with his hand and forearm. Every warrior should understand that universal sign. These bad white men steal horses from the... And we take the horses back to the... he said, pantomiming the snake wriggle both times.
White talker!
Bass turned to find the warrior who dropped to the ground and started toward the fort wall. He asked, You are chief?
I am war chief. Come to help these white men take back their horses from you. These men say you are the bad white men. Ask us to help. Promise us horses to kill you bad white men.
You kill us, you get horses, Scratch said. But some of you die here. Blood on this ground.
We rub you out quick. None of my warriors die.
Perhaps, Bass shouted down sternly, his confidence growing as more of the language came back to him. But we are here to get the horses ourselves because the other tribe tell us they will come here to get their horses if we don't bring them back. Titus could tell the man was turning that over in his head, what with the way his brow suddenly furrowed in deep thought. Warriors from the other tribe told us they do not want to kill white men, but said they will kill white men because these white men stole from them. The war chief turned to gaze at Thompson. If you help these bad white men, Scratch pressed on, if you kill us and take some of these horses for yourselves, one day the other tribe will learn that you helped the thieves kill the men who came here to help them. Now the war chief gazed up at Bass, standing at the top of the wall. The other tribe will be angry with the Ute for helping the men who took horses from them and for taking their horses as a reward for killing us, Titus explained.
How will they know about us? The chief demanded haughtily.
They know about you because they told us the bad white men had come here.
They know we are camped here?
Yes, so they will come to this place and rub out the Ute who helped the white men steal their horses. With a whirl of fringe and feathers and unbraided hair, the war chief turned to stomp away, grumbling at a handful of warriors to join him. For long minutes they huddled together, conversed in low, angry tones, until the war chief turned back to Bass.
We go!
You do right, Scratch congratulated. The moment the war chief and the others leaped atop their ponies, Thompson and the rest set up a pained, furious howl, darting among the 40-some warriors, gesturing at the fort, yelling, patting the Indian horses as if to emphasize that they would earn a booty for their assistance in killing the men holed up inside the walls. Leaning down from the top of the palisades, Bass announced to Walker, "The Injuns, they're riding off." Those men in the compound among the frightened, milling horses set up a wild cheer.
You sons of bitches!
Thompson roared in anger, hammering the side of his fist against the outside of the gate as Bass, Carson, and Sweet clambered down the narrow ladder to the courtyard. On the other side of the palisades, the horse thieves argued for a long time. It was many minutes before a familiar voice suddenly called out.
Scratch, was that you at the top palavering with them Utas, Titus Bass?
He recognized the voice, but scrambled to put a face with it. Titus asked, "Who's calling?"
Solitaire, Scratch. You remember me, don't you?
Solitaire, he ruminated on it. Bill? Old Bill Williams?
That's me. Thought it was you I seed up there palavering with them Utas, Williams explained. You done spoilt Thompson's big plan, Scratch.
To hell with him, Bass snapped. I'll gut him sure as I'm standing here.
May get your chance to try, nigger, Thompson hollered.
Ignoring the turncoat, Bass inquired, You throwed in with them, Bill? Williams's voice came closer to the gate.
I was here when Thompson's outfit rode in with them horses. That's when I told him the Bent brothers need horses over there on the Arkansas.
Walker asked, Need horses?
Them Bents and Savory sell 'em or trade 'em off, Williams declared. So Thompson was fixin' to start over to the Arkansas with them horses next day or two, 'cept you come breaking things up.
How's your stick float, Bill? Titus asked. You gonna jump in the middle of this? For a moment, Williams didn't answer. Then he said,
I figure there's enough bean bellies and red niggers for this child to raise hell with. I don't need to kill me no white men.
You ain't gonna come to Bent's with us?
Pegleg squealed.
Nah, Williams confessed. You ain't got no horses now, so I'll have to go off to get me some in California.
I hear them Mex got a passel of horses out there, Bill, Pegleg cried. I'll throw in with you, and we'll steal us some Mex horses we can bring back to the Arkansas.
Outside the walls, there arose some disgruntled murmuring, then the noise of footsteps moving away from the walls.
You still there, Thompson? Walker yelled. I'm here. Just figuring a way to kill you, Walker.
It's over, Walker said. You ain't got no Injuns to do your killing for you, and from the sounds of it, you're losing some of your own white men, too. Why don't you just step off to the side and we'll just ride on out of here with the horses, nobody getting hurt.
Damn you to hell, Walker.
Now Bass shouted, What made you go bad, Thompson? You was partners with Craig and Sinclair, had yourselves a nice post there in Brown's Hole. What went wrong?
Beaver's done,
Thompson hollered, his voice cracking with deep regret.
Ain't no future in hunting Plews no more. Last year or so, I could see there weren't no future in supplying you trappers neither. Prices too high on goods I brung out, dollar too low on beaver. I could see trappers like you fellers wasn't gonna make it, what with the world turned upside down on us the way it is.
Maybe so you can make your fortune on horses, Scratch declared.
Just what I figured I was doing, the trader snorted. English horses, Injun horses too.
Walker said, "Go to California with Bill Williams and get you some Mexican horses."
"Craig," Thompson yelled.
"I'm here, Phil."
"S'pose you figured it out. When I took off to steal some horses, you knowed our partnership was done."
"I thought as much," William Craig responded. "Just me and Sinclair now."
Thompson said,
"I wish you boys best of luck."
Craig looked at Walker in wonder.
"What you fixin' to do about these horses now?"
"I reckon me and the fellas here aim to let you boys ride on by with them horses you can take back to the Snakes," Thompson admitted. "Ain't got no more heart to fight you."
Walker and Meek dragged back the monstrous rough-hewn log some 6 inches square, withdrawing it from the cast-iron hasps to crack open the gate. Peering out carefully, Walker said, "You fellas step aside. We'll come on out now and this whole thing be over."
"All right," Thompson agreed. "You boys come on out and we'll make no trouble. Just see we get our own horses from that bunch you got in there first. We'll need 'em for that long ride to California."
"For sure that's a long trail," Scratch said with nothing less than admiration. "You boys will need good horses under you." By that time, the winter sun was sinking and dark was coming on. Walker stepped back and ordered Meek and Sweet to throw open the gate. In shuffled some angry and a few shamefaced horse thieves to reclaim their own horses from the herd. One by one, the riding horses and pack animals were broken out until Walker's men were left with 35 horses. Thompson reluctantly shook hands with his old partner before Craig mounted up with the others and started wrangling their stock out the gate. Lean, angular Bill Williams was standing in the long shadows of the fort wall that afternoon as Sweet and Bass brought up the rear of the herd. Titus reined around and came to a halt. Williams asked, "You gonna hunt flat-tails?" "Yep. Figure I oughtn't till the Plews ain't worth a damn." "If'n a man can find beaver." "Yep," Bass said dolefully. "If a man can find beaver." "Ever you thought of coming to California with us?" "Nah." And for some reason he felt sorry for Williams, the others too. Then suddenly he felt very sorry for himself as well. "When beaver's gone under, then I'll find me something else to do." "Ain't gonna be long," Williams claimed. "Not ready to be a horse stealer, Bill. When I can't find no more flat-tails in the mountains, or when the trader says my Plews ain't worth a red piss, till then, Titus Bass be a trapper. It's who I am, Bill." "Here's to shining times then, Titus Bass," Williams said, with as much cheer as he could muster, bringing up a long-boned paw. He shook the offered hand. "Here's to California, Bill Williams. Here's to Mexican horses." The moment he pulled his hand away from Williams, Bass kicked his pony into a lope, riding away feeling unsettled as he stuffed the hand back into a blanket mitten. It seemed as if he didn't understand this world anymore. While he wasn't watching, wasn't paying attention, the world Titus Bass knew had been changing, unseen and unheard. It was as if one of those big prairie winds had picked him up in one place and in one time, then set him right down in a different place and in a different time. Scratch felt unhitched, adrift, his belly cold with uncertainty, no longer sure what the seasons ahead would bring. 33. It had taken Joe Walker and the rest more than 8 days to get that small herd of horses back to Fort Davy Crockett and the Shoshone. 2 of those days were spent rounding up the strays after a freak winter thunderstorm blew in from the southwest, pelting the countryside with a hard, icy rain driven by tempestuous winds and accompanied by flashes of lightning and prolonged peals of thunder that promptly frightened the skittish ponies and set off a wild stampede across miles of muddy ground. The Shoshone were satisfied. But Pruitt Sinclair was furious that Craig hadn't come back with Thompson's scalp. After some heated debate, Sinclair and Craig decided they had best part company. Once their present stock of goods was disposed of, their partnership at Fort Davy Crockett would be dissolved. Late in February, just before Bass was preparing to set off for the foothills in search of beaver, Sinclair formed a new venture with a trapper grown weary of dangerous work and poor prospects. While Sinclair remained at the post, Robert Hewell loaded more than 300 pelts onto their pack horses and headed out for Fort Hall to barter for trade goods and supplies. Down in the spring, Shad and Titus had run onto Kit Carson. Because Dick Owens had ended up turning around on them to throw in with Thompson, Williams, Pegleg, and those others headed for the California ranchos, Carson had enlisted Jack Robinson as his new partner for the spring hunt. After a night of pitching tales and swapping lies, the trappers saddled up to go their separate ways the next morning. "See you to rendezvous on the Seedskitty," Bass had cried. Carson wagged his head.
I can't figure there'll be no more rendezvous, Scratch.
"You ain't coming to Horse Creek?" Sweet asked.
Ain't planning to, Kit confessed. Don't see no sense in making a long ride to somewhere there ain't gonna be no trader, no trade goods.
Sadly, Titus asked, "So what you gonna do, Kit?"
We'll see if Robidoux treat us fair down at his Winty post. He better, seeing how we should have burned him out for hiding them horse thieves.
Fort Robidoux, eh? Bass brooded, then sighed as he gripped Carson's hand tightly. "You boys watch your topknots here. One day we'll run across your sign again."
Keep your eye on the back trail,
Carson called out as he and Robinson started away. The back trail. That's about all it seemed they had anymore, Bass ruminated more and more throughout that spring and into the first part of summer as he and Sweet started for the Green River. The back trail. There sure as hell wasn't any future to speak of, what with the way the company had threatened not to show up at all for the coming rendezvous. When he really got down in his mind, it seemed as if everything he had ever wanted, all that had ever mattered in his life, it all lay behind him. Then he would look at Flea and Magpie, or feel Waits by the Water's head rest against his shoulder, and he would grow hopeful anew. Maybe the beaver were about killed off. Maybe folks weren't wearing beaver any longer, and the fur companies didn't give a damn about trappers no more, and maybe the only folks who would ever come through these mountains would be settlers destined for the fertile ground of that rainy place called Oregon Territory. That was all right, he convinced himself, as he held her tight through those nights when he couldn't sleep for brooding on the terror it gave him. He had his powder and lead, so his family would never go hungry. But what of those pretty things he wanted to provide for her? What if the trader didn't show this summer? Never showed again? Would he have to go to Fort Hall or Fort Union or over to the South Platte if he didn't ride over to see Robidoux or Sinclair? He wasn't sure just how he felt one day to the next as he and Shad continued north. One morning, he found himself hopeful, but the next he was sure that life as he had known it was over. His emotions were taking the same sort of ride a broken twig would endure racing down a swift mountain stream swollen with spring runoff. For all these years, he figured he had come to count on things outside himself. Now, Scratch realized, he could not put his faith in anything but Titus Bass. In this world turned upside down, that faith in himself might well be all he could count on. The summer of 1840, the Flathead had come again to the green near Horse Creek, waiting for the man of God who had been promised to them for many years. In those warm days, while they all kept a patient vigil, Bass came to feel sorry for those Flathead, seeing how they sent out riders every day to watch for the approach of the traders' caravan from the States. For years now, missionaries had come overland, briefly visiting Rendezvous before they continued on to the far northwest to establish themselves, their schools and their churches among the Palouse and Nez Perce, always passing the Flathead by. Every summer, the missionaries had taken their potent medicine from God elsewhere. So there was no small celebration in the Valley of the Green that 30th day of June when the first Flathead rider came racing back to Rendezvous screaming with delight. Those trappers who understood the Flathead tongue quickly translated the happy news emanating from the village. The trader was coming. Carts had been spotted, many people, and 4 wagons. Surely now, with the white man's lumbering white-topped wagons, there had to be missionaries along. And, dare they hope after all these years, those new missionaries had finally come to bring their power to the Flathead? 3 Protestant ministers and their wives had come west with Andrew Drips and his caravan. But to the soul-flattening disappointment of those joyous Flathead who turned out to greet these arrivals from the States, the 6 missionaries were bound for the Oregon country. While the Shoshone gave the caravan a raucous greeting, firing guns and racing round and round the column, the Flathead were turning back for their village in despair. Sympathizing with their unfathomable grief, Scratch watched with curiosity as a lone man peeled off from the caravan on foot, calling out in his heavy accent for the Flathead to stop, to turn around and wait for him. Having walked on foot all the way from St. Louis, the stranger was nothing short of slit-eyed and sunburned beneath his flat-brimmed black hat. With stinging alkali dust coating his long wool frock, Belgian friar Pierre-Jean de Smet shook hands with the head men. An amused contentment was written on his face at the joy the Flathead wore on theirs when he announced he had come alone to teach them how to turn their faces to God. But no one could have been more happy than Titus Bass. With Flea on his shoulders, Scratch walked out from the trees, Shad Sweet at his elbow. It was as if his hopes, his very prayers had been answered by the arrival of that caravan. The fur trade wasn't dead. No, not yet. Truth be, didn't really figure we'd see a supply train this year, Shadrach.
Me neither, but there it comes, Titus.
What with the way the company partisans had been grumbling about the poor returns, the dwindling number of trappers to work the mountains, and of course the sinking number and quality of furs harvested, more than half of those men gathered in the valley of the Green River were genuinely surprised that their patience had been rewarded. For days now, the white men had reminded one another that they really wouldn't be disappointed if Drips didn't show. After all, summer was not the time to be chasing beaver anyway. The fur wasn't worth much, so a man might as well follow the Flathead, Nez Perce, and Shoshone on down to Bonneville's old fort on Horse Creek to look up some old friends, share some stories of the glory days, and keep one eye on the horizon. Maybe Drips would show with a few carts and trade goods and a little whiskey. Maybe the mountain trade wasn't dead yet. Just maybe. Bass turned to his tall friend, tears glistening in their eyes. His voice cracked as he said, "Damn the settlements while there's still beaver in the mountains, Shadrach." Sweet's moist eyes grew big, his mouth moving with no sound coming forth as he started to point.
Looky there, Scratch, he finally gasped. It's Jim. By God, it's Jim Bridger.
Gabe? And he squinted into the bright distance. Damn if it ain't Gabe hisself. Patting little Flea on his back, Shad roared, "An old frap, too!" Sure enough, out in front of the short caravan Andrew Drips was leading into the creek bottom was none other than Jim Bridger and his old partner, German-born Henry Frabe, whose family had emigrated to America on to St. Louis when Henry was but a child. Racing out on horseback to meet the train was Joseph Walker. He tore the hat from his head, waving it wildly as another man on foot suddenly angled away from the wagons and sprinted his way, kicking up dust with his ill-fitting boots. Walker reined up in a spray of yellow dirt, vaulting to his feet where he embraced the stranger who threw down his rifle to wrap his arms around the trapper.
"Who you figure that is with Joe?" Titus asked. "Maybe it's Joe's brother," Shad said with a smile. "You recollect Joe said he'd be on the lookout for his brother ever since Joe got a letter from him saying he was going to be coming west to settle in Oregon this summer."
"Settlers?" He nearly choked. "Now there's settlers going to Oregon?" Shadrach nodded, his smile disappearing.
"Maybe so they'll just keep on going, Scratch, and you won't have nothing to fret about. I imagine them folks will just pass on through and won't ever stop to fill up these here mountains."
"Oregon can have 'em," Bass snarled. "That wet, rainy country is fit for the likes of farmers, such as my pap, fit for the likes of them Bible-spouting preachers, too, with their angry eyes and sad mouths and their bitter tongues spouting against everything natural a man gonna do. You damn bet their kind better just pass on through. Let Oregon have 'em, I say." The next day after their reunion with Bridger, when Drips opened his packs and set up shop, instead of hurrying for the trading canopy, Bass and Sweet turned in a few furs for that first kettle of whiskey, then sat in the shade of a cottonwood calmly watching the bartering begin. Wiping droplets from his shaggy, unkempt mustache, Titus asked, "You was with Ashley, wasn't you?"
"Just a sprout then."
"I come west in the spring of 25, year Ashley had his first rendezvous," Titus explained. "But I didn't see my first rendezvous till 26.
"That firstin' wasn't nothing more'n the general taking in furs and passing out supplies. Not a drop of whiskey. And there sure weren't no such thing as a free man anywhere in sight since we was all Ashley men in 25, Shad reflected. They fell quiet, listening to the drone of big green-bottled deer flies and the noisy murmur of trappers and clerks, the clatter of beads and tacks, the clink of tin cups inside whiskey kegs. "Summers, they were good back then," Bass sighed. "For a time there, every new rendezvous was better'n all the ones that had come afore it." "I'll say, every one got bigger, wilder, more men and mules, more whiskey and women, too. If a man only got one chance to celebrate all year long in a year of hard, dangerous living, then them was the celebratingest times a child could ever hope to have."
And now those days were gone. Bass told himself he had better admit that Beaver would never shine again, not the way that Beaver had shined back then. It almost made a growed man want to cry, it did. Sitting here, sipping cheap puke-up liquor, watching a handful of sad old hibernants try to wrangle themselves a square deal from a bunch of Pierre Choteau's slick city types out from St. Louis. Men like him and Shad who had seen the sun set on better than 5,000 days of glory in these high and terrible mountains, men who had withstood freezing winters and blazing hot summers, men who had stared right back into the eye of sudden, certain death and withstood the grittiest test of wills, the sort who had always treated every other man fairly and given more than a day's work for what wages the company offered him when it came time for an accounting beneath the trading canopy. Men who now were all but begging Andrew Drips's weasel-eyed hired hands to realize that for seasons beyond count, they had risked their health, their hair, their very lives to trap that beaver the company was buying less than cheap. These last few members of a dying breed who for a short time in history had stood head and shoulders above any man anywhere in the world were being told that their labors weren't worth much at all, that the risks they had taken were worth even less than that their lives had little meaning in a world that was already passing them by. So, rather than openly bawl, Bass sat there and drank, sip by sip, cup by cup, hoping to numb the goddamned pain of watching those proud men come to the counter to beg for another year's supplies, men willing to turn over their hard-won beaver dirt cheap, willing to pay prices that would choke a big-boned Missouri mule for what possibles might get them through till next summer. Then Drips came out to stand before less than 100 trappers gathered there. Bridger and Frabe stood off to the side, their long faces showing they already knew what the partisan was about to tell the crowd.
"I s'pose it don't come as no surprise to most of you," Drips began before that hushed assembly. For the past 2 summers, there's been rumors Pratt and Shoto weren't going to send out no supply caravan to Rendezvous.
He waited a moment while some of the crowd muttered in disgust and disillusionment.
But they was just rumors, men. Rumors. Last summer we come, even when the beaver take wasn't worth the trip. And this spring, the company decided to give it one last try.
For a long time, Drips looked over the crowd formed in a huge crescent around his trade canopy. It seemed that his eyes touched almost every man there. Most he knew, some better than others. Perhaps he was struggling to find the words. Perhaps, Scratch thought, Drips was trying to decide whether or not to use those words Bass was certain the partisan had practiced all the way out to Rendezvous.
Men, this here's the last supply train to the mountains.
It was as if they already knew. There was no sudden gasp of surprise or alarm. These men already knew. While Drips himself might have expected anger, a torrent of unrequited rage, Bass realized these men likely felt they had been owed more than rumors. They were damn well due the truth. And now they knew for sure. Rather than be hung out on a strand of spider's silk for another year not knowing. Now they could get on with what it was they were going to do with the rest of their lives.
"What about the brigade?"
a voice cried out in that hot, breathless midsummer stillness.
"Yeah,"
hollered another of those deep voices.
"Ain't the company gonna put a outfit in the field this year?"
But Drips stood there, unspeaking.
"Ain't you gonna take us north for the fall hunt?"
Still, the company partisan remained mute, staring at the ground.
"Sure they will,"
another voice cried, strong with hope.
"Bridger's back to pilot."
"No,"
Drips finally declared, his face a bland and emotionless mask.
"I'm turning back for St. Louis when the trading is done, and I can get on my way."
A stunned, quiet pall had overtaken them as every last man of them stood there in numbed silence. Then Joe Meek took a step forward.
"How about you, Gabe?"
he asked.
"You gonna lead a brigade this fall, ain't ya?"
Bridger hung his head, staring at the toes of his moccasins for some time, eventually pushing himself away from the tree where he had been standing beside the crusty Henry Frabe. Jim said, "'Fraid there's no more company brigade, Joe. You'll recollect I quit off the company last year, so I ain't part of it no more. Now I'm just the same as all of you."
Same as us?"
Robert Newell echoed, his voice rising an octave in grave concern.
"I don't see nowhere else for any of us to go but to the trading posts now, boys,"
Bridger tried to explain, his voice quiet in that hush of a summer afternoon that stretched out long and warm west of the Continental Divide. "Any man what figures to go on trapping beaver, he's going to have to trade his plews, going to have to get his possibles at them forts from here on out till... When Bridger's words drifted off into an uneasy stillness, a croaky frog of a voice called out,
"Till what, Jim?"
"Till there ain't no more call for beaver." No more call for beaver? Jehoshaphat! What had become of the world? For longer than he could imagine, folks had been wearing beaver hats. Because of those hats, there had always been those who went after the beaver and those who traded the beaver from them. But now there were nowhere near the beaver a man once found on the streams. Damn if he and his friends hadn't worked so hard, they'd worked themselves right out of a job. Scratch was sure Bridger turned away because he felt all those eyes boring into him. Here was a friend who had faced the very worst that winter could throw at a man, faced the very best any painted-up, blood-in-his-eye enemy could hurl his way, of a sudden grown self-conscious, maybe even a mite scared of staring down all those broken-hearted men.
"So can I buy you a drink, Scratch?"
He turned to find Sweet at his shoulder, the big man's eyes brimming above those cheeks of oak-tanned leather. Titus felt the weariness come of those seasons spent high and alone right down into the bone of him. Quietly he said, "Don't mind if I do, Shadrach." Men slowly drifted off in more than a dozen directions. Some stepped back to the trading canopy with their plews at the end of each arm, though there really wasn't all that much beaver in camp to speak of. But many more clustered around Andrew Drips now, firing questions at the partisan on how they were to go about getting their pay if they chose not to continue in the mountains, asking how a man might accompany the fur caravan back to the settlements when Drips turned for the States. Sad questions, Titus thought. Questions from confused and bewildered, worried men. With Shad, he returned to their tree, to their kettle and their cups. Returned to their memories of brighter times, shining times. Sip by sip of the potent grain alcohol, diluted with some creek water and bolstered by a handful of peppers too, made the memories easy to conjure up. By and large, though they looked weathered and worn and weary, their kind were still young men, most no older than Bridger, who was here in his mid-30s. But for a brief time, they had been the cocks of the walk. Poor frontier boys from the southern mountains, adventurous souls from far up in New England, some Scotch, Irish, and English too, even a few Delaware and Iroquois thrown in. They had laid down moccasin tracks where few men had ever dared to walk, at least no white man. In this land as wild as the red men who roamed across it, these few daring souls took on the dress of those who had been there far back in time. Some of this reckless breed combed their hair out with porcupine brushes so that it would spill in great manes over the collars of their blanket coats, while others twisted their hair in a pair of braids interwoven with colorful ribbons or wrapped in sleek otter skins. Across their backs they sported a merry calico or buckskin shirt tanned a fragrant smoky hue. Intricate finger-woven sashes or wide leather belts decorated with brass tacks held up leggings of doe skin or blanket wool, even drop-front breeches sewn of durable elk hide. While most coupled with tribal women only at summer rendezvous or in winter camps, some proudly took one or more tribal women as wives. A few hung hoops of wire adorned with beads or stones from their ears, and a handful even painted themselves before every battle, or for every rendezvous debauch. They learned to lavish on their best horse the same attention a warrior would give his own war pony, tying up its tail, braiding ribbons in the mane, or dabbing its muscular flanks with earth pigment. No Indian dandy ever strutted with more swagger than these few hundred had in their heyday. Moment to moment that afternoon, and on into the evening, then through the few following days left them, Scratch and Shadrach, Bridger and Carson, Meek and Newell talked round the whiskey kettles and the firefly campfires, enthralling one another with stories of tight fixes and daring-do, improbable windies and tall tales, brags and boasts big and small, all those noisy recollections as well as those quiet remembrances of those who no longer gathered with them, those gone on ahead to that big belt in the blue, those who had already made that last solitary crossing of the Great Divide. Damn, but there were too many of them, Bass thought, as he struggled to hold back the tears. And now, this would be the last reunion, this final gathering of a very, very small Falstaffian brotherhood. In the shrinking camps, most men made out not to give a damn, drinking hard, laughing loud, fighting and wrestling, doing all they could to hold back the specter of death the way most men are wont to do when they don't know just how they should feel. From the Indian villages came the distant thump of drums, the soft trill of a lover's flute, and a wail of voices singing of birth and war and death. Not the Flathead nor the Nez Perce, not even the Shoshone fully understood, much less believed that this was to be the last gathering of these summer celebrants. Instead, for the wandering bands, it would be life as they had lived it across the centuries. Summer afternoons and sweet, cool evenings smoking their pipes, watching children chase and play, scraping hides and sewing beads, telling stories of warpath heroism or creation myths. Where would they go now, he wondered. Did the tribes go back to the way things had been before the white man came out west with his long caravans of shiny trade goods and powerful weapons? So bittersweet was that flood of the memories, soul prints of his life made across mountain and plain, juicy hump rib and buffalo tongue around a winter fire, beaver tail and painter meat on the spit, the sharp relish of strong coffee or a handful of high glacial water so cold it set your back teeth to aching. Games of hand or taking a chance on the well-worn cards of euchre and old sledge, foolish wagers on shooting a mark or throwing a hawk, running afoot or racing your horse. They were times when a man knew who his friends were and how their stick would float. But now those sweetest of days were gone like river-bottom sand awash come spring runoff, swept away in the rush of the seasons. So like youth, held here but briefly in one's hand, youth truly experienced by those who believe youth will be theirs forever, the high times in these shining mountains had come and were never to be again. Like impetuous youth, these men did not realize their era had come and gone until the light had begun to fade for all time. And like the young who never fathomed the precious gift granted them, these rough-hewn souls had squandered their days, wastrels with those brief seasons allotted them. Late of a lazy summer morning, Robert Newell strode back into camp, eager to share some news with his friends, especially that best of companions. "Joe," Doc hallooed as he approached the group lounging upon the ground, whiling away these last hours of this last summer reunion. "You're about to bust at the seams, Doc," Titus said. "Just look at him, boys. Go on, Doc, spill your beans." "Them missionary folks what's bound for Oregon country," Newell began in a gush as he knelt in their midst. "Well now, you know they asked Black Harris to guide 'em on west from here." "Ain't he gonna do it?" Joe asked. Newell shook his head emphatically. "One of the preachers, named Littlejohn, he fetched me over to their camp and told me Harris was asking far too much to pilot them on to Oregon." When Newell paused dramatically, excitement flickering in his eyes, Carson said,
"Spit it out, man."
"Them preachers asked me to pilot 'em all the way to the Columbia country, boys." Meek bolted to his feet, looking every bit as stunned as he had when Bridger announced his bad news. You going to take them folks on to Oregon, 'stead of trapping beaver with me, Doc? 'Stead of staying in these mountains with us?" Newell grabbed his best friend by the forearms, gazing intently into Meek's eyes. "Come with me, Joe." Come with you?" Doc's head bobbed eagerly. "We are done with this life in the mountains, so come with me, Joe." "Done?" "We're done wading in beaver dams, done with freezing or starving. Done, I say. Done with Injun fighting and Injun trading. Look around you, Joe. The fur business is dead in these mountains, and the Rockies is no place for us now." Meek gasped in surprise. "Doc Newell, fixin' to leave the mountains for good?" "Goddamned right, Joe. We are young yet, and we have all life laid out afore us. We can't waste it here when this life is dead." "But Oregon?" Meek asked uncertainly. "We ain't the sort to go back to the States," Newell said, affectionately slipping an arm around the big man's shoulder. "I say come with me, Joe. Let us go on down to the Willamette and take up farms." "Oregon," Meek repeated the word as if trying out the sound of a mysterious lodestone for the first time. "Oregon, you say?" "We'll take them preachers and their wives, that Walker family too, all of their wagons on to Fort Hall, where we'll gather up our wives and light out for Oregon." Bass watched the glow cross Meek's face, so contagious was Newell's enthusiasm. It was the look of a man grown so weary and old, suddenly granted new vigor. Where resignation once was scrawled, now Titus could read the hope and joy boldly written on Joe's face. "There's nothing left for you boys here," Bass charged them as he got to his feet, flinging one arm around Newell and the other around Meek. "Man needs to find him some country what he can call his own. Sounds to me that Oregon is where you two will make your stand." 34. 2 days later, when all the beaver had been turned over to Andrew Drips and that sad little rendezvous was quietly dying with a whimper, Reverend Philo B. Littlejohn finally sought out Moses Harris to explain that he had arrived at a most difficult decision.
My party has decided that to guide us from here to Oregon, your price is simply too high." "I reckon you don't have no notion just how far a piece that is to pilot you," Black Harris snarled caustically, glaring the missionary up and down. "I figure what I asked is only fair, seeing how I'll miss out on the fall trapping to get you folks through to the Columbia." "I won't quibble that you asked what you determined was fair for you," the round-faced minister replied. Realizing that he might be letting a good thing slip from his grasp, Harris suggested, "Maybe we can dicker some more to come up with $1 more to your liking, but still gonna be fair to me." "That won't be necessary now," the preacher declared. "What you mean won't be necessary?" Little John cleared his throat self-consciously, then said, "We enlisted a pilot for our journey, and for a price much lower than you demanded of us." "Lower?" Harris growled. "Who's the bastard cut me out of my goddamned job?" Red-faced, the preacher exclaimed, "There's no call for your oaths, Mr. Harris." Standing there seething, his hands balling into fists before him, the mountain veteran growled menacingly, "Tell me who took my job." "His name is Newell," the missionary confessed as he inched backward, seeking escape from Harris's fury. "He plans to make a home for his family in Oregon." "Not if the son of a bitch is dead," Harris interrupted as he whirled away in a fury to start his search of the company camp. Unsuccessful, he finally headed for the trader's tent. He didn't find Newell there that morning either, but he did find that the clerks were opening up the last of the kegs they had packed west. Harris felt a sudden, inexplicable thirst coming on. Some hard drinking was clearly in order before he continued his search for the man who had stolen his job. By mid-afternoon, Harris's well-soaked despair had grown ugly. Taking up his rifle, he lumbered away from the trader's canopy, intent on finishing his deadly mission. With so few trappers attending this final rendezvous, the search didn't take him long now. He spotted Newell crossing a patch of open ground some 70 yards off near a freeman's camp. Harris shoved his rifle against a shoulder, squinted his bleary eyes, and attempted to hold steady on his target. When the gun roared, the ball went wild. As a terrified Newell ran for his gun, Harris started to reload while he stumbled after his intended target, angrily cursing and growling his intention to have the younger man's scalp. "Goddamn you, nigger! Gonna hang your har on my belt before sundown," the drunk man roared to the skies. "And you're gonna be sleeping with the devil hisself by nightfall." Step by step, Harris plodded after Newell, clumsily pouring powder down the barrel as he plodded toward the trees where the trapper had disappeared. Digging at the bottom of his pouch, Harris pulled out another ball and set it atop the muzzle. He lunged to a stop as he yanked the ramrod from its thimbles at the bottom of the barrel, preparing to set the ball against the charge, when Andrew Drips and a dozen others sprinted up, drawn by the racket as the lazy camps burst into action with the alarm. "Get me some damned rope," the trader ordered those behind him. Someone asked, "You gonna hang him?" "I damn well may do just that," Drips spat as he dodged side to side each time Harris wildly swung his rifle at those advancing on him. "Get me the goddamned rope!" Again and again, Harris heaved his heavy weapon in a crazy arc at his attackers. The moment the drunk knocked a man down with a grunt, Drips leaped onto him. 5 of them jumped in to wrestle Harris to the ground as he spewed curses at them, whipping his head side to side, snapping his teeth at anything that got too close, attempting to clamp down on an ear, a nose, a finger. "Give me that rope!" Drips shouted as the others struggled to hold down the figure thrashing on the ground. "You gonna hang him now?" a voice cried. "No, we'll fix him to that tree," the trader exclaimed as a half-dozen of them dragged Harris to his feet. The bruised and bloodied drunk man spat at Drips and 2 others, promising to kill them before he went to finish with Newell. "Son of a bitch stole my job," the old veteran bellowed like a wounded bull with his balls snagged on cat claw. "No goddamned beaver for a man to trap any mores, and now Newell stole my pilot job."
A yard at a time, they dragged Harris to the closest cottonwood where they shoved him to the ground. Wrapping the rope round and round the trunk, 3 of them secured him as Harris roared his curses at them, then pitiably cried in despair at the end of the beaver trade, only to suddenly curse some more. Drips knelt at Harris's side. The drunk man angrily spit at the traitor. Wiping the glob of spittle from his cheek, Drips hissed, "I ought to shoot you right where you are."
"Go ahead and kill me," Harris bawled. "Everything's gone anyway."
Then he broke into a sob.
"It don't matter to live no more."
The stunned crowd fell to a hush around them.
"Let me tell you why I don't shoot you and get it over with, Harris," Drips explained as he leaned closer. "You've been a good man, guiding our supply trains from St. Louis every summer. I figure that's got to count for something." "Just let me kill Newell, then you can do what you want with me. Nothing counts for nothing, no."
"If you'd killed him, I would have shot you dead myself," Drips interrupted, shaking the man quiet. "Maybe better still, I would have hanged you with that rope holding you to this tree."
"Hang me?" he spat. "I'm worth more'n a hanging."
"Look at you." Drips slowly got to his feet. "You sure as hell ain't worth a lead ball now."
"I'll kill you when I get these here ropes off."
"Let's hope you feel different come morning, Harris." Once more, the drunk trapper whimpered.
Morning?"
"You'll be good and sober by then," Drips declared, seeing Newell emerge from the trees armed with his pistol and a rifle. "Maybe by then the missionaries will be on their way, and there won't be any cause for more trouble from you." With their eyes trained on the Columbia country, Newell, Meek, and William Craig started the 3 missionary couples west at first light, just as Andrew Drips had suggested they do. The rumble of their wagons and the clatter of their leave-taking awoke a hungover, blood-crusted Moses Harris still firmly lashed to his tree. Red-eyed, the old veteran watched them depart, struggling to keep from showing his utter grief at being left behind. He bit his tongue and didn't utter one word, not one curse, as the wagons rolled from the valley. Joining the missionaries when they set forth on this last momentous leg of the overland journey to Oregon were Joel P. Walker and his wife, along with their 4 children and his wife's younger sister. They were to be the first family to ply what would soon become a great emigrant road. With Dick Owens having thrown in with Philip Thompson's bunch, who had headed west to steal California horses, Kit Carson found himself alone when the end came. No more would he trap beaver, Kit had decided. Instead, he chose to ride south across the mountains for the Arkansas, where he would apply to become a hunter for St. Vrain and the Bent brothers. But hardest for Bass to take would be Shad Sweet's decision. "What's come of their gumption?" Titus asked his partner as Carson left their camp after announcing his plans to abandon the fur business. "Won't no one ride into these mountains to trap beaver no more? Looks to be we're the last, Shadrach." The moment he turned to peer at Sweet's eyes, Scratch's stomach shriveled as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of pickling salt. He knew, even as he asked, What is it? Why you got that look on your face?" For a while longer, the tall man stood there before his friend, shuffle-footed and dumb, unable or afraid to speak. Bass said, "Them words are like cockleburs choking you, so you best spit 'em out now. Ain't nothing you'd say ever hurt me, for you're my friend."
"Beaver's done, Scratch."
"It ain't done," he snapped.
"Then maybe so. I'm done with beaver," Sweet explained gently, seeing how he had wounded Bass. "Done splashing round in freezing streams and allays looking over my shoulder for red niggers. I'm done chasing after something I know I ain't ever gonna find."
Titus blinked back the sting at his eyes and asked, "What you been chasing, Shadrach?"
"Maybe I allays figured I'd make me a little money at this, leastways enough to fix up a post for myself where I could do some trading."
Then Sweet shrugged.
"But the last few seasons I come to figure the best I'm gonna do is have myself some steady work as a hand for someone else."
Who you figure you'll work for?"
He gazed squarely at Bass, seeming a bit more confident. Been thinking about heading down to the South Platte. Maybe so that post you said Sublett and Vasquez got.
There's work down there, Shad, Scratch admitted, choking back the pain already ripping his gut in two at this parting. It never got easy. Damn, but it never got any easier.
I'll find me something.
Bill Williams told us there's other posts down in that country, too, Bass said. Won't be hard for a likely lad such as yourself to find work. Wearing a look of unashamed gratitude for Titus making it easier on him, Sweet nodded.
I'll hunt for him. Maybe so do some trading for Vasquez. You said yourself that's dead center in the Arapaho and Cheyenne country.
I'd wager my last beaver dollar on you, Shadrach. You'll make a life for yourself on them plains.
How about you, Scratch?
Sweet asked, worry suddenly carving deep furrows on his brow. Don't you fret over us none, he said, glancing momentarily at the woman and their children. Likely stick close by these mountains come fall, maybe winter up down to Sinclair's post in Brown's Hole. I'll lay off that north country till it's for certain them Blackfoot been took by the pox and ain't gonna play the devil no more.
Things for sure gonna be a mite safer for you in this'r country.
Splitting his shaggy beard with a grin, Titus said, Won't no Injuns be troublin' me anywhere I go, Shad, not as far back in them hills as I plan to hide.
To get that high and go back so far, that'd be a load of work and time on a man.
Hard scrabble for sure, he admitted. Then, shrugging, Titus pointed at the woman. But we don't got nothing else to do, nowhere else to be now but up there where the Injuns ain't likely to roam, so it don't matter a lick if I gotta work hard and high to find them flat-tails.
Bridger told me him and Frapp gonna hook up again, fixin' to work the rivers hereabouts. He asked me to join in, but I told him I'd give the traps a rest. Maybe so you'd want to ride with them?
Wagging his head slowly, Titus confessed, I spent me some seasons throwed in with Jack Hatcher's outfit. Since then I got old and set in my ways. Better off on my lonesome. Slowly, Shad Sweet grinned, then flung his long arms around the thin man and squeezed him fiercely. His voice so quiet that it was barely heard over the rustle of the breeze, he whispered into his friend's ear,
Likely you always will be better off, going where it feels right, and being on your own, Titus Bass.
His flesh a war map etched with every wound of arrow, knife, and ball, his sagging face lined and pocked by the deep cold and the high sun, the very marrow of his soul cut, healed, and now scarred, Titus Bass clung on. He always would, alone if need be. Though the seasons he had weathered in this life had mellowed, aged, then died, each one gone the way of the Quakey's golden leaves, still his love for this land and this life endured. Though those summers of rendezvous were now gone forever, though no more than a few beaver had survived the deadly onslaught, though most of the hardy hunters were already scattering east or west, still a few would linger. A few would prevail. Blackstone presents Ride the Moon Down by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. Here is the hardy mountain veteran who has ranged these wilds for more than 30 years. Pecuniary emolument was perhaps his first inducement, but now he is as poor as at first. Reckless of all provision for the future, his great solicitude is to fill up his mental insanity by animal gratification. Here is the man, now past the meridian of his life, who has been in the country from his youth, whose connections and associations with the natives have identified his interests and habits with theirs. Philip Edwards, missionary to Oregon in 1834. 1. The baby stirred between them. She eventually fussed enough to bring Bass fully awake, suddenly, sweating beneath the blankets. Without opening her eyes, the child's mother groggily drew the infant against her breast and suckled the babe back to sleep. Titus kicked the heavy wool horse blanket off his legs, hearing one of the horses nicker. Not sure which one of the four it was, the trapper sat up quiet as coal cotton, letting the blanket slip from his bare arms as he dragged the rifle from between his knees. Somewhere close, out there in the dark, he heard the low warning rumble past the old dog's throat. Bass hissed, immediately silencing Zeke. Several moments slipped by before he heard another sound from the animals. But for the quiet breathing of mother and the suckling of their daughter, the summer night lay all but silent around their camp at the base of a low ridge. Straining to see the unseeable, Bass glanced overhead to search for the moon in that wide canopy stretching across the treetops. Moonset already come and gone. Nothing left but some puny starshine. As he blinked a third time, his groggy brain finally remembered that his vision